because you already know the route we're taking here.
Not me.
That's affirming the consequent.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
Because you're saying, well, form a logical syllogism out of it.
Okay, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is rotating, then I'll expect to see centrifugal force. That's not affirming the consequent.
No, you didn't say centrifugal force. You just added that little spicy comment there, and it wasn't centrifugal force. No, say it like you would as if you're seeing the sun, because your stance right now is that you see the sun move across the sky, right? Yeah. So you have to form it with the sun being involved in that structure. So
right. If the Earth is rotating, the sun sets.
Yeah, and then now flip it backwards. The sun sets, therefore the Earth is rotating. Yeah, that's exactly, because you have to. Otherwise,
no, I didn't.
You can't come to the conclusion that the Earth is spinning unless if you affirm the consequent, which is what you just did.
Incorrect.
You are the one not stating it, but the end result is, the conclusion is that you are saying because you see a sunset, therefore the Earth is spinning.
No, I'm not. I'm saying it's a possible hypothesis.
What is the natural? I asked you, what is the naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning? And you said sunsets. So your conclusion is definitely what I've been telling you. Yes, it is. You stated it.
No, it's not. I get to make my. Would you like me to make my own logical arguments, please?
Well, you didn't. You didn't make it in the very first instance when I asked you what is the naturally observed phenomena. You went straight to the sunsets. Right.
Right.
So where in that is a centrifugal force? You didn't involve that in.
That's secondary, right? But if the Earth is rotating, then the sun will set. Correct. That's not a fallacy to say that. Is. No, it's not. It's a conditional. If the Earth is rotating, then the sun will set. Is that correct?
So when do you make that logical leap into that? When does that happen? How do you understand that it's connected to the Earth rotating?
Do you agree that if the Earth is rotating,
you're not answering my question. You have to answer my question. In order for you to stand firm on this is a true understanding of what the Earth is doing, then you have to be able to withstand the scrutiny that I'm giving you right now. So you're able to say that if it is the Earth moving around, then you're going to have to tell me how you went from the sun moving to now we know that it's the Earth that's moving. How did you go from that leap?
We're going to test that in a minute. That's the hypothesis, right? I haven't gone back and said if the sun sets, then
okay. So you're adding more. You're going to add more to it. Then it's not just the sunsets.
We'll get to this hypothesis test in a minute, right? But the hypothesis, my guess at why the sun sets is that the Earth is rotating. Wrong. My guess. Okay, that's my hypothesis.
Yes.
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go as far as you want, man, because I'm interested. I already know the response, but I'm gonna humor you.
Yeah. Go ahead. Elijah's here. I hope Elijah's listening.
No, he is listening. He's pretty frustrated listening to you. But listen, go through the hypothesis test of how we understand it's not just the sun moving, because you started with sunsets, right? So now you're gonna test if it's the Earth or the sun. So go ahead.
Yeah. So my hypothesis is we're on a rotating globe, right? So my hypothesis test. If the Earth is a rotating globe, then there should be centrifugal force.
You've just presupposed.
Presupposed what?
Oh, wait, say it again, Roof. I didn't hear you, man. There was...
Okay. If the Earth is a rotating globe, then there will be centrifugal force.
Okay. Wrong. Hold on. Just... What the fuck?
Do you agree?
So... No, I don't fucking agree. What the fuck, dude?
How did you don't agree there would be centrifugal force?
Bro, you pulled the rabbit out of the fucking hat, bro. What the fuck? Ruhif?
Are you saying that there would not be centrifugal force in a rotation globe?
You've already said that sunsets don't prove the globe, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Right. There you go. So what actually does then? Let's talk about something that actually does prove the globe in your imagination.
When we get to the end of this, right, there will be a question about proof. Right, because Elijah's here. Elijah and I have had this very long conversation.
What do you mean get to the end of it? You've already admitted that the sunsets don't prove the globe, so why are you still talking about it?
Ruhif, don't tell me about your conversation with Elijah. You guys had a different conversation than this one. It might have been similar, but I'm having one with you. So fucking stay on the point, bro. Okay. Right now, you just logically leapt into oblivion with this shit. So
all right. So anyway, do you agree that if the Earth is a rotating globe?
No, I don't agree with that.
No.
Right. If the Earth is a rotating globe, do you agree that there would then be centrifugal force?
That's a fucking hypothetical.
Exactly. It's a hypothesis.
That's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothesis. Exactly.
Hypothesis? What the fuck? Dude, you're making shit up. You're just saying if the Earth was a globe, like nobody wants to think about it like that. You're trying to prove the information. Okay, you see a sunset, you're like, okay, I see the sun doing some shit. Now we're gonna get to how we know it's the Earth moving.
Yeah,
I don't have to think of it. Bro, listen, I don't have to think of the Earth doing something. Like fucking I have to think of it like a ball. Like fuck it, dude. Like you need to tell me how it's proven that the Earth is moving. Where am I seeing the Earth doing that? Like I don't see that shit. I only see the sun moving.
Science doesn't prove things. Science doesn't ever get to the end.
Science doesn't prove things.
Yes.
How are you going to prove that? Yeah.
Oh, I will give you my video. I'll post my video.
How is this the level you're at after however many years you've been in this conversation that you can barely make an argument about the sunset whilst admitting that the sunset doesn't prove the globe?
Hang on.
I mean, this is terrible.
For those people, for those people that think science does prove things, I've posted my video in the chat in response to Quantum Eraser.
Fuck you know, mate.
Yeah, really quiet. There we go.
Now, One Deck has to be whispering probably because he doesn't want to get loud. There's people probably sleeping at One Deck's place. So, like, go ahead, One Deck. Did you want to whisper your comment? Because I know you can't speak loud. No.
I have questions.
Got nothing.
No, hang on, Sasha. We're taking him through the 3 points. It's a struggle, I know, but Wolfgang's here.
Yeah.
So, all right. So your hypothesis test has failed because I have to now think of the Earth like some shit that I don't think of it like. And you wanted me to agree to that, which I'm not gonna, because you haven't provided any evidence for it to be that. Like, so we're
that is how hypothesis is tested. That's how science works.
Am I imagining shit?
Yes. If my hypothesis is true, then I expect to see some kind of result.
Ruhif, you've been doing this shit too long, man. Why are you bringing this weak ass argument?
This is how science works.
Listen, no, it's not, dude. That's how Ruhif's idea of
how you very manipulate the spin of the Earth, man. How will you vary manipulate?
We can't even get into that, George, because he's talking about you first have to imagine it. It's like fucking I don't want to imagine this shit.
So
this is how science works.
You're saying that science hasn't proven the globe, then?
Yeah, science cannot prove anything.
So the globe isn't proven, and isn't scientific?
Not scientifically. Correct. Right. It is not scientifically proven.
This is a guy that is bringing a hypothesis to the table, and he says science doesn't prove anything. My God!
Some of your years in the globe Earth flat Earth discussion, you've come out with, well, yeah, the globe isn't scientifically proven. So these people who come in and say, "Hey, you science deniers," they don't have any science for the globe.
Hey, Jedi,
you deny the scientific measurements.
Hang on a second, man.
Scientific measurements. Wow.
1 second, Wolfgang. So, Jedi, check this out, man. You just came to the party, I know, but hopefully you got your tuxedo on right now because we got Ruhif in the chat, dude. He's on the second question of the 3 questions. And from the looks of it, we have to imagine the Earth's a ball before we can get to the idea that he's making a logical leap from the sun moving across the sky to that the Earth is moving. So as for a naturally observed phenomenon of Earth spin, we haven't got that yet. We've got these presumptions that he's saying and this hypothesis test that he hasn't provided. So I don't know, man. Like, I think we're going to be struggling from this point on. So we are still trying to figure out where you made the logical leap from the Earth and the sun, right? Because we got to connect them to. We see the sun moving across the sky. How do we know the Earth's spinning around? Ruhif.
Right, it's a hypothesis, right?
Yeah, but what did you test, bro? Like, what did you test?
We're getting to that.
Okay, all right. Well, you're kind of teasing me, bro. Like, I don't like teasing. Just get to the fucking meat and potatoes, bro. Like,
okay, you guys are on this, the quantum eraser 4-step method of science, right? Quantum eraser is a big fan of Richard Feynman. I've posted Richard Feynman talking about the scientific method in the chat. He says you come up with a guess, right? And the audience laughs. The audience literally laughs in the clip. And he said, no, this is exactly how you do it. You make a guess, you work out what the consequences would be, and then you go and test those consequences. So if you want to take that to QE and discuss it with him, that's going to be great.
Which give a shit. Sorry. Couldn't give a shit about QE, mate.
Okay.
That's kind of a straw man. Don't give a fuck about that.
Mayhem is clearly following the QE.
Hold on. So you can remove that idea. Right? You can remove that idea and stop building your straw man. We want a direct measurement of the Earth movement. Go.
Yep. Okay. If the Earth is a rotating globe, then I expect to measure centrifugal force. I go out into reality and I do measure centrifugal force consistent with an Earth.
Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Hold on, that's not affirming the consequent formal logical.
No, you said.
That's affirming the consequent formal logical.
You said.
Hold on, man. I'm not feeling very well, so give me a second. You're literally building a formal logical fallacy.
No, right? You did.
Hold on. You have to prove the first instance that the Earth is a ball. If the Earth is a ball, I would expect to see this. Oh, I see this. Therefore, the Earth must and can only be a ball.
You.
What do you mean? That's me. That's a formal logical fallacy. It's literally
you're making a formal logical fallacy.
No, I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out yours. Can you say it again for the audience?
I didn't say it. I didn't say therefore the Earth is a globe. You did.
Wait. So Ruhif, you're not saying that the sun's a globe.
My God. Say what you said 10 seconds ago.
Right. If the Earth is a rotating globe, I expect to measure centrifugal force. I go out into reality and I do measure centrifugal force. That is consistent with the Earth being a rotating globe. No, you are saying therefore.
Logical fallacy. Would you like me to say it for you?
You keep saying therefore the Earth is a globe. You are putting words in my mouth that I am explicitly telling you I am not saying. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Say it again for the audience.
If the Earth is a rotating globe, then I expect to measure centrifugal force. I go out into reality and I do measure centrifugal force. That is consistent with a rotating globe.
Excellent. So it's a logical fallacy. I don't understand how we're fucking getting this.
It is consistent.
I told him that Jedi earlier, bro.
One second. Ruhif,
please tell me, Jedi. No, Jedi.
Hold on. Either way you slice this, it's no good. Either you're committing a formal logical fallacy, or you're saying something that you're agreeing doesn't actually prove the globe, when we're asking for something that proves the globe.
Okay, did I say, therefore the Earth is a globe?
No.
No.
So you're not saying it proves the globe. So you're not saying it proves the globe.
Did I also say science doesn't prove things? Don't misquote me. I'm careful with my words here.
So, you know the first premise that if the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Have you proven that to be true?
No, it's my hypothesis.
That's not a hypothesis then, so you got a bit of a problem. So you are, hold on, you are begging the question.
No, Eli.
Hold on. This is a begging the question if the Earth is a ball, formal logical fallacy.
Okay,
so hold on, I haven't finished. Can you demonstrate a direct measurement of the ball first, please?
Okay, it's not a begging the question fallacy.
Can you demonstrate your first premise, please, that the Earth is a ball with a direct measurement? Please don't make me throw up all over you. I'm not feeling very well, so just fucking entertain me. Give me a direct measurement of the R value first in your begging.
I'm going to ask you a question at the risk of being kicked out. At the risk of being kicked out.
I'll tell you what, you will get kicked out if you don't answer my question. How about that? I'll do it for you, you cunt.
Okay, all right.
All right, so how about you just fuck off now?
You kick me out, ban me.
Just fuck off. Just fuck off.
Okay.
Go on, piss off.
No, you have to kick me out.
Okay, no problem. See you later. Bye.
See ya.
Because you're not going to answer my question, are you?
You're accusing me of begging the question.
You're not going to answer my question, are you?
You're accusing me of begging the question. I'm not begging the question, and I'm going to demonstrate to you that I'm not begging the question. Would you like to kick me out?
I would like a question for the 5th time. I would like a direct measurement of drop over distance curvature of the Earth, please.
Okay, I've done that earlier in the chat. You can scroll back up.
No, you can give it to me now.
Okay, I'll post my video.
You said that a video. Can you speak about it?
Sure. I go to the top of a mountain or a high place, shoot a theodolite over to another point of known elevation, make a prediction for both flat Earth and globe as to what angle I will measure, and the measurements are consistent with the globe prediction.
There's a globe. What do you mean consistent with a globe? You haven't proven the globe yet.
Yeah, science doesn't prove things.
Hold on, science wouldn't be the fucking tool. Hold on.
Can you please expose the absurdity of saying that already?
Why? Science wouldn't be
the science, and then he says that science doesn't prove things. Then by his own line of reasoning, he failed to prove and cannot prove his conclusion. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah. Correct. Science doesn't prove things.
Right, so then you did not successfully prove your conclusion. Thank you for saying you failed to prove your conclusion. Thank you.
Yeah, take that soundbite, post it everywhere. Science doesn't prove things. I even posted my video.
Is this thing on? What are you trying to do? Convince us to believe what you believe? Is that what you're here for?
One deck brought me here to
you said you can't prove anything, right?
Right.
So are you trying to convince us to believe what you believe?
You should be convinced
because you don't know because you haven't proven anything, so it must be a belief. So you must be here to convince us to believe along with you.
I have surpassed my own level of subjective.
Being a cunt.
Who was that? Who was?
Don't worry about it.
That was funny, man. Anyway,
so it's like you're just conceding that you can't prove the globe, right?
Correct. I've posted my video at 49 minutes past.
To end a video, end of debate.
Yeah.
You failed to prove your conclusion. Thanks. You don't know that the Earth is a ball flying in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah, you believe it.
I've posted my video at 49 minutes past, right? So it's in response to Quantum Eraser saying that science doesn't prove things.
Who gives a shit about Quantum Eraser?
Okay.
What does that matter when we expose the absurd implications of your premise?
Okay, I'll finish the sentence. He brought up 3 citations of science educators saying science doesn't prove things. Since he brought those up,
you must really like him, Ruhif. You must really like QE.
I love QE. I love him.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, with that being said, if that is true, you cannot prove your conclusion to be true. Thank you for conceding you don't know your conclusion is true.
No, I've exceeded my own threshold.
Okay, what does that mean for us?
That retort is meaningless.
To you, of course. Yeah.
To the whole world.
You believe the story.
You guys should accept the model that explains all the observations.
That retort does nothing to refute my reductio ad absurdum of your position.
The horse shit's too fucking deep right now, dude.
Hold on, can I just say, but Ruhif, remember, you're telling us to abandon observable reality in favor of your belief that you just said you can't prove.
Yeah, science doesn't prove things. You should accept.
Okay, so then you failed to prove your conclusion is true. We're not moving past this point. This is the sophistry that infuriates me.
So you reject observable reality based on a belief that you can't prove?
No, I don't object.
You experience a flat, motionless Earth.
I don't experience a flat Earth.
So when you go to the beach, and you see the horizon, is it a straight line or a curved line?
It would be a straight line at the beach on either model.
So flat.
So it would be a straight line. It would be a straight line on either model if you're at the beach.
So you observe it as flat either way.
It's indistinguishable. So I don't therefore conclude that it's flat.
What do you mean it's indistinguishable?
Even if you argue that way that it's indistinguishable, if it's indistinguishable, then you cannot know that you live on a ball and not a flat surface. Thank you.
From looking at the beach, Gregory.
So
I'm at the beach. I can't distinguish.
What do you mean the straight line is indistinguishable?
If I'm at the beach, the horizon will be a straight line, irrespective of the shape of the Earth.
So you agree that you experience it to be flat, regardless of what it is?
If I'm at the beach, yes. But if I go up on a mountain, like I've been talking about,
so you're telling us to deny.
No, not
you're telling us to deny that experience in favor of your belief that you said you can't prove that it's a ball.
I don't get my globe belief from standing at the beach looking at the horizon. I go and do a test that distinguishes between the two.
How could you get a globe belief from
experience it as flat?
You just said you did.
At the beach, yes, because the horizon would be flat either way.
Okay, we don't need to go in circles on this point.
Yeah, it's indistinguishable. It's not a good test. It doesn't tell you anything.
No. But it's where you start because you're telling us to reject that experience in favor of your belief that you said you can't prove.
I'm telling you that if you're at the beach looking at the horizon, that doesn't tell you anything.
It does tell us something.
It doesn't.
It doesn't tell us anything. Are you on drugs, bro?
What are you, a Hindu? Do you believe in Maya? Reality is illusion?
So, our sensory perception of a flat horizon, it doesn't tell us anything. It does tell us something. Now, you might not like the conclusion. No, it does tell us something. It tells us that the horizon looks flat. Now, you might not like the conclusion that it looks flat, therefore it is flat. You might not like that conclusion, but it does tell us that. Now, you might be able to conceptualize all sorts of freaking giant shapes that you might be on. Pineapples, pretzels, squares, spheres, whatever, eggs. It's so large that it just looks flat. You can conceptualize any shape in your head and rationalize why it's actually some other shape. But the sensory experience is that it's flat. You're not out there going, man, this looks like a giant ball. That never.
It's an a priori theory which you superimpose on the empirical data that you experience. It's not that you actually directly detect with your empirical senses that the Earth is a ball, or that it's spinning, or that it's flying around in a vacuum.
If you're at the beach on a globe, the horizon will look flat. It doesn't.
No, not repeat that. What we just said. No, not repeat what you just said. What we just said. That's not that tactic ain't gonna work.
Horizon doesn't tell you anything about a curve, does it?
At the beach, it doesn't know.
But when you go to
either way.
Sorry, but when you go to a mountain, you can see curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that will distinguish between globe.
Hold on. So left to right curvature from the top of a mountain. What happens if you turn around 45 degrees? Hold on. What happens if you turn 45 degrees? Do you see that curvature then? What happens if you turn another 40? Hold on. Another 45. I'm talking about left to right curvature, you fucking imbecile. You notice that at every increment that you turn around 360 degrees, you see that curvature, right? So if you try and join all of those lines up, you've got a wibbly wobbly fucking line, you bloody retard.
Right, that's a problem for you guys.
No, that's a problem.
It's not at all a problem for our position, because that's not what we empirically do.
It is. Let me.
So are you saying?
Let me get through this.
Are you saying the horizon turns curved when you go up a mountain?
Yeah, the left to right horizon curve is a function of height and field of view.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should kick you out right now, because you're a fucking imbecile.
Yeah,
you're a fucking imbecile. Hold on. You see the image? You see the image in the live stream of somebody doing a 360-degree pan? You prick. You fucking prick.
What's your evidence that it curves when you go up a mountain, Ruha?
No, I'll explain why you guys should accept that it must.
No, don't explain. Show me the demonstration. Show me the curve at the top of the mountain.
Oh, yeah, the what's his name? Rory's Horizonator 3000.
What the fuck is that?
He got like some.
You globies are so lame. The Horizonator 3000. Show us the curve at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, I don't have it to hand, but he basically set up two.
So it's a cool story.
Yeah, I just don't have it to hand. I can explain it to you if you like.
Listen, if everyone was going up a mountain and seen a curve, there would be millions of images ready to hand. Why do you not have one?
Would you like me to Google it for you in the meantime?
Yeah, go and get the photo of the curved horizon and show us the elevation. All that. Give us the information for your claim.
If the Earth was flat or a ball, you would have a 360-degree view around you, and that would be flat. You fucking imbecile.
No. The reason you guys should accept horizon curve is because of the fact you should, right?
Have you got the information there for us?
I will explain it to you. Okay.
No. Show me. There should be millions of pictures.
I'm trying to find Rory's, right? But do you guys accept that the horizon
does it have to be this one guy? Is it only Rory that's climbed the mountain?
It's the one guy that I know of that did this.
The one guy who's climbed a mountain and took a picture. He's the one guy that climbed a mountain and took a picture.
He set up a specific apparatus that had straight
We had a very specific apparatus to show what apparently everyone should just see normally. Why did he need special apparatus?
It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve, like you said. So you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth.
Said what you
Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see
that was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes.
I guess no one
then you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and then he took a picture and he saw it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up
I didn't even know he had a name called Rufy.
So you're a liar,
This is the first time I've heard him.
And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic.
But yeah, I can't say
this is the unnecessary communication disruption that we get when people are insistent on smugly insisting their position because they refuse to turn off their pride and just accept the truth as it is.
Okay, I muted the bot. Does anyone else
finally
hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah. I think Rufy is a Luciferian.
That's a big claim.
Because I was just thinking about it, right? And I've heard him talk for several months on these servers. And I don't understand his position, but his position always seems to be anti-logic, anti-human, anti-thought, and anti-truth, and anti-Christian. So, I'm pretty sure I don't have proof, but I think he's a deep state satanic person. So that's why he acts the way he does. Because I used to accuse him of mind control and MK Ultra and all this, which is a possibility. Now I just believe he's a full-blown Luciferian satanic worshipping goat herder. I'm not sure what you think.
All he seems to do is try and gaslight people and confuse people.
Yeah.
He's not bush with everything he says. Very
exactly. So historically, who are these figures in our society who do this? Satanic, evil people. So he has an agenda, whether he's paid by the government or paid by secret societies or something, to just fuck with people.
Well, I don't listen to the bot that often, so this is the first time I've come across Rufy, so I have no opinions on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's always been like this. And he used to create all this fake data, manufactured data in spreadsheets and all this. And I'm like, what is wrong with you, dude? You know, and...
Yeah, to go out of his way to blatantly lie, that's not good.
Well, it was just weird data with all these pinpoints in it. He'd probably give it to you if you asked him. And when you look at it, I said, your data doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that someone created a spreadsheet and drew lines on it. It actually doesn't provide any results or any conclusions. So how can you use this? Then I'm thinking, hang on, this guy's full of it. He's just lying. So yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to it and I thought, this conversation is going nowhere. You know, no one's conceding. It's just, talking to brick walls.
Yeah, he was actually using my arguments, right, from months ago because he didn't have a higher consciousness, right? So I'll be arguing with him and debating with Rufy, right? And I'd say, yeah, but your data doesn't show anything, right? And then he would started to use science against me. I said, Rufy, you've got to stop, dude, because you can't use science against me, right? He's going, why? I said, there's no proof in science. And he started mocking me and all this. And I said, science is a belief system. Science doesn't mean anything, right? So then he did some research, and then I heard him just say just then, oh, you can't use science. Or then I heard him say, yeah, but if you go to the beach, it doesn't prove anything. See, these were my arguments for the flat Earth. So that's when I realized, this guy's full of it. He's using
you got to remember, Latek, you got to remember that they use science as a term that they think that pseudoscience, meaning like if they're talking about astronomy, cosmology, anything to deal with that, like they use the terms observational science, so they've already bastardized the word science. So if you throw out the baby with the bathwater, then you're doing a disservice as well as they are. So you can't do that.
Exactly.
You have to identify what they're talking about and then use that as a catalyst for why you're going to disprove what they're saying. But you can't then say that science is not, you can't prove anything. So you know what I mean? Like if you're playing on their, their game,
I get it.
So
he shouldn't have done that. What he was doing was ridiculous.
Yeah. 1 second. Yeah, both parties in this instance are then creating something that's not going to make anyone understand what either party's talking about. So we have to be very careful when they bring up the word science and not label it like something that they're, if they're talking about, well, you guys don't use science, and then we're not understanding what they mean by that, or because they can't differentiate the difference between pseudoscience and what we'd say anything that goes through the scientific method that can be tested with the how why question, then we're not going to be able to reach a conclusion, and so we have to identify what they're talking about and then disprove that.
So that's what Rufi was doing, right? And I'm just like, dude.
Yeah, Ruhev has an issue with him trying to figure out things that people are saying in flat Earth. So his only concern is with like disproving flat Earth. It isn't to do science. So Ruhev is a ball believer. He completely believes in the fantasy of the globe Earth. So all he's here to do is that's his whole mission, is to disprove flat Earth. So his intent is not here for coming in here and having a conversation that we can understand what science is. That's not what he's here. He doesn't care. The only thing that he cares about is globe Earth talking points and how to disprove flat Earth. That's the only thing.
Now you see why I think he's a Luciferian. Because he's not concerned.
Yeah, we could label him
with truth.
We could label him whatever. But the only thing that this person has been showing the content of his message is that he wants to thwart the efforts of anybody looking into flat Earth by saying that he has globe Earth proof. Because that's one deck had DM me and he's like, hey, you want to bring Ruhif into the chat? And of course, because I'm a moderator, I can unban him. So I was like, yeah, I'll bring him in. Because allegedly he had drop over distance evidence, right? So he was going to come in here and prove to everyone that his drop over distance measurement was proof of that the Earth isn't flat. And so I already knew the content of his message was going to be, more of this anti-flat Earth sophistry. That's all he has, right? There's nobody that has this drop over distance measurement. So I was more in tune with like having him come here and let people listen to why people like him want to straw man an argument and build up like some kind of, idea that they have some sort of proof. So I want people to hear that, because a lot of people don't know that these anti-flat earthers have been doing this for years. They don't know what they're about. So having him come into this chat was kind of like more content for us, so that we can generate better, understanding for them, for their position. And their position is they just want to conflate ideas of like saying, observational science is science and all kinds of things. So what we're doing is exposing that. That's our mission here, and this server is exposing that. I mean, as far as like labeling them Luciferians and whatever, that's second. That's second to what we're doing. Our mission is to make sure that we expose this wrong thinking. And the wrong thinking begins when they don't understand what they're talking about. Yeah. And so that's what we do here. We expose that on the daily. So I've been partial to many conversations in here with these guys who spin everybody's wheels. So, but like we do that also. But we also have people in here right now. We have Fan. I'm going to make sure that I'm aware of this chat. So Fan is in here. No roles. I'm going to go ahead and unmute Fan. Fan, I've just unmuted you. Welcome to the server. You can say hello and, maybe what brought you here to the server, and also what is your position on the topic of the server. Fan, if you're there. Hello? No worries. Is there anybody else in here? Is it just me and Blatek?
There's a female talking a minute ago.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, what's up, Stacy?
Not much.
Yeah, also, Blatek, if one other thing I would say, people put a lot of time and effort in this server, so just, just take a look at names when they light up and see who it is. Because, that girl or that guy, that's not a good way to identify people who come in here day in and day out. And also, what I'd say, if you're new to this culture, click on people's names and their tags identify who they are in this server. So that does mean something in this Discord. So just kind of giving you the heads up, bro, because, usually people don't know what I just told you. Click on people's names and see what they are.
So how long has this server been around for?
Well, this version, maybe 2 years, 3 years. I'd say 3 years.
Oh, you've had this server for 2 years.
3, I would say now.
Wow, you are long term. That's really impressive. Yeah, yep. I would say if you're a mod here, I would recommend people add something to their bios. They're about me.
Yeah, that's fine. But that's up to
that's
the
really helpful,
that's up
to new people.
That's up to the individual. But the thing that we're concerned with in this server is their tags. Their tags are what's gonna tell you who they are. And basically, if they're a moderator or a Gold Plus, they've actually put a lot of work into the culture. And this culture revolves around when moderators in here listen to let's say you that have been in here a while, and you've argued with a lot of these guys, and your points also stand up to theirs, you get moved up like a ranking system that we have. So the ranking system to us,
you have a little internal system going.
Yeah, the internal system is important because we identify that you are able to have a conversation with, other people new that come in here. So that means something to us. Because when we give the mic over to somebody who's careless and don't understand talking points that we have, it makes it difficult for us to have listen. Because we sometimes the moderators and the people who have been doing this a while, we like to kick back and listen to people that are in here. But it's difficult if you don't know what's going on and you're just just cowboy and shooting off at shooting from the hip. You don't really know what's going on. I've heard of many people say, well, I've been a flat earther for 9 years, and I'm like, yeah, I can't tell. Your talking points are about Antarctica, and most of what these anti-flat earth talking points are, you have no foundation for flat earth. And so that's difficult. Because we don't do that here. Our main objective, like I told you, is to thwart the efforts of those guys because they have the majority. They have academia on their side and all of that. So we're fighting an uphill battle if you're in here. So you have to be aware of what's really going on and why we have the talking points we do. Mm-hmm. That's essential, for any conversation here.
Yeah.
We're not hung up too much on the Illuminati and all that kind of stuff, like Luciferians, and we're more into what they're saying. What are they saying? Why do they come in here saying the things that they do, and understanding why people are deceived from that information. So the agenda.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the agenda is most important for us. We don't care the who is doing this. We care what it is. What is the agenda? Gotcha. And so it's the misinformation that people have, and that's what this culture is all about.
That's why I've disargued with Rufy before. That's why I have I just can't take him seriously. I just think he's a joke. I guess he's a stooge.
Yeah. Blatek, did you hear the interaction he had in here on the bot? Were you listening to what his interaction was?
Yeah, okay. When I came in, I thought he was live. I went, what the hell?
Yeah, so his interaction in here was anybody that comes in 24/7. This is a very tough place to be if you're going to be an anti-flat earther or just a regular flat earther coming in from wherever you came from, because this isn't a normal Discord where we're just talking about Antarctica ice ring or all the time speculation. It's not that. We're getting into the fundamentals, which is the reason why people are deceived.
Mm. Yeah, that was one of my arguments I brought up in one of the other servers. Let's get back to tin tax and see if we can work out what's going on, what's wrong with people, and exposing these type of control systems that are running our institutions and our universities and schools and academia and politicians.
Right. So the first place you need to go to is the person's heart and mind. Once that mind is changed, then real change can happen in reality. So let's say you want to change the schooling system or you want to do something in the physical world, you can't do that unless the person is willing to do that. So if somebody still, you're not going to change the face of academia by actually going and instilling some rules. You have to actually talk to the people and see why they think what they do. And, the amount of people that would want that change are the ones that are going to make the difference. And they can't want that change if they don't know that they need it. So they have to know they need the change before they want to change it. So you have to raise awareness. That's what we're doing. We're raising awareness. And it has to reach a critical mass in order for them to actually say, you know what? We really don't have any information to tell us about the truth of the earth we're in. And then change can take place. But not until we've reached enough awareness that where people are all agreeing that, this globe earth stuff is bogus. So you really have to.
It's almost laughable now.
Yeah. So the mission is to change hearts and minds. So some people come in here like, what are we doing? We're just talking on Discord. That's all. No, we're not. The first thing you have to actually speak to is the agenda and change those hearts and minds of the people. And so we're doing it as much as we can with every nation, joining us in this, basically in this endeavor. Hopefully I'm making some sense, blah, because that's why this is different from others.
Yep.
And so long as you're willing to join us in the mission, then we can collectively do a good thing for the future.
No, you raise a good point. So I think that it's just like you guys have built up a big enough team and a good understanding of what you all want. So you largely, unless I start bringing new information in, which actually I have made a lot of personal discoveries, and I've brought that to the table in other servers. Other people.
We get. So we got people saying things like, "Well, we've already talked about flat Earth enough. Now what?" Well, it's not now what. It's like, have we reached critical mass? Have we reached everybody that we need to? Are things changing? Or are you just thinking that? Yeah. Are people just fooling themselves and thinking because they've already talked about flat Earth enough with the fundamentals that they don't need to do it anymore? Well, if that's your feeling, if you feel like we've reached a point where you don't feel like you need to discuss, then you can go to another server and create your own Antarctica ice ring server or whatever. Do what you want. But as far as we have not reached a critical mass with the understanding that we're talking about in here. We need to have enough people that are willing to make change happen, and then possibly do something. But we haven't done there's not enough people yet woken to the understanding. So we still got a lot of work to do. So I'm not even talking about perhaps. Perhaps not even this generation. Perhaps the next generation will start to see critical mass. Who knows? But it's not going to happen right away. We really need to do a lot of groundwork first.
But you've noticed how hardcore the governments are going now. It's getting more authoritarian, more fear, more war, more so-called disease. Yeah, so this is their pushback against people getting too smart for the government. So
they got agendas. They got agendas, right? So the agendas are because they hear a lot of flat Earth talk. The best thing to combat that is to have the normies, right? The regular people who are on, and I say regular in the sense of just your everyday Joe who's oblivious to the facts of what we're talking about here. When they come onto the internet, they see influencers who are very big in popularity, people who have millions of subscribers on like YouTube and all these platforms, Twitch and Twitter and all that. And so they're using those guys as a weapon against us. So because of an influencer having like, you know, some guy who's done a lot of memes or does trick shots or whatever, they use those guys against us. So the general public is lambasted with information from these influencers because people really like are looking at those are like regular people who make it to the top of the food chain because they've become successful and like having bigger channels. So they'll use those guys and say, let's put those guys on a rocket to space, and then have them like in some way have a video that makes it look like you know, going to space is like an every man kind of thing. So there's a guy who recently went on a rocket ride on one of Jeff Bezos' rockets, which is Blue Origin. So the company Blue Origin that put Dude Perfect, which is like one of the guys who has like 58 million subscribers. He probably has more now. Put him on a rocket ride to go into quote unquote space. After this kind of excursion that he went there, he came back, and some of his things that he was saying when they asked him the question, so is the flat earth round? Well, it's not flat, we can confirm it's round. After he came back from that was like in no way needed from the side of like these guys, right? But yet it was still a plug that they put in there. So it's a concerted effort right now to get everybody away from the idea that flat earth has been gaining momentum and it you know, has some serious talking points.
Definitely.
So we're dealing with we're dealing with a larger agenda of like a pushback from like what we've been saying. And so to confuse and to make people get on the side of like what the globalist mindset would be, that they're going to confuse people, right? So that's all it's about. It's an agenda against the people. But the people don't know that. They come in here thinking that the earth is round, the earth is round. Like they have, it's like a robotic response. They don't know they've been deceived. Okay, so they don't understand why we say the earth is flat. They think it's all just some kind of funny meme on the internet. And why do you guys think that you guys don't believe in science? They like Ruhif, right? He's a pretty wealthy dude, right? But because of such things, you know, there's money to be made in the anti-flat earth realm, right? If you're somebody who's against us, you're going to be very popular, easy. You have millions of views on your YouTube or your TikTok, because that's what people want to stay in the fantasy that the earth is a globe. So that makes money, right? People like to make up, you know, fantasy thing, just, you know, like any genre would, right? Any genre, like, you know, you got your Lord of the Rings, and you got like, you know, Harry Potter and all these things. Like they're big franchises, but also the reason why is people love fantasy. This is like something well established, well known, right? Everybody loves to hear a good story, right? Latex.
Yeah, I call it the science fiction. I call it the Star Trek reality. People like the Star Trek reality better than their own reality.
Well, yeah, people love to hear a good story. That's what it's always been about. So they're easily taken in by a good story, like you're in a ever expanding cosmology with like, you know, planets and stars that you can travel, and those stars are like, you know, livable planets and stuff. So yeah, that's what they're mostly concerned about. They just want the fantasy to be real. So we're dealing with people who are, you know, stuck in their idea that the earth is a globe, you know, via this fantasy notion that you're a ball planet spinning in the vacuum of space.
And look, as you were alluding to, there's more money in globe Earth on YouTube than flat Earth. Wouldn't you admit that?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these globers are fakes. I'm thinking, nah, they're not. They can't be that stupid. Then you realize they're all acting. You know,
well, the cash cow. Yeah, the cash cow is that if you can think about thwarting the efforts of truth, right? Let's say you're somebody who says that the earth is flat. And then, you know, a few months into it, you come back and say, you know, I was a flat earther, but I saw the light, and now I know that the earth is a globe. Like, if you're that type of person, you know, a Benedict Arnold or a traitor or whatever somebody wants to call that, but if you're that guy, oh, you're going to get fame and fortune, because people are going to be like, oh, that's even better. You're somebody who was in the flat earth cult. Now you're out, and now you're explaining to everybody. Like, so there's been a few attempts at this, right? The attempts that we've seen anyway are to make it seem like this is some sort of like agenda against humanity or something, like people talking about flat earth. They don't see anything about it that because they want to stay in their fantasy, so they'll listen to somebody say that, you know, people that were in the flat earth and they're not anymore. So there is nobody that's ever been understood in the genre of flat earth and then say like they went back. There isn't anybody real that way. These people were all filled with the idea that they were jumping on some bandwagon, you know, of flat earth. They never understood the fundamentals of like having somebody, you know, say like if they know that the earth is a globe or not by you know, any of the facts that they can support it.
Yeah, so all you do is ask for proof and they just back away. They got nothing.
Or even if they don't, like Ruhiv, then when you go ahead and try to verify their information, what happens? Like his theodolite demonstration. His theodolite demonstration was not evidence in the first instance. He was using Al-Biruni's method, which is, of course, not something that can be understood as evidence at all. Mm-hmm. Because anything that was done, like in, let's say, in Al-Biruni's example, from a mountain looking at the horizon, you're not going to be able to use any geometry for there. Because if you are, then you're working off the understanding that the Earth is flat and stationary.
That's bizarre that Rufy's using that example.
No,
because on a clear day you can see as far as you can see. There's no limit, unless there's other factors blocking your view. So, I several months ago I asked Rufy if he has vision problems or he's blind or wear glasses or something, because I tried to discover what the hell he was talking about. We're having a debate about it, but I won't talk to Rufy now. There's just no way. I just think he's a total fraud.
Yeah,
I cannot believe
Ruhiv couldn't pass the 3 points that I've actually talked to everybody in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe, because of his cognitive dissonance, because he wants to believe the Earth is a globe so badly that he will sacrifice his ability to critically think, and this is to his detriment, right?
Yeah.
Well, you just gotta like think about it. Anybody who thinks the Earth is a globe, they want the fantasy of the globe to be real so badly. They don't want anybody to talk against their belief that the Earth is the Earth's a globe. So anybody in here that's got talking points against that, they just rail against it with. It's like they want to be martyrs. They want to be martyrs for the cause. You know, it's crazy.
We have a new member here to come and chat, Mr. Kermit Marcola, and he seems pretty cool. I just got done checking him in the VC. He's a pretty chill guy. What's funny is I thought that this was the bot talking, and I tried to stop the bot, and you kept talking. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, you can't stop mayhem.
There's no pause button on this guy.
Nah, there's no pause button. Go ahead, Kermit.
Welcome, Kermit.
Does this mic work?
Yeah. So I'm just kind of introducing him to what's going on here, like as far as what we perceive, what we believe, and what we know. And one of the things I started off to go ahead and get out of the way is the Flat Earth Society paradigm, like the whole space frisbee thing, like explaining that that's not at all what anybody here thinks or believes or knows. But then, yeah, we kind of transitioned down to here, so we pick up from about there, I think. Which he didn't bring that up, by the way. I did, just to make it clear that we do not imagine a space frisbee floating around the sun.
That's fine. But does he want to speak, or like, is he withholding his tongue for some reason? Or?
I'm going to mute myself. I'll give him a chance to chat. You can go ahead, Kermit.
He's currently muted.
Oh. Yeah, somebody needs to do the VC verification thing to give him access to unmuted mic.
I thought you've done that. Sorry.
I don't have access to do that yet, man. Sorry. I should have mentioned that too. Slipped my mind.
In the meantime, I'll do a really terrible Kermit the Frog impression. I'm Kermit the Frog. No, I can't do it.
Kermit the Frog!
There you go, man.
Alright, I gave him VC verified, so he's able to talk.
You can control your mic now, Kermit.
Hi, Kermit. Oh, he left. He must have really disliked.
Oh, there he goes. Okay, he had to. Yeah, he's back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we hear you now.
Welcome, man.
Yeah, I didn't have perms, so I was just stuck there listening, but I couldn't say anything. Anyway,
yeah, well, what brings you to the server?
Well, so this is kind of like a tangent or a detour for me because I'm usually in like religious debate servers, and like there are like a minority of people of major faiths who sort of have an idea, who believe in like the flat earth based on religious scripture. So I just kind of wanted to look deeper into that, see where they're coming from. So I came here. Also, the server has like really banger emotes, so that's cool. But then Aether, or like I don't know how to pronounce his name, Aether Gress, was telling me how like the popular conception of the flat Earth is like inaccurate. So now I'm even more confused. Like I want to know what the Earth looks like. And what the space around it looks like, the sun and the moon, and like what the position of the Earth in space is. That's my current question.
Okay. Well, firstly, we don't make claims onto what the Earth looks like from outer space, because for all we know, outer space is a reification, as in it's an abstract idea people sell to you as if it's true, but we can't prove it's true. So we can't tell you, okay, from this position, we know what the Earth looks like. Does it look like a disk? Does it look like a square? Does it look like some ground with a dome? We have no idea. But we do know we stand on this ground, and when we've measured the ground, it does not seem to have a consistent curvature, which it requires to be the globe model, which NASA proclaims as 6,378 kilometers, which is like 3,500 miles or something in its radius. And so that's sort of where we stand. We don't speculate into what exactly the Earth is when we don't know exactly what it is.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, so what exactly do you think flat earthers believe?
Well, as it was presented to me, well, there's some variation based on the religious background, but basically the idea I was told is that it's a disc-shaped flat, and the sun and moon revolve around it. There are those from the Athari Muslims creed who say that the earth is flat, the sun and moon revolve around it, and there is this great whale called the Noon under it. Those who come from a Christian background and interpret Genesis say like the earth is flat. There's this like mountain thing under it, upside down, but more importantly, there's like a dome on top, or a firmament.
Yeah, the firmament does get discussed here a lot. I've never been up there to see it, but basically the idea is that it's contained. So a firmament is sort of a rational conclusion to having a contained area which can hold gas pressure. So that's sort of the main what's the word, like evidence people have for the firmament sort of claims, in opposed to an infinite universe where there's not really a barrier between the atmosphere and the vacuum of space, yet the atmosphere remains in our Earth area while there's just this infinite mass of nothingness.
Well, usually, I mean, gravity seems to be sufficient to explain why the atmosphere doesn't just like go away in a sense.
Yeah, I know like they have gravity, but in the sort of forum we talk in, people seem to think gravity is like, so how do you, what exactly is gravity? They say it's mass attracting mass. We do know that when we drop something down, it goes down. But as far as I've worked out, things go down because everything's seeking its equilibrium in a density gradient. So if I drop a helium balloon, it's going to go up because the helium's higher than the air, and it's just settling at its equilibrium. And so in that sense, gravity has a different sort of definition when you say gravity just in the real world compared to gravity with the pseudoscientific connotations.
I see. I think. Okay.
I'm sorry if like some of the things I say go over your head a bit. It's probably a bit. Yeah.
I mean, my understanding of things is fundamentally from a different framework than yours, so naturally there'll be like a difficulty in trying to bridge that. So that's not fine. I think, I mean, you explained it well, so that's fine.
Okay, and you were saying you do a lot of religious debates. So do you come from a certain religious point or an atheistic point? I'm just curious.
Me, I'm an atheist. And actually, because that's where I came from, again, like I said, it's kind of like a little detour for me. My actual first question, which unfortunately wasn't answered and isn't answerable, which is fine. But what I was curious about was the demographics of the flat earther people. I was wondering, like, how many are atheists, how many are religious. But there doesn't seem to be a census, so, that's fine.
Yeah, well, the flat Earth is doesn't really cater to like a specific people. It's just to the people who measure it and see it's not flat. But there's definitely like people who just like cling to the flat Earth as a belief because they read it in like a scripture, and then they don't actually have that empirical basis to it. But a lot of the people you talk to in here, not everyone, of course, are actually the kind who might still also have a belief in God or something, but they've also like actually tested it for themselves, seen it for themselves, and not just solely relied on someone's writing.
I see. Yeah, that was the heart of the question. I wondered how many people primarily or even solely reached the flat earth conclusion based on scripture versus those who applied the more scientific method. And from what I'm hearing from you, if I understand correctly, is that the former are a minority.
Well, it really depends on who you talk to. In this server, I like it's a big deviation. It really depends, but a lot of people on this server are very much see it for yourself. But then there's, I think, some of the I guess the people I would have less what's the word? Like I'd taken less of what they say would be the ones who just take it on scripture, just because they'll just, oh man, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but like they don't have that actual evidence backing them. Like I guess what I'm trying to say is the correct way to sort of approach the situation is to look at it with empirical evidence being your foundation and your grounding, and you build everything up from that. Whereas there are a multitude of people who call themselves flat earthers who have their basis and foundation set on some kind of scripture and stuff, which is, it's okay, I guess, but it's just logically not really sound.
Yeah, I mean, I personally would, of course, agree with that. But there are those who place an understanding, wait, let me say that again. But there are some people who place the religious scriptures as the highest authority of knowledge, and they do their own thing.
Yeah, but that's circular reasoning, and it's the same when Globe Earth believers use circular reasoning. It's just in different doctrines.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Stacy Kermit. So a lot of the things that people are saying here, you have to understand that the culture here is derived on people understanding foundational information from a standpoint of empirically testing and having people retest what they're saying. So it has nothing to do with belief. It has everything to do with it being something tangible and physical in the physical and natural world. So what you're used to probably is a conversation with somebody in a belief system saying that, I believe the earth is flat because the Bible says so. What we're dealing with in here is people that can verify information empirically. So it has to go through a rigorous method, right? So in that way, we're able to then test these methods that we talk about in here. So it's not something that if you and I say that, a particular scripture says something, then you're like, I disagree. And that could be valid. That then becomes a debate. What we do in here is talk about things that are fundamental for your understanding and logic and reason to verify the information that we say. So in that way, it takes away from the idea that it's a belief system, but more that you can actually say that this is now empirical. I don't have to believe it because I can have you go and do a test and you'll find out for yourself that what I'm saying is true. So this isn't an agree to disagree position. It is a right and wrong position. Either you're right and I'm wrong, or I'm right and you're wrong. That's what it is.
I see. And I agree with the methodology as a non-religious person. I think that's the way to approach things. However, what's interesting that Salt Lake Stacy was saying, by the way, I've been there. Utah is a banger state. Anyway,
not from there, but yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. But the Salt Lake itself is a beautiful site. They also got buffaloes that roam there. Anyway. Well, I mean, if you don't make any claims about even the shape of the Earth, then then I'm not gonna find my answers here, because that's kind of what I was interested. The cosmology, I knew this one guy.
Think about it like this. We don't operate on the fact that he said, she said, right? Because you might go into an anecdotal testimony, but what I want to redirect your focus on is if what we do in here is that we give you evidence for what we say. So all you have on the side of the globe, however, are stories. You have nothing but theories, right? Subjective opinions. You don't have any foundational structure for logic and reason. Not on the globe earth side you do. We've had many years in here. We've talked to many academic scholars, as in PhDs, cosmologists, astrophysicists, and they don't have the answers. Like, as you would say, your endeavor right now, probably your mission, is to search out any answers that would be sufficient to a flat earth cosmology. We would tell you that there is no such animal in existence for anyone to say that their cosmology is able to be proven from a standpoint of, let's say, a skeptic. And I would say it this way. Anything that they're proposing to you, whether it be an overall worldview, like realm of existence, like if they say I live on a globe, or the earth is concave, or whatever it is, there is no evidence to an overall worldview paradigm. There isn't. No evidence for that. Not people saying they went to space, or because see, when we ask people certain questions, right, they don't give us sufficient answers to be verified. They give us stories, and that's all they've given you, right, and me. So when you're growing up in this understanding, you're growing up with this paradigm of being told a story about what the earth is. And so within that fantasy, a lot of people have given themselves over to like how to think about the fantasy in a different way, and they think of dark matter, and you take a look at the things that Einstein would say about general relativity and all these things. So when you start to put them into the concept of physical and natural world, you're not going to get a conclusion of anything that's testable. You're already in the realm of fantasy, and there's no way these things can be tested. How can you measure time and space from the concept of it being warped? It's impossible. It's a concept of the mind. It is not something to be put into physical and natural world. So therefore, anything that you've already been believing, right? Even I would go so far as to say even your atheism is a belief. So you might think that it's all built on logic and reason, Kermit, but it has no foundations in the root of something that's been verified. Evolution is all of these are conjured up stories that men have been waxing themselves intelligent to be telling other men. There's no foundational structure for that to be logically and reasonably sound. However, you can go ahead and speak on this if you'd like, but I've given you kind of a foundation of what we talk about in here. So
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm beginning to get a better idea of what this server is like. It's definitely not what I expected. So, obviously, there's absolutely nothing wrong to admit that you don't know something. That's actually a good thing, I think. What I'm curious about is beyond the Earth being flat, what can you positively say is also true with evidence?
From the Earth paradigm, the Earth is stationary. That the Earth is stationary. It does not move.
So one is the Earth is flat, and two, the Earth is stationary.
Correct.
Beyond that is untestable.
Well, I mean, go ahead and try to talk about something beyond what I've said, and think about it. And we can even talk about it if you'd like.
I just want to interject for a second. Kermit, the live stream voice text is kind of the other half of this chat. I don't know if you can see it, but it should be right there in proximity to where, the top of this list.
The Speculation Sunday?
No. Yeah, it's right. Okay, so there's a voice channel, Kermit. Right above it, there's a text channel.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that text channel has relative chat to this specific conversation that we're having, or like if you bring up a point, somebody would want to answer it in text. That's where they'd put it, in that text channel.
Okay. Oh, yeah, cool. So, are some people here without mics, so I should just check the text if they, respond or say something?
The live stream voice text. The live stream voice text will give you the information if somebody's texting. So
we have mics, but we're not trying to interrupt Mayhem while he's talking to you. We're trying to just let y'all have a proper conversation without, being too rowdy.
Yeah, that's cool. So the Earth is stationary. That means the sun is the one that's moving,
correct,
or at least
correct,
relative to the Earth. And the moon?
Correct. The same. Okay, so let's just say everything in the heavens moves. As far as your base axiom, right? What your foundation, your base axiom would be is to be built on what can be observed, and then move along the lines of your base axiom. Well, I see everything in my perspective because my vantage point is from here on Earth. From here on Earth, right, as you stand on it, you view everything in the heavens to be moving. Now, the next step would be, how can I verify that it's the Earth moving, not the things in the heavens? So what would be the next logical step to go and begin your work to figure out how that can be done? How can that be tested? Because we don't just tell people this is just a base axiom and take it on belief. We tell them, how can it be tested? What can you do to put this into the physical and natural world to be tested? So I would ask you the same thing. Using your critical thinking, Kermit, how can we test this?
Well, if you make a model like the current popular one, you could look at the solar, lunar eclipse, the seasons, the time zones, and the model would very accurately describe it, so it kind of works as a model.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah,
so then, Right. So modeling something, is that the physical and natural world, or is that just a model?
I mean, it's a model that accurately describes how the natural and physical world works. Like when you look at the planets in the solar system and you observe their motion, you can, for example, conclude that these different planets have different gravities and they sort of all affect each other to some extent. And by measuring like their velocity, their orbits, you can get an idea of like mass and gravity and that kind of stuff.
Sure. So you could say that, right, by modeling something. But then you have a model that you're looking at. So what if you superimpose that information over some other type of idea? So it becomes that idea. So what you're saying is, because we have a model, then therefore we have that particular mindset of understanding. So if I propose to you an ever-expanding cosmology with this model in mind, then it becomes that we live in this specific idea that I've just proposed. How can I put that into the physical and natural world if I've only given you a model? Do you see what I'm saying? You're making my idea that I have in my head, my fantasy of what I think the cosmology is, become a reality. And now you've moved it into reality by proxy of your mind. You haven't done anything in the physical and natural world to verify what I've said. You're just using what I've told you as a catalyst for your idea and understanding of cosmology. Do you see the wrong thing here? Hopefully I'm pointing this out to you. So you've taken what somebody has said and used your mind to then think about it in a way that it is reality when you don't have any verified information to go on. You said it yourself. I just used a model. So if you do that, you haven't verified that specific information is true in the sense of like what we can test. I can't test these things. This is only a predictive understanding. Because something has predicted. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a difference between a fact and a scientific theory. We gather facts, which are data points, and the scientific theory, or the model in a sense, is what describes the relations between them or why they are how they are. So it's like a couple of dots, right? And then you connect the dots and it makes a shape. So you have these dots in a circle. There are certainly gaps because we don't know everything, but you can safely say, this is the shape of a circle. And so even though you have like a missing dot, you can be like, we suspect that there is a dot here. And then later, when like our instruments improve, we do end up finding like, oh yeah, it was correct. And if we find the dot somewhere else, then we review our model. So for example, we might have a series of dots that are vertical. So we're like, oh, we draw a line. We're like, this is the scientific model. And it is accurate in this context. But then in the future, we might realize that, no. This vertical set of dots is only one of like many parallel series of vertical dots. Thus, it's not a thin vertical line, but like a really thick horizontal line. And that's a more accurate understanding of just reality. So like, we build models based on the data we have, and then these models can, describe or predict other situations that are similar. But like a theory of gravity isn't necessarily going to explain a different topic. I mean, it's not like a universal thing. I'm not sure, but I think things like black holes kind of disrupt the gravity model. However, that's just like a limitation of our current understanding, but the gravity model seems to perfectly describe the motion of our solar system. So it works pretty well.
Yeah, but you're right now speaking in a way of these ideas that men have purported to say are the physical and natural reality that we have is real. So it is real only in your mind. So Kermit, like what I'm saying is, these guys who have said these things in the days of old, right? the ideas, these models, these predictive things that you are talking about, it sounds like you've already placed them in the physical natural world by proxy of your mind. You haven't done so by verifying if they're true or not. This is the issue that we're having. The issue isn't that they've put out some information and we're not believing it. The issue is you believed it based on what they've said. It's a religion. It's what it is. And you don't know that it is or not because you're taking the word science as it has been bastardized, and you're supplanting it in a way that you're now thinking of science as this idea that this guy's talking about cosmology in a way that you couldn't describe because it wasn't foundational to your understanding. You didn't make this up. You're advocating for the position because it sounds something reasonable to think about. But this cosmology cannot be verified by you. You see things in the sky, but you can't say that they're in a vacuum of space. You can't say that we live in a solar system. You can't say any of these things other than what you see. The only thing you can say from your base axiom is the things that you see. I see things moving in the sky. Whether or not you're in a solar system is irrelevant. You don't know that. You believe it because it is a story that you've always been believing. So, and likewise, as a religious point, you will defend it without any verification whatsoever. So this is our issue. We're getting people to critically think about that information and understand how is what I'm saying able to be verified. And so the person who has been in this, or I should say, the person who's been subject to this information has been lambasted with all kinds of understandings from their points, right? These talking points that they have. And so it's to your detriment because all you do is regurgitate information. You have no knowledge of what's been said. I could even ask you, do you know what a scientific theory is? I could even ask you, do you really know from the standpoint of a cosmologist or an astrophysicist, what they would think? But of course, you might retort that you don't know. I don't know. So now's the time. If you're holding on to this as a belief, or if you really know this is true, you can come forth and say, you know what? It's just a belief I have. Based on what this guy is saying, I trust the information because he's astrophysicist, or I've heard some talking points from a science communicator. But you can be honest with that. You can honestly tell us, look, I'm straight up, man. I just believe what they're saying. Why shouldn't I, right? And is that your mindset, Kermit? Do you have the mindset of someone who just believes this information?
Well, I mean, you touched on a lot of topics, and some of them are sort of deeper questions, like the nature of knowledge versus belief, and ultimately we all experience reality in our minds, in a sense. But those are deeper philosophical questions that they're difficult to talk about. The other thing is that belief as a scientific process versus belief as a religious process. I agree that these two are similar in that they're systems of thinking, they're methodologies of attempting to reach the truth. They're, in that sense, they're two different categories, or they're within the category of like the approach to knowledge, but they are different systems. And the last thing you were talking about is believing in the authorities, which is, and that's a sociological thing, because on some level, and this is the point where flat Earth becomes inherently tied to, I mean, excuse me, but there's no other way of explaining it, but conspiracy theories or just concepts of distrust of systems in our society globally, on a global level. And in that sense, in our modern life, we do, of course, have to put quote unquote faith in a lot of institutions and a lot of other people. That's just the nature of the fact that, like, I don't have the time to prove everything I believe in, but I don't have to critically think about every little thing in my life. Like, when I go to a doctor, or before that, I'm sick, right? And I want to find a cure. And this is just a purely hypothetical scenario, but I could either go to a hospital with doctors or like a witch doctor. My critical thinking skills comes in the decision to where to find deeper knowledge that I can't possibly, just don't have the time and energy to focus on, because we live in a hyper specialized society with division of labor. So my critical thinking comes in, okay, well, who's more likely a better authority on this knowledge, the witch doctor or the hospital? And on this level, that's where I can successfully use my critical thinking skills with the resources that I have to determine that, you know what, I think a doctor and a hospital are the better authority for giving me the medicine. Now, when I go to the doctor and he prescribes a certain medication, it's extremely unrealistic to ask me to critically analyze the chemical structure of the medicine itself to determine whether the doctor is honest or lying to me, because that would require... Because
but I would ask the question though, Kermit. I know where you're going, but I think that's extremely fallacious. That reasoning that you have behind there to trust so blindly it's going to be your undoing. It already has been. I would say it already has been your undoing. You don't realize it. You don't know how far down the rabbit hole you are right now, Kermit. Because you've given your mind over to just not critically thinking about things. You have been incredibly indoctrinated. Like I would say at this point right now, I hopefully the hope is that you're not beyond help, right? You can come back from that. My hope is, because I hope for everybody to come back from that. But it seems incredibly difficult right now for you as a person who's been so well indoctrinated for you to come back from that, because you haven't given your critically thinking process due diligence. So right now, everything that you process is with this type of mindset. You've just described how you view the world, and that is incredibly illogical. Because let me just make a statement on what you said. Because if you went to a doctor and you didn't look into anything and you just blindly trusted that, perhaps the person you were going to wasn't medically trained even. So they could even be mistreating you or something, and you were giving your trust over to somebody because you weren't critically thinking, over to somebody who wasn't well equipped to deal with any symptoms that you were having. So this is why.
But that's
I'm just saying. Point. I'm putting it out there because of your non-critical thinking. You're going to be put in a scenario where it could jeopardize your health even. So just saying what you said lends credence to the fact that you're not well equipped to critically think about things. So it's become extremely fallacious for you to say things now. So when you are now coming forward and saying that is the reason why I don't have to think about things critically, because if I was to, I'd have to examine and evaluate everything in my life. And who has time for that? Right? That's what you said. Who has time for that? Who has time to critically think about everything? Because no one has time for that. I mean, realistically, right? But what I'm saying is because you've shut the things here. Go ahead. Yeah, I've spoken enough.
Two things here. I use critical thinking to the most possible extent that I can. Like you're talking about the possibility that the doctor is a fraud. That is something that can be determined by critical thinking skills, and I do that. But where I understand the limits of that is like when my computer is broken, I use my critical thinking skills to find the person who is most likely to fix it, a good IT company that can do that. When I do that with my car, when I do that with a doctor, when I do that with, buying furniture or something, there is critical thinking skills to understand where to find the best source of knowledge for something. But no one can possibly become an expert on every medicine, on every car design, on every field of knowledge.
I get that. I know where you're coming from, but specific to you, I think that's where the critical thinking should begin. So if it's something that involves you, let's say if you're going to build a house, if you're going to things that you involve your life, you're going to critically think about, right? So to my point, everything that you deal with in life needs to be critically thought about. So it actually works against your point And it's not the fact that I'm talking about the entire knowledge of everything. That's not what I'm saying. As you go through life, and there's things that are necessities for your life, whatever it is, healthcare, or living somewhere. It doesn't matter. Whatever you do, you're going to critically think about the thing that you are doing. So yes, in essence, you are critically thinking about everything that you do, specific to you. So anything that's concerned with you, you're going to be dealing with those on a very critically thinking basis. So a person who critically thinks about things doesn't need to know everything about everything. We're talking specifically to you. If you're going to move somewhere, you're going to examine the things. You're not just going to say, oh, let me just trust this one guy who says he can build a house. You're going to examine what he's doing, what is the quality of work, and all that. And then you're going to go into like talking to the person and hiring him or whatever. Or you could be just like someone else who doesn't care and says, I'll hire anybody who builds a house. So specific to you, you're going to want to critically think. So, and again, to my point, if you start to learn things, okay, I've learned about cosmology. Specifically to me, I'm looking at cosmology a certain way. Well, how have you thought about it? Have you thought about that maybe you were lied to, or it's true information, or what is, like, you don't go to a place where you, in your mind, everything that you consume personally is just going to be taken, as a foregone conclusion. Oh yeah, it's already like that. Some expert figured it out. I don't need to worry about that. No, you're going to stop and say, hang on a second. Let me see if what I know specifically to me, if this is anything that's something in the physical and natural world. So the point I'm raising, though, Kermit, is not everything about knowing knowledge about all things. It's specifically to you and your mind. Whatever you're consuming, your locality or information that you've consumed via academia, anything specific to you, that information, are you critically thinking about those things? And so anything new in the future that you come across, that's the same thing. You got to use the same level of scrutiny. And so for me, it's like, if you tell somebody to be a critical thinker, it's not, well, now you got to learn everything about everything. No, who can do that, right? That's impossible. What I'm saying is, specifically to your knowledge and what access you want to gain from whatever knowledge you want to gain, it's going to be something that a critical thinking process. You're going to scrutinize everything that you learn. So even your atheism, as you so call it, everything. So you're going to scrutinize. You're going to be like, okay, why do I think this? Do I have a logical foundation for this? Like, it's all going to come back to what's important to you specifically. And so,
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that completely. The more something affects me, the more important it is to use my critical thinking abilities to their maximum extent. Yeah. I agree. And
so, just eliminates.
So just one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
We agree on methodology, right?
I would hope so, because it sounds like we were not in step previous. I think maybe you thought I was talking about everything. Like a critical thinking person would have to acknowledge the fact that every single thing in this world would have to be, and that's not what I'm saying, because that's impossible. You can't do that.
No, I understood what you were trying to say, and I agree with you that you use critical thinking as much as possible for all the things that affect you, but also recognizing that absolute knowledge of everything is impossible. Well, I mean, theoretically impossible. I don't know. I mean, maybe you're really smart or whatever, but yeah, no, I think we can agree on that, yes?
So far, so good. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And the difference here is in our conclusions.
Well, I think it's in I think it fails. I think what's failing here is the process of the methodology. So if you're saying that within the steps of how you critically think about something, you can say you don't take it to the level of actually identifying where you're going wrong. I think you're just taking things for granted and saying, well, on this particular, let's say step 1, step 2, step 3, on a particular step, you're saying, I'm just going to go ahead and trust the authority on this, and we'll move forward from there. I'm not. Every step is critically processed. So you'd have to go from, like, just take, for example, your base axiom on knowledge of the Earth, right? So when you step out into the field, right? Let's say you go out into the field and you're looking at the earth, right? You're looking upon the earth. You're saying, okay, how do I know something? Well, how can I attain knowledge? Let me look at the heavens. Let me look at the ground. Let me look at everything. How am I going to attain some knowledge about this? Do I need to go to a book? Do I need to, what do I need to study, right? So you're beginning to kind of understand the physical natural world, how you're going to process that information. And in order to do that, right, you need to run something through a test, right? Let's test things. Let's see how far we can see today. And you take down ambient air temperature, you look at a visual perspective, you're going to go through some process where you're going to interpret information a specific way. And then once you do that, you hand it over to somebody else, right? Hey, look, this is what I've done. Follow the same method and see if you come up with the same conclusion, right? So when you do that, the person says, okay, what did you do? And you hand over the keys to whatever you did. Oh, this is, I use this observer height, this visual range. I've used these tools, let's say, for optics. And then you hand this stuff over to somebody else. Somebody else does the test. They repeat the test and they say, well, I can see where you came up with this conclusion because I've come up with the same. Or this is different and my conclusion is different. Whatever the case is, more people can actually run through the process in which you have done and then verify or, falsify the information, right? Which means that things can go through a method, this specific rigor of the process that you've already created, then becomes something that has been tested, been verified, and now it's moved into the realm of empiricism, right? So you're now empirically knowing the information due to a process, right? Because it's ran through a method. And so now we can start to talk about things in a real way versus, I made an observation of the night sky. And I think that light in the sky is a dinosaur or is a flying spaghetti bowl or whatever. I don't care. I'm saying something, right? And so you got to now look at the thing in the sky and tell me how to disprove what I've said. And if you don't have a method to disprove what I said, then you're wrong. That's unfair, isn't it? If I make up terms and then I give you a way to disprove the terms that I've made up, I've given you an impossible task. Because how can you do such a feat?
Burden of proof.
Right, the burden of proof. So you get where I'm going with this. So I've made up a story about what I see. Now, and I'm telling you to disprove my story. And you can't do that because it's impossible. How can you disprove my story? It's a story. It's something that I've conjured up with my own thinking. And because I've said so, and let's say I've convinced, 10 of my buddies. Now 10 of my buddies are following me because I've conjured up a story. What's going to happen to the story? It's going to get bigger and bigger, right? Because I have a following now. Well, you don't. Because you're one guy who's using logic and reason. You're like, I don't see a dragon by way of what we understand a dragon to be if we're talking about a dragon. Because doesn't a dragon have scales? I'm like, yeah, but you can't see them. My dragon is invisible. You can't see my dragon, but he's up there. That light in the sky, that's my dragon. And you're going to be like, that's not even logical, man. Like, you can't even say that because the attributes of a dragon wouldn't even follow what you're looking at. But I would tell you, my friends agree with me. I got my friends. They agreed that visible dragon's up there. And you're going to have a tough task ahead of you. Because now you got to disprove what I'm saying based on logic and reason, right? So now, you see where I'm going with this, Kermit? I'm basing my ideas on something that I've conjured up. And you can't defeat it because it's my thinking, my conjuring. And of course, I've gotten some other people, because I'm very good with words, to believe me.
Okay, let me ask you a question that should help clear up everything. So, suppose there is a field of knowledge that is so deep and complex that you would, in essence, have to spend your entire career, your entire life in employment in academia, focusing on it to gain, let's say, even a basic understanding of the field. And so, would it be valid for me or an individual to use their critical thinking skills to their fullest extent to evaluate an institution and verify to the best of their ability that this institution and the people in it are honest, competent, experts, legitimate, and a good authority or a good source of knowledge on this topic, would you then trust their statements even if you can't fully understand it, when you verified their honesty, competency, expertise, legitimacy, and their rigor?
Right. So what we're gonna find out here is we're gonna have to, because obviously there's some things that are really complex, right, in life. I don't discard that, Kermit. I'm not even disputing that that's a fact. But what I am saying though is the foundation of what the basis of what we're talking about. So if you have an example of such a field, you gotta, let's put an example to it, because I think that brings light to what you're saying versus something that it's not. I don't want to label something that you're speaking of something else. So just to put context, what field would you then be talking about?
Well, for me personally, like quantum physics, yeah. I would have to spend my entire life studying it, and that's not the path I'm on. I'm studying econ actually. So if I can verify that the GSI Institute, just whatever, I made that up, I critically analyze them to the best of my ability, and I'm like, okay, with every tool and sense I have and every shred of logic, I can tell that these guys are honest and they're experts and they're legitimate. I can't fully understand, or maybe even the basics of the things they're saying or their conclusions, but based on my analysis of them, I can, in essence, put my quote-unquote faith, or I would rather use trust in them. Would that break your definition of being a critical thinker?
I think where we would part ways is where you would think that physical and natural world, what would you how would you define that? Because if you would then say that theoretical modeling is your definition of the physical and natural world, I would say you're false. But if you're using that as the basis for somebody speaking of something complex and then putting it into the physical and natural world as theoretical modeling being their foundation, then I would say you're incorrect. That's not the physical and natural world. That's ideas of men worked on pieces of paper, or computations, or something other than what we can test physically. I can't take a cup of whatever you're saying and then paint it red or whatever. I can't do that. If it's something that it's worked on a metaphysical level, like a spiritual, or then I'd say we'd be able to part ways there, because you're going to go off into a field where you're just going to be talking about theoretical information, and you can never put that into the physical and natural world, not in the real way. You can only use them in computations or in trying to draw things out and graphs and charts and weighing things out in this way. That is not fundamental to a critical thinker. I think this is more fields where you're trying to figure things out that could not be put into the physical and natural world. And if you can see where I'm saying the ways where we're going to differentiate, right? You can't support what you're saying or what you're doing in the physical and natural world, other than correlation at best, right? You'd be able to correlate things like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to use something as well as an example, so I can probably help here. Things in the health. Things in the.
Just one second. I was about to bring that up. An example, and here's one I think is good. Germ theory versus the four humors theory. Would you consider that a model, or as you say, a story or fantasy, or is that part of the natural and physical world?
Right. What was my passing method here would be correlation. Remember, are we using correlation as because if correlation is the way that you're using to assume that because something's working a specific way, and we would say that we have something that would lend credence to it being because of something else, right? Correlation is not causation. That's what I'm trying to get to. So correlation is not causation, but correlation becomes an identifier for people to and I was going to use an example. you might have brought an example. Let me bring one up too. But people say that eating too much eggs causes bad cholesterol. The bad cholesterol then gives you a higher risk for heart disease, let's say. So I'm using something as in the foundations for these. Where are the studies at? Like, because we're using correlation here. It's not causation. We're saying if a person eats too many eggs in their life, then that causes them to have heart disease, right? So that is correlation. It's not causation. And a lot of papers have been put out to kind of support whether eggs are good or bad. And there's been a back and forth on that. And the idea behind it is that you think that you're working with physical and tangible things because your eggs are something physical. People are ingesting them. Their bodies are, utilizing the proteins and stuff from the eggs and the minerals from it. And so we're saying because of the bad cholesterol that eggs have, causation. The correlation to that would be people with higher risk for heart disease because of their bad cholesterol are the reasons why bad cholesterol causes heart disease, right? So there has been some studies to kind of like let people think that this is a cause for heart disease. That's why their intake of eggs is reduced, or why you see charts that are put out there in the world where eating too much eggs, or let's stay away from it. Let's eat eggs only at a very minimal basis, or whatever the case is. But what I'm saying here, though, if you're relating something to something else due to the fact that you're saying because of this thing, there's a possibility this thing has a connection to heart disease. You know what I mean? So you are then conjuring up something that people now are looking at. Well, this guy is well studied in this. He wrote a paper. Now we understand that eating too many eggs could cause heart disease. You know what I mean? There's a, so that's kind of like another instance where correlation, I don't know, like you're using germ theory and all that, but you could say certain things like that with correlation, right? I don't know.
So sorry, quickly. So would you trust the person who's tested the egg theory? Would you trust them or would you not trust them?
Well, I would say this, man, because for me, all I care about is results. All right. So results are the thing that's most important to me. So if somebody says, right, eggs are bad for you, and I'm looking at a sample set, let me look at a sample set, right? The thing that I'm using is the physical natural world. Who's eating eggs, right? Okay, so we're going to look at people who eat eggs. Let's look at all the people everywhere, right? Everyone who eats eggs. What type of eggs? Eggs from chickens, right? So eggs from chickens, how many people eat eggs from chickens? Get a sample set, get a study going, start talking to people, like, how do they feel? Like, there's a method of rigor that I'm going to start to put to this, right? Because I want to find out the information. I don't want to just blindly believe some paper that's been put up. I want to know how they got that information to be true. What method of rigor did they put to it? Was it just some kind of, simple study? Was it just like, well, we've taken a poll in our city. In our city, a lot of people don't eat eggs, but the majority of some of the people that do commented. Like, that's not a real sample set for me. So I'm going to look at that. I'm going to look at the study, right? So the study that's been taken, some people take this information for granted, specifically, Kermit. So if you're seeing what I'm saying right now is, if I'm going to critically think about it, I'm going to find out, okay, well, I know some people eat eggs, and sometimes I know farmers who've eaten eggs their whole lives, and they eat eggs by the dozen, on the weekly. So I know for a fact that some people who've had chickens eat eggs, live long lives. And so I'm going to say, okay, I have an argument for and an argument against. So I'm going to weigh them out. So the for, I'm going to hear like what's happening with the guys that are for it, the ones against it. I'm going to hear the ones against it. I'm going to hear both sides. I'm going to also do a study, right? So just you want to give this as much due diligence as you can possible, right? And so you put it to because it's me. It's going to affect me. I want to eat eggs. I love the taste of eggs. So I want to know how it affects me in a very real way. So I'm going to do the homework. I'm going to follow up. I'm going to listen to people. I'm going to see a sample set. I'm going to I'm going to use the physical natural world, right? Where are eggs produced? What are the best type of eggs? All that. Everything is going to come involved here because it involves me. I'm going to be eating eggs. So specifically to me, I want to know, right? So then, therefore, once I've done all my homework, I've done the rigor, I've seen everything, I have my conclusion. I've seen the truth. I know what it is. I don't have to blindly believe some other study that comes out and says, hey, do you know eggs are so unhealthy for you? If you eat them, you're going to die. Like, I know for a fact that information is misinformation. And I know that. I don't have to just, like, you know what I mean? Because I built a foundation now. I've did the work. I've critically thought about it. I've ran it through a process. It's had enough rigor where I know that now, because of the facts that I have, nothing can usurp that. I don't care how much paperwork you've done on it, and later on you said no, but there's a specific thing in eggs that you didn't look at, and like it's not, because I have real information, right? And that's what I'm saying, though, Kermit. So I'm leaning more credence to when I ran things through a process, a method with rigor, then I'm going to come back and know something to be true. I don't have to. It's become empirical to me, right? So once it passes this method of empiricism, then I have no need for like just saying that I believe this paper. I can say I know. I don't have to believe anymore. I know. You see what I mean? Like that's when it passes that. It goes from me just trusting and believing to now I know. I don't have to trust and believe. I have information. I have facts. I have evidence to lend towards the case that, you know, eggs aren't bad for you. And I'm using this as an example, okay? So mind you, people might think differently, but this is the way, you know, processing this information should come to someone who's of the same mind, like that wants to put something through a method. And hopefully I'm making some sense, Kermit, because I don't want it to sound like it's, you know, that's pretty bananas for you to think that you can, you know, do that and then come up with a conclusion. So anyway.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just a little bit curious because maybe I'm not explaining myself right, but at least when I say critical thinking, I'm consciously trying not to blindly follow. It's just that I recognize that there is realistically a limit to how much critical thinking I can apply, especially in the modern world. And your egg example was perfect. You apply as much critical thinking as you could. But when a certain topic reaches a certain level of complexity, like the egg example is good. So, but let's modify that scenario a little bit and make it a bit more complex. Let's say that the question at hand isn't, you know, whether eating eggs will hurt you or not, but whether eating 5 eggs today will cause you cancer 10 years from now. It's an extreme example, but just roll with it for the hypothetical. And so it does affect you, but you lack the tools and the I mean, just like some advanced machine or the instruments to observe the chemicals and how they react to like 100% or just to a high degree conclude whether, yeah, this will happen. So your options are either don't eat eggs in the hope that you won't get cancer in 5 years, or be like, I can't, no, I'm not going to,
are you talking about the time period? You're talking about time. So within the 10-year gap.
The time period is an example of just the limitations, the realistic limitations of critical thinking. Because you're talking about eggs in relation to you. But the question is, if this egg would hurt you 10 years from now, based on a choice you did today, your critical thinking skills will be limited. You're going to have to put more trust on an institution that is more capable of examining this thing where there's a realistic limitation on you. Maybe it's not time that's the specific limitation, but just that you would need a super advanced what's it called? Like what's that telescope thing that zooms in on really small things? What's that called?
Microscope?
Yeah, microscope. Yeah. So you can't like realistically verify yourself unless you shell out like $2 million on like a super advanced thing. So what I'm saying is that this methodology is foundationally perfectly sound, and I agree completely. It's just that the extent of it is becoming more and more limited as we move forward and forward in time, simply due to the reality of the division of labor, the increasing population of Earth, and our increasing dependence on other people, not just on a personal level, but on a societal, institutional, bureaucratic level. And so the importance of critical thinking is shifting from critical thinking about the nature of reality itself, because our understanding of the nature of reality is so complex and deep. We have hyper specialized individuals to examine like one type of atom or something insane like that. And so our critical thinking skills, their focus and their application shift from the natural world itself to the source of experts who study the natural world.
Right. So,
am I making sense?
yeah, I see the case that you're building up here for hyper specific instruments, and even people specializing in those fields, right? Like I don't know, people that have done work for 20 years in the field and such. But what I would say to that, I guess my retort would be more catered to if something doesn't pass the most basic form, because we always start from the most basic form, right? So let's just say, let's not put it in that category just yet, because I think we'll be. It's kind of like a leap of logic to say that everything is that hyper specific. Like that, we're getting so far advanced with technology. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of AI. Let's just say it that way, right? Like we don't know that stuff, offhand. But what we can know, something simple. Let's start from the very basic. So if we can start from the very basic and find out if it's foundational roots of where it comes from is passed by a way that we can verify something to be true or not, then it can go into that realm of like hyper specificity, right? But you can't put it in that realm. You can't put it in that realm if it doesn't pass the basic forms of how we understand something to be true. So if in between the most basic way to understand something and then it makes a leap of logic into like hyper specificity, then we're going to have to find out why there was a leap of logic. Like I had to assume this from step 1 to like step 10. Step 5 was a leap of logic where I had to assume. So just for the sake of making the model, the theoretical modeling and the more hyper specific understanding, I had to jump step 5 and to say that I had to just assume on this particular way for the method to continue. Then I've did a disservice, right? I've did something that's against what I've been saying about critical thinking. So my thing is this: if you start something from its foundation and you move it into the realm of assumption in between where you are calling, we got the experts and we got super powerful microscopes or whatever the case is, and then I'm already working off of, I've gotten so far away from reality where now I'm talking about mathematical constructs and I have no relation to physical and natural world. I'm so far in the metaphysical, like there's not many people that are going to follow me there. But at the same time, in between my process from where I started learning to where I end up, my conclusion, somewhere in between there, I left the physical and natural world to have to think about it in another way. So my thing is to you is like, you can identify that from its foundation. You can know that the person left reality and went into something else. Like we're not talking about things that are tangibly in the natural world that we have. We're talking about things in the super metaphysical, right? Like the shape of an atom or whatever. We couldn't approach that in a way like we'd have to get the quote unquote experts involved. Like you know what I'm saying? But from our foundation, we started off already. From our foundation, we started off with somewhere an assumption, and I think that's what's happening with cosmology. So, in regards to this conversation, right, about what we're talking about in here, we've leapt from reality. We made a logical leap of like, listen. So I'm just gonna talk about what we've dealt with, right? When we talk about cosmology, we talk about people that have come in here and try to defend the Earth being a globe, and astrophysicists been doing it for 5 years. they make logical leaps from, I see the sun moving across the sky. And then we said, okay, we all see that. This is a no doubt to everybody. So how can we know that it's the Earth moving? And so from the understanding that we see the sun moving across the sky, they would say, we have to make an inference. We have to assume, right, for the sake of the model. And I'm like, the sake of the model? Like, what happened to physical and natural world? Where are we observing the natural phenomena of the Earth spinning? Because Earth spin is something that you would describe the Earth. It's doing something in nature. It's spinning around. So where do we go in nature? And so the place from the foundation of where we would say our reason and our logic, where we can identify something by what it's doing in the physical and natural world, we've moved past that, and now we've leapt into this logical understanding of like how something is from a theoretical model's perspective. Well, that's where you know. Go ahead, Kermit.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry for interrupting, but like you're going over a lot of things, and I just want like mini clarifications in between.
Sure.
So, do you categorically reject every model that exceeds the or leaves the natural and physical world? Categorically.
If it doesn't have its foundation in what we can observe, yes.
Okay,
because observation is key. It's fundamental. So
okay. So here's my follow-up question.
Go ahead.
So for any claim or belief, there's a first step you must take, and that's something you can do yourself. And then if that's solid, you go to step 2, and then you go to step 3, and you build up on that. And you're saying the globe Earth fails at step 1. So anything beyond that is moot. It's
Well. I would say step 1, and it just depends what category. Like we got to be specific on this too, because like. So we can talk about the category.
Yeah, that was my third question.
Okay.
So my third follow-up question would be, is the first step logic or observation?
The first step is observation.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so what I would say is that observation and or logic, to be honest, I don't actually have an answer to my own question regarding this, but I agree. So either logic or observation, you start at step 1, then you test it and you apply more and more, while recognizing that maybe at step 4, that's when you reach the limits of what you could do or what you could think due to your limits of expertise or just the limits of your senses. You can no longer observe, or you do not have the tools to observe. But if the foundations are correct, 1, 2, 3, 4 are good, then after that, I would say you could put your trust after verifying. So you observe 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's step 6, which is trusting an institution, but step 5 is verifying that institution. So 1, 2, 3, 4, observation, testing, doing what you can, critical thinking. 5 is then critically thinking and verifying an external source of knowledge that you cannot perform yourself. And then step 6 is trusting the conclusions or claims of said institution that could be just models or even observation of the physical world, since I'm also limited in that. What do you think of this approach?
Yeah, you're coming up to where I want to agree with you. I just don't want to agree with you because like there might be a logical leap you make in between. But yeah, I would say you're getting very close to that. So our knowledge on specific topics, right, can like I don't know. Let's do something that we can talk about like it rationally, right? So we talk about like carpentry, right? Just something that's basic, right? Something that we know we're working with things that are tangible. So I could know based on, because I don't know like how to build a car, right? So a mechanic, let's say, certain things like this, like I know because I have a vehicle, I can look at it myself. I can see the moving parts. But I'm not an expert at that. I don't know how to like fix a broken engine. Like that's not something I need to study in that, right? You follow me? But I know logically, if I hear a clanking sound, something's wrong with my car. Like, it's not in its normal operational mode. So I would say like a mechanic would be able to take care of the issue. If I take it in there, I don't need to know about how to build a car, fix but I know something very fundamental, that I have the necessary ability to find out whether or not that's able to be, like if he tells me, well, there was a rabbit inside of your engine, like that's why would I believe that? Like that's not, I could know and be like, dude, I don't have to look at inside my engine. The rabbit wasn't inside of my engine. Like that's stupid. Like what? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So let me just modify that slightly. Let's say, and this is going to sound silly, but bear with me. Obviously, you're an intelligent person, but let's just say that this car example, the car itself or the engine, is so complex that for you to even know that a clanking sound means something's wrong with it, that very first belief that clanking is something wrong, you need to do something about it, requires your faith or your trust in the manufacturer who's going to tell you, listen, here's your car. If you hear this sound, it means something's wrong. Bring it to us. And me or you have such little knowledge about this extremely complex engine. Say it's a nuclear engine or a car or something, that for us to even begin, we'd have to take someone's word in a sense.
Yeah, but once again, because it's something that I have, if it went wrong, let's say, and that scenario could be true, but let's say the expert said whatever, like you just described, if you hear the sound or whatever, but I could then say, wait, I don't want to take it over there. I want to open it up. I want to look at it myself. They say it's complex, but let me have a look. And then I start to tinker with it. I start to take it apart. I start to figure it out on my own without the idea, because I didn't have to go to the expert, but I can mess with it myself. And then I would say like, whoa, well, what's this thing? I don't know what this is, like, but it sounds like it's making the noise that I was hearing. So I can tinker with it myself. Then it becomes where I take it out of the expert's hands, put it into my hands, and now I've just figured something out. I figured out why the most complex thing was the reason why, because I didn't, the thing that I did was I was able to provide some kind of means to remove the engine to like where I started to be, you know what I mean? With my own kind of critical thinking, I've applied it to this, even though it was a super complex thing, right? They told me, don't just trust us. If you hear this noise, bring it in. I could have just went that way, right? But that's fine. I could do that. But if I was able to then get into the engine and just tinker with it, like, maybe not know what I'm doing, but I was just taking things apart or moving things around. And then I stumble upon something where I was hearing the noise and then I could see it making the noise in action or something. Then I've solved the problem myself. I didn't have to, in essence, lean my mind to the expert. So what we can do with the things that they tell us, right, the most complex things, is to tinker with things, right? Let's find out. That's what Flat Earth has been doing, Kermit, by the way. These most complex ideas that they say, well, they're looking at the cosmos and all that. Well, we're like, okay, let's tinker with this. Obviously, they're saying things that are complex, but we as people can see, like what we can do about because they're people just like we are, right? And to say that any knowledge is far beyond any person is just making these guys out to be gods, and they're not. They're just normal people that have acquired knowledge.
So in the context of flat Earth, what does tinkering mean? Because it's not like either me or you can just take a spaceship and fly into space and observe what the Earth looks like. So what is a reasonable level of tinkering?
Right. So we start to go through the method of by which so there's a narrative, right? The narrative is the Earth is a globe, we're in a vacuum of space, and these things are super complex, right? According to these guys who wax themselves intelligent and they're in collegiate arenas and such, right? So we got all this information that's out there supported by academia. And then you got your average Joe on the street, right? This guy on the internet. Okay, so the guy on the internet, he's like, well, I'm seeing these NASA photos from the ISS. There's a live stream, right? And it shows some curvature on the Earth. Okay, I see what they're saying. I know what they're talking about. How do I translate that to the surface? I'm not up there. I'm down here. How can I translate these images, right, of the Earth being what it is? Because I'm down here, they're up there. So what can we do? What a person would ask themselves, what can we do? What can we do to tinker with this information? Well, the simplest thing is because I can see that in that image they showed me from the NASA photo, right, with the ISS, got a curvature on the Earth. Well, I know that on a sphere of a set size of dimensions, I can test the geometry. Well, how can I do that, right? What is the simplest way to test geometry? Well, I know one thing for sure. When I want to tell somebody about geometry, I'm giving the information specified understanding. So geometry, you can hold like say a basketball, right? If I have a basketball, which is a sphere, and I have something like a box in my hand, which is a cube, I can say I have a basketball. What is the description for this basketball? Well, it's similar to a sphere. It has the attributes of it: radius, diameter, circumference. And I have this box in my hand, and it's a cube, and it has all the faces on it, and it's got certain size of dimensions. It's a specific size because I'm holding it in my hand. But how do I know that it's this, right? So the description, which are the definitions for how we describe these things, are going to be essential for my catalyst of what I'm going to talk about, right? So if I'm going to say the basketball is a sphere, me and you, Kermit, would agree on the definition of what a sphere is, right? Like we wouldn't disagree on that, would we?
Yeah.
Okay, so fundamentals are important, right? Fundamentals, we're starting to define, okay, this is a sphere. I'm not a dummy, right? We're going to be like, yeah, radius, diameter, circumference. And on a sphere versus a cube, we're going to have different ways to look at it. Well, how do I know that it's a sphere of a specific size, right? Well, we're going to measure this sphere, and we're going to measure the cube. I'm going to tell you the dimensions of the cube, which is the box in my hand, and I'm going to tell you the dimensions of the sphere because we can use some math, right? Math is a language. It's used to describe things, and we're going to describe it with math. The size of the basketball. Well, the sphere is of this specific dimension, so it has these metrics, and we're going to apply some math. We're going to know the size, and because you want to be you want to build a company that sells these basketballs or whatever the case, you're going to need specific information. So now you have specific information about geometry and the size of the basketball and all the things that you need necessary for the foundation of the understanding, right? And also the cube. So if I was to then take it out into the public arena and I have these two things in my hands, and if I was to ask the public, which already has a foundation of understanding, they could say the basketball is the sphere and the box is the cube. And this is the dimensions for the box and this is the dimensions for the basketball, right? So now we have these basic understandings. And with logic and reason, we're able to deduce that we're all on the same page. We don't have to, there's no quarreling about whether or not I'm talking about these things in a very well understood, kind of defined way. Wouldn't you agree, Kermit, with what I'm saying so far?
Yeah, I mean, so far, your overall model is sound. The thing is that so everything I'm hearing about the sort of non-religious flat earthers, it's a sound approach. It's the methodology is sound. Rationalism, empiricism. You got to start with the foundation, then you build up on that. It's the scientific method. It's the way to approach the truth. My only issue is the specific application in certain cases. So, for example, you talked about the International Space Station. Now, in order for you to discard what they're saying, that's let's be honest, inherently a conspiracy theory. You're either casting doubt on their honesty or at the bare minimum, their competency. And at the same time, we have to recognize that, yes, of course, it is the responsibility of every individual to use their critical thinking abilities to the maximum. Mm-hmm. However, we must also recognize that we have biases. We might, not knowingly, but what we think is our rationality or logic, is actually just our intuition that's disguised as such, and we may be incorrect or wrong, because a lot of times a lot of things about reality seem unintuitive to us. So when it comes to these kinds of things, I mean, the ISS was a perfect example. The ISS is the single most expensive wonder of the world in all of human history. The cost of it was just so immense. And so on some level, yes, of course, critical thinking and that. But then there's the other topic. So you're applying critical thinking on the nature of the globe, but then there's a whole other field that is intrinsically tied to it, which is the critical thinking of the claim that either the entire ISS project are incompetents or liars. You talked about the narrative.
Let me say this.
Dilemma.
Let me say this for the sake of not putting the cart before the horse, right? I do want to just, because I was going to finish with my example. I was part of the example, right? That I was talking about the difference between a cube and a sphere, and so it was used as a kind of a fundamental approach, a foundation for what I'm going to go into the next step, right? If our understanding is true about geometry, right? Because you and I are understood on that, right? We understand geometry in that way. We're not going to be lost on the idea of geometry. So, I mean, just you and I agree on that, right, Kermit? Like we can agree on that.
Yeah, the geometry. Okay. Yeah, of course.
So, okay, we got some images from the ISS. Be it that you just exclaimed it costs a lot of money. It's a little eighth wonder of the world, yada yada, right? All this kind of stuff that they filled your head with, because that's what it is, propaganda. So they put a lot of stuff in your mind, and you're just like, wow, ISS is amazing. But now we're going to look at the images that the ISS is taking, of course, is of, geometrically speaking, a spherical Earth. Okay? So now we're looking at geometry once again, right? We're dealing with geometry once again. So we're not even talking about anything to deal with the ISS. It's the application of what has been proposed to you and me. So they're proposing that the images are of a geometrical shape, which is an oblate spheroid, and its geometry is the nature of a sphere. So with that in mind, we're going to apply that information and translate it to the Earth that you and I are standing on. Now, this is important. This is the fundamental catalyst for you and my understanding of what the Earth that we're walking on right now. So the Earth that you and I are walking on right now has to deal with the images that were translated from the images that they gave us via the live stream. So the live stream, right, they show us a curved Earth. Now we're going to work on how we're going to deduce or understand to run a method by which you and I can understand something very fundamental. And I'm going to tell you that. It's considered to be known as in this arena as drop over distance. So within a sphere, right, the basketball in my hand, when I want to know how much drop over the distance from point A to point B, the distance of an arc, I'm going to have a specific range depending on where I'm going to put my point A and my point B. It could be a huge arc. It could be a whole circumference. It just depends, right? So I'm going to use either a small sample set or a large one. It just depends on what I want my application to be. So now let's use geometry as our fundamental understanding. So we are on, and for all intents and purposes, walking on an oblate spheroid. If that is true, if the ISS is showing us images of a spherical Earth, then you and I can do a drop over distance test on the Earth to verify the information that we're going to get translated over from these images that we're seeing from NASA. And what we're going to understand is the Earth is of a specific set size of dimensions. So we're going to look.
What's the drop over rise thing? Can you just explain that quickly?
Drop over distance. So on a geometric shape like a sphere, we're going to know how much drop there is from point A to point B on a sphere.
Like the curve.
Yes, like the curve. So the curve would be in the metrics of the sphere that you want to measure. So easily, you could measure drop over distance on a basketball, because from point A to point B, on any given points, right, on the basketball, you can know how much arc there is between the 2 points. So from point A would be like, if you had your finger on point A, that would be considered the apex of that sphere. So from that point to any other point B, you're going to measure a specific sample set, right? That specific sample would be any distance that you give it. It could be a short distance of an arc or a long distance of an arc or a complete circumference. So it just depends. But you're going to know how much drop between that point A to the point B there's going to be. Now, this is very sound. This isn't something illogical or unreasonable. This is something anyone can do to figure out the specific drop rate that it would have, any sphere would have. So, knowing this information, applying it to the Earth, which is, of course, the same as ISS images, and, we got round Earth images from, like, any kind of aerial footage that you see. Sometimes people put exaggerated images of the Earth, but nevertheless, it doesn't negate the fact that we're working with an oblate spheroid. So drop over distance, right, would translate over from the metrics of the Earth. So let us look at what are the metrics of the Earth, because the metrics of the Earth have already been discovered, as you and I know, Kermit, or maybe you don't know. You need to tell me. Do you know the metrics of the Earth?
I mean, when you say that, are you talking about the quote-unquote narrative, or like what the real?
Yes. Well, the narrative, but
Okay.
we're not going to look into like running the method right now. We just want to know what are they saying about the Earth. You can look these up if you don't know. I'm not going to hold that against you, but do you know the metrics of the Earth? If not, we can look them up. Simply put,
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Yeah, let's just look at that together, shall we? So we shall look at.
But I want to have a more I'm seeing what you're doing, and I'm not disagreeing. And but my point here is that I just want to talk on a more broad, sort of more philosophical, foundational level.
Well, we'll get to that.
You're talking about
I will indulge you. Yeah, I will indulge you on that. But this is fundamental, Kermit. So the crux of the conversation has reached its climax. This is the climax. This is the final crescendo of the point. And if we can't get there, if you want to veer off into another area, you're going to miss the point. This is the most important part of the conversation. And if you want to veer off into a philosophy, this is what we call, now, and mind you, I'm just going to make you fully aware of this. When a mind starts to realize that it's facing the truth, it starts to veer off. So we already know this was going to happen, all of us in here. But why?
It's just that I know what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes. You're going to show me. You're going to apply the methodology. You're going to show me evidence.
Excuse me. You interrupted. I was going to say, please let him finish. Let the man finish.
Wait, who's he talking to?
He's talking to you.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but like. You're talking a lot, and
you interrupted Mayhem. You don't know what he was going to say. Let the gentleman finish.
I apologize. I didn't mean to be rude.
Yeah, but I would say it this way, Kermit. Us who have been doing this a while, we understand that a mind sometimes feels like it needs a way out because it's too much. When you start to realize that everything you had in your mind as far as the Earth goes is just a belief, it starts to reject. It goes on full reject mode, and it doesn't want to accept this information. So, if you'd like to, I can continue. If you don't want to, it's up to you. But you're about to hear the truth, and it is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, right?
Right. You're going to show me the data, and it's going to prove the flat Earth, right?
It's going to show you whether or not the Earth that you thought you live on is true or not. The Earth.
Okay. My final question on this topic is that, is it not even worth considering the possibility that even if we apply the full extent of our critical thinking ability, our reasoning, and our logic, we still may be incorrect because of the complexity of the world and how it may seem to us to be extremely unintuitive?
I think that you'd be going into realms of logic that are going to entertain derivative topics such as theoretical concepts, where, as in this specific topic, deals with geometry, and therefore you don't need to go into I call it the weeds, sorry, But you don't need to go into the weeds about like different philosophical understandings, because that's almost like you want to eat the delicious filet mignon when you haven't even understood how to cut it. Like you have to go to the basic first and figure out if something is real or not, and then go into that. So that's why right now we're on geometry. We're at the point where you're going to start to realize, like, and you're trying to divine what's going to happen. You don't know that yet, but your mind already is preparing you. See, we know this. We've dealt with this so many times. But I'm asking you, if it's okay with you, we'll go into geometry and figure out if the Earth is a globe or not by way of us being able to measure it. But it's up to you. Do you want to go into it?
Yeah,
Are you ready for this? So that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I'll take the red pill.
Take the yeah, good man. All right, so now we're going to talk about geometry in a way that I was describing the cube and the basketball in my hand with the ways that we understand how to measure such a thing, right? With the radius, diameter, and circumference. Radius, diameter, and circumference. So within the metrics of a sphere, we know that they hold the keys to like geometry in that way. So, and we can understand the size of drop over distance and the size of the basketball and all these things, and we can apply some maths to it, right? Pretty simple maths. It's not complicated or anything. So we're going to look at the metrics of the Earth. So let us look together, right? We must type into Google, what is the radius of Earth? So if you can, at the same time, type that into your Google. And, I want to hear if you got the metric. Just let me know. There's 3 of them that we need, actually.
It says 6,371 kilometers.
Correct. I don't know if you want to write that down or not, but just if you have a good memory, you might want to just keep that in mind. So we have the radius. Now let us look for circumference. What is this? What is the circumference of Earth?
1 second. 40,000 kilometers.
Okay. Now let's look for the diameter. What is the diameter of Earth?
Wasn't it just double the radius?
Right, but I mean, you have to know that when you punch it into Google, it's public information. That's why it's redundant. Indulge me.
Okay, 12,742 kilometers.
Yeah, and you can write these metrics down if you'd like, or if you have, like I said, a good memory, you'd be able to just remember that. Okay, so we know the size of the Earth. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Earth is of a specific set size of dimensions, right? So now we got something to work with. Now we are not just working off of some crazy notion that the Earth is not a globe. We're working with metrics. The Earth is of a set size of dimensions. Now with this information in hand, we can go out into the field. So that is the next step that we are going to be taking. Now, not specifically, really, but in this conversation, we can do a kind of like a mental exercise. Okay. So if we go out into the field, the best place to actually measure the Earth is going to be a place without any topographical, variances, because I think that's going to make the test that much more difficult. So we must go to a place that has the least amount of topographical differences. So where do you think that place I would be talking about would be, where we don't have to deal with land topography?
The ocean.
I give it away.
The ocean, the water.
Well, the ocean, bodies of water that would exceed an amount of sample set that we need to measure, right? So a lake, an ocean, these are good sample sets, right? We can go and remember, just like the basketball, we don't need the entire circumference to know that it's a sphere. We just need a small sample set to understand, okay, I take a small sample set here, somebody in another country takes a small sample set over there, and people all across the Earth can do the very same thing. We can take small sample sets, let's put a number to it, right? I'll use miles. You might want to translate this into kilometers, but I'll say, let's use 20 miles. That's a pretty good sample set, but we can use a distance that we can work with. Or 10 miles even. We just have to, the only thing we're looking for right now, we're only concerned with the geometry. That's it. Because right now we have in our hand. Yes? Did you say something?
No, I just said yeah.
Okay, so what we have in our hand is the metrics of the Earth, which, of course, the radius, diameter, circumference. So now we're going to go out into the field, and we know that what we want to do is we want to get a sample set that's going to give us a range of distance so that we can find this arc. There must be an arc from point A to point B. Remember, point A will be the apex of where you stand on the globe, because anywhere you are, you're basically on top of the ball, let's say. Not really, but in this way, you can think about you're on the very top of that ball, and any way away from you will be a drop over distance, right?
Yeah.
So with this drop over distance, we're going to figure out how much drop over distance are we going to have before we can start to see things to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Meaning, things are going to disappear behind this alleged curvature. The rotundity of the Earth. And therefore, we're going to find out if the Earth is curving at set rate. Set rate. The rate of drop over distance. That is most important. That's key. Now, we can't just say we see things disappearing, because that's just not going to do it for us. We're going to need to know at what distance they disappear, because that's going to tell us from the geometry of Earth that we've been given, like the one you've already discovered, we're going to be finding out when we are going to stop to see something and when it starts to disappear. So we have right now a valued understanding of that, and one method that we've applied it to is something called the Black Swan. You might have already heard it, so I'm just going to tell you. So the Black Swan is something that disproves the geometry of the Earth being a globe, and then therefore puts it into a realm of that there is no curvature. So when we do this test, okay, it can be done over any body of water. But this specific one was done in California, and it was done using some oil rigs as demarcation distance markers. And so these distance markers that were used as to demarcate a distance from the point of observation to where we see those distance markers. So we're using a simple formula here, which is 8 inches per mile squared, right? And in that distance is going to tell us how far away the curvature of the Earth should be on a respected globe at the stated, which is the ones that the metrics that you've seen thus far. So we're going to apply simple geometry, right, to the distance. And so what we're doing in this test, we're going to use a visual distance. And so what we're looking for is the horizon. And the horizon, as described by the definition, is where the sky meets the Earth. And you can look this definition up. I'm not making this up. This is something we can all agree upon. And I'm asking you, would you agree upon the definition of horizon, Kermit?
The horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of the relevant body. This curve divides all viewing directions based on whether it intersects the relevant body's surface or not.
Right, but we're not reading from Oxford's dictionary term. So that's not I know where you went with that. And I know why you went with that, because there's a bias there leaning towards the globe. So the definition is not that one. So when you go into,
I just looked it up on Wikipedia.
Somebody can put Wikipedia, right? So it's not Oxford's dictionary version of the defined term. See,
okay.
Wikipedia. The question for $500, please.
Thank you, Crypto. But it's not Oxford's dictionary defined definition for the term horizon.
Okay, so what's your definition again?
It's not my definition. It's Oxford's dictionary definition for the term horizon.
Can I just get in here quickly? Just think about it.
Yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
Just think about it logically. When you see a horizon, what are you actually seeing?
You're seeing the furthest extent of the Earth before it starts curving downwards, or just
you're not actually seeing that. That's what you're telling us that you're seeing. What are you actually seeing?
A line.
You're seeing a line. Fantastic. So your interpretation of that could be that that's where the Earth starts to curve, or it could be that at that point I can't resolve anything anymore. And that would happen on a flat Earth too. Now, there's ways of testing which of these that is. Now, bear in mind, there's also a third option that the limit of your vision happens before the Earth starts to curve, right? So that's a third option. So what we need to do, first of all, is ask ourselves, is that effect going to happen regardless of the shape? Okay, because that's an important question. And the answer is very simple to that. You can go into your kitchen, you put your eyes down to the level of the kitchen table, the flat kitchen table. Do you have a horizon on a kitchen table?
I mean, the kitchen table ends, so yeah, I think so.
Well, you get to the limit of your vision, depending on how far you've dropped down relative to the kitchen table, right? You get to the limit of your vision where the ground is rising up to your eye level, and everything else above that is not kitchen table, right? So there's a horizon on a kitchen table, which isn't a sphere. So doesn't that tell you that effect happens regardless of the shape?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so then the horizon can't be based on a sphere. So it has to be something else, right?
But I just said that it could be in either case. And sure, we could rely on our eyes, but we could also rely on instruments that let us zoom in really far. I mean, don't a lot of sailors say that when you're in the ocean and you observe ships, they sort of... What?
No offense, you're changing the subject now. We're talking about the definition of a horizon, right? The definition of a horizon doesn't rely on it being a sphere, as we've just demonstrated. So when Miggy tells you that the horizon definition, so when Miggy tells you that the horizon, so am I cutting out or is he cutting out?
No, I think he's interrupting you. Like he's trying to go, but you're still speaking. Go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead, Crypto.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll just finish quickly. So when he tells you that the horizon definition doesn't require a sphere, we've just demonstrated that to be true. So it must be something else. And I think that a much more sensible definition of a horizon would be just an optical phenomena where the ground appears to meet the sky.
Okay, but the thing is that, well, first of all, I wasn't changing the subject. And secondly, you said the horizon doesn't require the globe Earth model, but that doesn't mean that they're mutually exclusive. It still could be.
Well, I gave you the three options.
Yeah,
I gave you the three options.
The definition, however, it's in the Oxford's dictionary, is described as what Crypto was saying, as the sky meets the earth. That would be the best way to describe it. Because that's leaving geometry out of the question. It's just the sky meets the earth. That's what I wanted you to look at. But obviously you went to the Wikipedia, you didn't go to the defined term. You see what I'm talking about?
Well, I mean, you asked me for the definition. I didn't know where else to
the definition per the defined way that people know it to be, which is the sky meets the earth. You went into Wikipedia.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
right.
Okay.
So, can you see the discrepancy here, or shall I point it out to you again?
Okay, so the horizon is the line where
No. Sorry, Kermit. The defined term. I want you to stand on this or not. Do you know the defined term? What it meant was that where the sky meets the earth. Per the definition, are we agreeing on the definition of how the defined definition is for the horizon?
State the definition?
Yes.
Well, state the definition again.
Okay, can you look it up? Type in, what is the definition for horizon?
Definition of horizon. And you want me to go to the Oxford Dictionary?
Well, it's going to usually come up. It'll be the first result.
Oh, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah, okay. I agree with that.
Basically,
yes.
That's what you said. That's what you basically said. It's the line there. And Crypto was saying that's just sky meets the earth. And he gave you a way to look at it, from your kitchen table and such. But it's just described as that. That's it.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. And within that definition, there are three possibilities, right?
Well, what we're doing now is to ascertain more information. So we're working off the definition that you and I. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to dispute the definition. Do we agree on the definition?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. That's what I wanted to get to. So before we move off to the next point, we agreed on the definition. We agree on the geometry of the said rhetoric. You know, whatever the rhetoric is for the Earth being a globe. You agree with all these things, right?
Yeah, I mean, so far everything seems fine.
Okay. And now what we're doing, without any bias, is going to test this said geometry, which is why I used the sample set within the context of bringing up the Black Swan, that was an example of testing the geometry. Okay.
The Black Swan is that California experiment?
Correct. I'm thinking some people might have already put it into the live stream voice text. Remember the text channel that I took?
Yeah. Live stream text channel. I mean, it's just a lot of memes.
Let me see. Somebody might want to put it up. I'm on my phone, so.
Yeah, same.
Hang on.
It's all just memes.
Well, for now. that one. Thank you, Clipcord.
The modest Tullians, holy schnikes, this is gonna leave a mark. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square root of observer's height in feet, Q. Geometric horizon curve calculators, not Q. Horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere, but by ball. Platform habitat 9.41 miles. Platform hill house 6.21 miles. Observer height 1 foot. Max distance geometric horizon sphere 1.22 miles.
Correct. And it formulated there in the modus tollens, as you saw in the very beginning on the top portion of that image, in a way that you can see that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So it put it in regards to the geometry of the Earth, right? So the radius of it being understood to be 3959 miles, which you can convert that over to kilometers, which you already did when you looked it up. So you can just insert kilometers there instead of miles. So if the Earth with a sphere of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So I'm just going to stop there, jump from there down to the bottom image. And as you can see, the oil rigs that are in view there are used as distance markers, okay? To demarcate a distance from the observer, making the observer at 1 foot off the water, 1 foot off the water, off into the distance, is looking at these oil rigs, which are said to be from the observer to the oil rigs at a set distance, right? So we're using them as distance markers. But beyond that, can you see the horizon that's beyond that, beyond the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Okay, so the horizon beyond that would be the thing that we're going to be looking at, because as you and I understand from the globe perspective, that's where things start to disappear, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so understanding that much already, that beyond the horizon, that's where things fall away from the globe, and you can't see anymore because the globe's curvature is hiding that, whatever's beyond that. So now we're going to look at from the observer height at 1 foot, right? We're going to do some simple geometric math here. So if you're doing the 8 inches per mile squared, and then we're saying that if the sphere is at a specific set size of dimensions, that the 1 foot observer height should be seeing a geometric horizon, geometry, right? A geometric horizon that's no more than 1.22 miles away from the observer at 1 foot. So the observation that's being made is at 1 foot off the water and looking across the distance, across the way to where the oil rigs are, and zooming in can see a horizon that's beyond 9.41 miles, which is beyond platform habitat. But the only reason why these oil rigs are there is to demarcate a distance, so we know what we're working with. So from the observer
to those oil rigs, beyond the oil rigs to the horizon, there's a distance far greater than 9.41 miles. So what we're looking at is here on the simple geometry that the distance to the curvature of the Earth, or the horizon where it should be, is at 1.22 miles away. This is drop over distance. So the drop over distance as where the curvature of the Earth should be, the horizon should be, it should be at 1.22 miles away from an observer at 1 foot off the water. But as we can see, the distance to the horizon exceeds 9.41 miles. So formulating it back up on top with the if P then Q, well, of course, we'd have to say that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, P for every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is 1 foot. We're using 1 foot. The geometric horizon curve calculators would predict it to be not Q, the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, the Earth is not a sphere. So it stands to reason that using geometry, we can find out that the Earth is not what we've been told, as far as we can see the geometry of the Earth being, which is, of course, you have that in hand right now. So looking at this observation and many more that have been done, can always predict that the Earth is not a globe via the metrics. So at 1 foot, we should start seeing the horizon at 1.22 miles. We do not see the horizon at 1.22 miles because we can see a distance far greater than 9.41 miles. So therefore, the Earth is not the set size of dimensions that they tell us. Using a small sample set of 10 miles, we can easily debunk the geometry of the Earth being a globe. Therefore, there is no curvature measured, and therefore the Earth is not a globe.
Wait, so based on the dimensions we have, the horizon should be no more than 1.22 miles. Is that what it's saying?
With the geometry specified as what when you typed in, remember the radius, diameter, circumference? Yeah, exactly. Specified to the dimensions of the Earth, specifically speaking, to the dimensions of the Earth. It is not what they've been telling us. So,
right, but like when it curves, if you have something like really tall, you can still see it peeking over the edge, right? Like it's not like a corner, right? It's a curve. So if you have something really tall, you should still be able to see at least the top part of it. Like the further away it goes, the less of the top part that you see until it completely goes over the curve, right? So when looking at these oil rigs, how much?
Yes. Listen. Peeking over the edge, considering the edge is 1.2 miles, based on your height. So if you're 1 foot off the ground, then the edge is 1.2 miles, and you should see things that are taller sticking above it. Yes, but continue with the example. That was blatantly obvious.
Yeah, but the horizon still needs to be where the sky. Remember, we agreed on the definition, so we're working based off of what we agree upon. So we agreed upon the metrics of the Earth being what they are, and also the definition for horizon, where the sky meets the Earth. Now, where the sky meets the Earth, the geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles away from the observer at 1 foot.
Oh, so the line that we see at the distance is supposed to be in front of the oil rigs.
That's correct. Now,
okay.
You got it. That's it.
Ah.
That's it. So bye-bye ball, essentially. But if anybody else wants to, they can take over from this point. I think we've reached a conclusion, I guess, in my conversation part. I would walk him to the 3 points, but it's really, I don't know. I'll just wait for some other time. I think we've kind of been in a conversation for quite a bit. So if anybody wants to take over, I'll give you a point on it. Kermit, it's been good having a conversation with you. At least you've been cordial.
It's been a pleasure. I appreciate your time and effort, and you've been very kind. Sorry for all the interruptions. It's just you've been like moving really quick between topics, and I need to slow down a little bit just to like.
My bad too, and I apologize for that. But like, it's just because there's so much to cut. Like, there's still a lot more. Trust me. And you got questions, and I know the panel's here ready to talk to you about things. And but I just feel like we've kind of reached a point here. Whether or not you want to take your leave or not, that's up to you. But if you want to know more, there's people in here that can talk to you about a lot. We got intelligent people in here, Kermit. So. Like, yeah, you just if you want to stick around.
Well, I've got some time left. So now the question is, well, what's next? Like, okay, so the globe model is out the window. So we know the Earth is flat, but you guys, at least what the other lady was saying is that you make no claims beyond this. You're not saying if the Earth is like a square or a circle, right?
Yeah, the grandiose claim. Yeah, it's not being made as to like what the overall realm of existence is. No one in here making that. So if there is anybody in here making that, then you need to report it to me or any of the other mods, because nobody ever is making that claim.
Okay. So is this the extent of what we can like empirically and observably prove about the natural world? This is the end?
What the existence of like all places that have been discovered thus far, so far as we know, like land masses and such, and that sort of thing. As far as like beyond that, I'll let somebody else take over. I gotta be heading out though.
I can talk a bit if anyone else wants to assist me. You can.
Yeah,
so I just wanted to thank Mayhem before you leave. Thanks, Mayhem.
Yeah, good job, Mayhem.
Yeah, no worries, guys. I think this conversation needed a little bit more context, and I've kind of gave it as much as I can possible for Kermit and for anyone listening. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that.
Yeah, thanks again, yeah. Okay, so...
yeah, he's a good thinker.
What?
Yeah, here, Kermit, this is what it looks like, okay? So everyone understood...
Did you remember the girl wanted to say something?
Oh, no, I completely forgot what I was going to say.
Jesus Christ. All right, whatever. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, so now the logical next question is, well, okay, so how far does it go? Because if it's flat, then is there an end or is it infinite?
Well, I've never reached a point where I can explore whether it's the end or infinite. It's all in the realm of speculation when you ask these questions. My inclination would be to say there is an end, because infinite seems quite an unnatural concept. But yeah, in my opinion, I feel like the questions you're asking is akin to someone asking, God, hey God, how did you make this earth? I didn't make it. I don't know the answers to it. And if I'm going to give you an answer, I would be lying, in the sense I'm not confidently telling you a fact. I'm just, throwing out a guess.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with admitting not knowing something. I respect that. It's all good.
Yeah, it's just, okay, so I think you're expecting answers, and this forum's not going to give you these answers.
Yeah. Well, you don't know what you don't know. So when I came here, I mean, obviously I expected answers because I have questions, but the flat Earth model doesn't seem to be as comprehensive as I thought, or as comprehensive as other people who have talked about it.
Yeah, there's no flat Earth model. That's a misnomer.
Yeah, I see that now. Although, I mean, this seems to be the consensus here, but the other one I was talking about, the religious ones, did have a more comprehensive model to it. And even this one other guy, he was a bit, I don't think he was religious, but he was talking about there's the ice wall around the edges that's being patrolled by the militaries to ensure that no one detects it. And he's like, there's land masses beyond it that are rich in resources and lots of... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was just lots of stuff.
That's speculation, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I guess. But he really believed it. So I don't know. In any case, I'll leave those differing opinions aside. So naturally,
permit. Permit. There is such thing as the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, why is that always brought up? Like, what's up with that? Okay, there's an Antarctic Treaty.
Well, you just said, well, we'll leave these opinions aside. It's not an opinion. There's travel restrictions here in reality.
Okay. So, do you believe in like
is that an opinion that I do not get to choose exactly where I travel?
Wait. So, are you saying that there is
an opinion or not that my travel is limited here in reality, whether or not on the way to the store or on the way to somewhere 10,000 miles away?
I mean, yeah, obviously, it's a fact.
Okay, so you don't need to denigrate the idea. People say you can't leave here, and we will leave these opinions elsewhere. Well, it's just a fact. You can't go everywhere you want.
I wasn't trying to denigrate everyone. I was just trying.
I know. It doesn't matter what. Listen, what you were trying to denigrate the idea that it is an opinion that you can't travel freely.
No, I wasn't even talking about travel freely. I was saying that, like,
okay, so you can recant that. You said, well, it sounded very religious that someone said that you can't travel freely. Did you say that?
The claim was a bit. Wait, the claim was a bit more complex than that.
He was claiming that you're boiling it down. Why did you boil it down?
Well, I explained that he said that there are constant.
You prefaced it with religion, correct?
I was simply following up from the point.
Did you preface it with religion?
Yeah, I mentioned the guy wasn't religious.
Okay, so I'll let you go on, but you seem to think that it was an opinion that travel is restricted.
No, the claim he was making was that
you said you can't go to Antarctica, this and that.
No, I know that going to Antarctica has certain laws regarding that. That's not what I'm denying. What he was saying is that all the global authorities and militaries are cooperating to constantly patrol the edge, the entire circumference of the Earth.
Okay, and that's where I jumped in. I said that the Antarctic Treaty does exist, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
There are
militaries enforcing that. And sorry. Go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, sorry. So, we like to use this clip from the Navy where they say that 99% of the world's oceans are policed by them, and they dare you to try them. So I don't know, either that's hyperbole or a lie, or it's true. So it's not really something that they said just because. They probably said it because I cited the Navy. So
I understand that the U.S. Navy is immensely powerful and has the logistical reach to cover the Earth. And in a sense, yes, the entire world's ocean are, in a sense, U.S. territory, and so is the airspace because of their dominance. However, and going back to the previous point, I never rejected the law existed. What I was doubting was the intensive security and monitoring to enforce that law. I never denied the Antarctic Treaty, but the idea that the entire circumference of the Earth is constantly monitored and patrolled, I mean, that's a task that not even the US is up to. And if they were, that would be extremely wasteful of their resources.
That would be assuming that they would be in a circumference around the North Pole of some kind, right? But again, speculating, we don't know that. We don't know the orientation of the land masses, where it ends, where it begins. So, I mean, it's your fault for asking a question that can't be answered, really.
Well, I
Actually,
understand. That's
could.
why.
Yeah.
That's exactly why I said I want to discard that, because that was a differing opinion that is not being held here. That's why I said I'll discard it, because this isn't what you guys are claiming. I was just conveying what someone else told me, and then I said, okay, I won't continue because that's what you believe.
Even if I was an ice ringer, let's say I was, we don't have the means or the permission to explore beyond 60 degrees south of the equator. Now, seeing is that the maps are all that the maps that we have, if we were to go into this uncharted territory, we would just get lost. So, it's impossible without the help of others anyway.
We'd either get lost or stopped. There is footage of people that tried to go beyond the 60th latitude, and they were stopped by the Australian Navy. It's not just the US that protects the waters, and it would be before the 60th. They would be patrolling before it. They wouldn't let you get near it.
Is that what they're called, the ice ringers?
No, you're referring to the ice wall, the ice shelf. That's a whole nother topic. That would be beyond the 60th parallel.
And that's something you guys don't make a claim on.
Yeah, ice ringer is a term that I made myself. But we also, a very strong definition to understand here is begging the question, right? Another one is bigot, right? So, but because we're aware of what bigotry is and what it leads to, the breakdown of communication of all human society, we tend to try to stay away from labels, because when particularly anyone, you can think of yourself, I've thought of myself, if I'm looking to a label to define someone, and once I begin asking them questions, there's going to be a range of things that fall outside of that label. Therefore, any thoughts that I would have on that person based on that label would just be bigotry, really, if I were to push and demand that. Maybe not demand, but we tend to be curious, and we're curious. Sometimes, we have a conclusion, the label, and we try to work backwards from that. And people don't see how kind of rude that can be, in general, but bigotry is a major deal. And it's something that I wish people were more aware of, because they don't understand that it breeds hypocrisy as well. Because you point at groups that are doing things similar to what you're doing, because there's no such thing as, well, I mean, people label themselves, and again, it comes the behavior of everything that I just mentioned. So,
wait, so
ice ringer, flat earther, globalist, these things don't really mean anything when you're in a real intellectual conversation.
Okay, wait, are you accusing me of asking loaded questions and being a bigot, or?
No, I'm giving you the opportunity to become aware of what bigot is, to shy away from it moving forward.
Yeah, okay, I'm well aware of what bigotry is, and that's not my intent.
Like, for instance, so Miggy went over with you, if the Earth were a globe of specific dimensions, then there would be obviously geometric consequences to that. We don't see that. Therefore, the claim must be false, right? So even though that's true, there's a bunch of people in the world who hold a belief strongly and ardently that the Earth is a globe. And majority of these people label flat earthers and criticize them for things that I don't even believe. So yeah, in effect, most people that enter this subject are bigots by the definition. And so I think since that's the case, since 99% of people that I come across, that I talk to in this conversation are bigots, I thought you should know.
Oh, I think I understand. I guess you guys get a lot of mockery from a lot of people, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's not. I mean, I don't care. I think I pity them because they don't understand that bigotry is, again, I mean, racism is a subset of bigotry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. So you see how dangerous it is, how it disallows people to actually communicate effectively.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And these conversations are healthy, I think.
Yeah. So I say that to say, like, we don't have a model. I guess another important term to know would be reification. That would mean creating a model and then looking at the model as reality when that's not really the case. That we don't. I mean, if someone had a model, there would be no assumptions. Like if I have a car model of a real car, it's just a model of a real car. You know what I'm saying? But everybody knows what a car is. So at this point, people assume, well, there's a model of the earth because we all know what the earth is. Well, we've exposed to many people that, well, that's not the case. So we know that there is no model of the earth, because if it ain't a globe, then what the fuck is it? Right? We shouldn't be asking that question in 2023. Another point of hypnotism is when they say, "Oh, is the earth flat or round?" Well, those are descriptions of shapes, not shapes, which is weird because it makes it, I can't even, it's a false dichotomy between two falsehoods. I don't even know how you do that, if that's even a thing. So it's like, okay, is the earth flat or round? And they say, well, how do you know it's flat? How big is the earth? How the hell would I know? How the hell would anybody know what that? And that goes back to the point. It's like, well, actually, you think you know because you have a shape. There are dimensions, and then you're like, well, haha, you don't have dimensions. Therefore, why should I even listen to you? It's very hard to get people to really think.
Well, logically, since the Earth is an object, it must have dimensions. So it must take the form of...
Of course, obviously, but nobody knows what they are. We only have one set of dimensions to go off of, and those are wrong in 2023. So if they've lied about the dimensions of the earth and the shape of the earth, then to me it kind of makes me feel like, well, it really is impossible, because then people say, well, how the hell would you measure the earth? Exactly. How has anyone ever measured it? What method or what epistemology would you use to satisfy that question? Right? Well, the answer is, who the hell knows? So I know it's an object. I know it has to have a shape, just like mountains have shapes, just like my human body has a shape, just like, the edge of a lake has a shape, okay. But what is it is the question that everybody wants to know, honestly.
Sorry, I thought you finished. Did I interrupt?
It's fine.
So my question then is it a case of we currently do not know, or is it a case of this is impossible to know?
Well, we don't yet know, and it's 2023. So, I mean, do with that what you will.
I don't see what the significance of 2023 is, to be honest.
Well, it's 2023. We have a lie that claims that we've known for thousands of years. And we've discovered that that's a lie. So here it is in 2023 after all this time. And the question is still if we know the shape of the earth, which we don't. We have 2,000 years and no definitive shape that we can evidence.
Do you make any claims regarding the intent of the lie, or also no claims?
Well, the intent of the lie is clear for those of us who want to go that route. But I mean, again, it's not like you can use science for that. That's totally the wrong tool for that discussion. So, the intent of the lie. How would we get down to the intent of the lie? Well, I know for sure that the result of the lie is atheist saying, like, they've literally created like the God of the gaps fallacy specifically for people who say God created it. But it's true. Something did create this place. We didn't create this place. This place didn't just pop into existence out of nothing. The rules of logic and the laws of physics, they didn't make themselves. So, but the atheists, none of that means anything to them, anything that I just said. So somewhere the intent is in the result of their logic and reasoning. Now, if you go back 500 years ago when heliocentrism started, yes, and I do mean started, heliocentrism specifically, the thing about it is that it was the Roman Catholic Church that started that lie. And we know there's no justification for it because all of the people thereafter have exposed that in their own journals and their own words.
Wait, so the result of the globe Earth model is an increase in atheism?
What?
Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding you, but you said when you look at the result, you see that, is this like atheists trying to debunk God?
Well, you have a whole slew of terms, just like you have terms for the globe religion that isn't real, right? So one of the big arguments in large debate circles about creation, right, is that you can't say that God created this place. That's a God of the gaps, like, kind of fallacy to say, well, we don't know because God created it. But that's actually just true. When I say God, I just mean some being that, again, made the laws and the rules of this land and the land itself, because we didn't make it, number one. Number two, we have no fucking idea how to make dirt. But dirt is here. Put seeds in the dirt, things grow out of it. We eat. Like, water falls from the sky. As remedial as that sounds, it is quite true.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm not making any claims. I'm just pointing out truthhoods, really. I'm not doing anything special.
I see. Yeah, the server is really not what I was expecting.
That's a good thing, I think.
Yeah, it's fine. The few flat earthers I talked always had a very large model, but you guys are content with the observable, testable reality and not going beyond that. So that's interesting.
Yeah, that's isn't that the standard that academia is supposed to be holding?
Isn't that the standard they are holding?
Exactly. No, it's not, but it should be, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, we can agree on that for sure.
Yeah, I want to pay $100,000 for my child to go to a school that's going to undo all the logic that I've taught her. Or at the very least, she's going to have to set it aside to just accept a system of rules in an environment that is purely theoretical. And some thought experiment. You know, Einstein was coined the best Well, he just made the best thought experiments. I thought that was insane. Sabine Hasselhoffen. I really have to learn her her name. It's interesting because she said, he's not famous for any, physical or natural experiments, which is what a physicist should be concerned with. He was a good thought experimentalist. And when you look at all these people, you look at Michio Kaku, which is another world-renowned physicist, but honestly, a world-renowned theoretical physicist. He also admits that they don't use the scientific method. They use assumptions and math. To really boil it down simply, he didn't say that, but what he said is we go by the seat of our pants. It's leaps of logic, guesswork, no premises. Well, okay, that's the end of his quote. So there are premises that are assumed and not proven. In logical syllogisms, you have to have like two premises that prove a conclusion, not assumptions that just lead to more assumptions. That's ridiculous. But this is how the world operates for some reason. And we're here like, what the fuck is going on? We're flat earthers trying to teach as many people these truths as possible. That, what you think they're teaching, what you think you heard on the TV, what you think you heard in a YouTube video by some supposed professor is not really what it is. And they've also, think about it. When you first get into, is it flat or round? Again, flat and round is not an actual shape. Flat earth is not a shape. Well, okay, maybe some people will speculate as to it being some type of circular disc, whatever. But I mean, that's no different than the speculation of we live in a circular donut disc galaxy in the vacuum of space. That's the same thing they think we believe. It's actually what they believe. Because in the paradigm now, the universe is flat because it expanded faster than the speed of light, and that's the reason we actually see everything that we see. We see the galaxy, but we're inside it at the same time. Wow, that's interesting. Obviously, I'm being facetious. It's not interesting. It's a disgusting lie that I'm upset having ever believed without actually questioning it. It's just like the planetary alignment happened. I have my Celestron binoculars, and I went to look at the planetary alignment, and I saw all the planets and the moon aligned, and I was like, and at the same time, I'm a part of what I'm looking at in the sky. This Earth right here is in alignment with everything else that I'm looking at. That is the biggest crap of shit that I've ever heard.
Wait, so did you see the planets align or not?
Yes, I did. But the point is, because we're a part of the solar system, quote unquote, if you take that for granted, then you would go, oh, wow, this Earth, us, all of us are a part of what I'm witnessing in the sky. But what's the basis of that? How do you know that? It does damn sure didn't look that way. And there was no way for me to imagine it. The only thing I could do was separate my experience from someone telling me, well, I'm a part of the solar system. Then I could just Google a picture of the planets aligned, and then I would go, well, that was me. But that has nothing to do with my actual real world experience of observing it. Yep. It's pretty hard, because people resonate with truth when they're willing to listen, and that's why they ask questions about the edge. Because honestly, that's actually that's what we would want to know. No one wants to consider a world where they're actually trapped, even though you're trapped on the globe as well. There's some kind of mind thing where it's like, well, this is all we have, and if we could go into space, then we would one day eventually. But to think that there's actually some cutoff or some place that you can't go beyond, like you can't tell a human they live in a box or a cage or whatever. They're going to try to get out. Right?
Yeah.
That's just our nature. And that's why most people, when we say, well, this place must be finite because what's infinite, like the woman that said earlier, Stacy, it's like, since that's the case, people go, well, where's the edge? Why the fuck isn't the government talking? What do you mean? It starts to raise up questions that are real to them, but because we have no answers, they fall back on well, that's because that's dumb. Of course, the government would have said something. Of course, we would have, somebody somewhere would have said something. Well, hello, my name's Elijah. I'm saying something.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by bigots. Like, it's so dumb. It's so hypocritical. It's like, I am a person. This server is a person. The 14 billion flat earthers on TikTok, well, it's probably way more than that, but the 14 billion people on TikTok that believe that the earth is flat, they're saying something, and people are still acting like no one's saying anything. That's absurd. You got Edwin Hubble. If you look at Edwin Hubble, he's like, yeah, we can't disprove that the earth is stationary and in the center of everything, but and that's not a claim I'm willing to make either, that we're the center of everything, but whatever. He just says that, just off of philosophical grounds, we reject that. Einstein said the same thing. Stephen Hawking said the same thing. There are other physicists that are less well known that say, yeah, why the fuck would I challenge academia? That's a bad idea. Obviously, the flat earthers know how bad of an idea challenging academia is, because here we are.
Bad in what sense?
Say again.
Bad in what sense?
I quote, well, I can't quote, but I'll paraphrase. Neil deGrasse, well, I'll just tell you what Neil deGrasse Tyson basically said, that he doesn't have time for us, won't waste any time speaking to us. It's crazy. There used to be a girl by the name of Sassy, Unforgettable, in this server, right? And she and a few people on her live stream or wherever it was they influenced Katy Perry, and Katy Perry started to question whether or not flat earth was really a thing. And Neil deGrasse Tyson just popped up at her house to do an interview the very fucking next week. Now, you got time to speak to people who are questioning whether or not the earth is a sphere, but you don't have, well, again, that's very stupid, because if she's questioning it, then she's just like us. But he declared that he will not speak to flat earthers. So that's what I mean. You have somebody by the name of, what was his name? I can't remember right now. It's not important. They took his YouTube channel down, so unfortunately I can't show you the clip either. I didn't download it. Young Moses was his name. And he waited to speak to supposedly one of the leading physicists and people who had, he asked the guy, so you're the guy that you've done lengthy experiments on gravity, yada, yada, yada. He's like, yes. He's like, great. Let me ask you just two questions. The physicist couldn't answer those two questions. The two questions pertain to entropy of gas, basically, yeah, and how gravity doesn't affect it at all. And he could not answer the question.
You're not talking about Brian Mullins, are you, Eli?
No, Brian Mullen is like fucking a nobody compared to this guy. But he literally he went to a university after this guy's, lecture. He waited to ask this guy some questions because the guy stood back to have questions asked, and he asked him about the entropy of gas and how his experiments could prove that gravity would affect it. And the guy didn't answer him. I don't mean he went, I don't mean he stonewalled him and went stone cold silent. I just mean the guy tried to answer with non sequiturs, meaning answers that weren't related to the question at all. And young Moses left it at that. These people don't want for us to disrupt what they claim is true. They don't want that. I mean, you could go to a university tomorrow, speak to a math professor and ask him about the Black Swan that Miggy showed you, and ask him, why isn't the geometric horizon here? I guarantee you he's not going to have an answer. Anti-flat earthers have come up with an answer, but people in academia haven't even caught up to what's going on here because they don't think we have the right to challenge it in the first place. So they don't actually have an answer.
The thing about that picture you guys sent is that, I mean, aren't there a lot of people who say that when you're on a boat out in the ocean and you look through a telescope or a radar, you see the top of the ship before the bottom because it's coming over the horizon, though?
That's what they say, but if the horizon isn't geometric, then obviously that's not what's going on.
But that's what they experience. So what's happening?
That's what they experience. They experience the bottom of a ship cut off. Yes. Is it a geometric horizon, though, the leading edge of the sphere? No. Experience? Real? Yes. Leading edge of a sphere based on the radius 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you that? No. Not correct. So, actually, this is another point. Yeah, they take natural phenomenons or effects or things that we experience in reality, and they give you an explanation for it that isn't justified. Well, at the very least, the one about the horizon is falsifiable, thank God, because we'd have never known. So, experience real? Yes. What they told you about it? No. How do I know? Because the horizon isn't 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, there is an explanation. The more limited your angle is, the less you can see. That's actually why we have a horizon, because it's an optical phenomena. That's why when you use a camera, you can zoom in. It's not really zooming in. It's just magnifying your the field of view that you couldn't see, and now you can. So the problem with that is, if something was physically there, you wouldn't be able to zoom past it. Like, I can't zoom past the building if it's in my line of sight, right? So if the horizon is my line of sight, distance to the edge of the sphere, I'd never be able to zoom beyond it, right? That just makes sense.
I guess.
All right, let me explain to you like this. When talking about limiting angles. Take a brick, right? Put it on the floor. Can you see it in your mind?
A what?
Take a brick.
Yeah.
A brick. Put it on the floor. Can you see it in your mind?
Yeah.
Okay. Move it out 3 miles. Can you see it?
Probably not. No, I don't think so.
Take out a pair of binoculars. Can you see it?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. But eventually you move it out, even you can't see it with the binoculars. Here's the point. Now, build a tower on top of it. Can you see it then? Can you see the tower?
Yeah.
Yeah. But the angular resolution of your eyes isn't going to change just because you can see what was built on top of that brick. The bottom bricks would still be missing, but they'd be there. It's just too small of an angle for your eyes or your optical device to resolve. That's why we get this cutoff phenomena. It's not the only reason, though. There's multiple, because remember, the globe only has one reason things get cut off. But in actuality, there are many reasons, like shoaling. You know what shoaling is?
No.
It's like when you're off of a coast and the water is coming in, and there's like a big hump of it, just because there's the steep of the elevation of the land underneath the water. It increases, quicker than there's more of a gradual grade. No, there's less of a gradual grade. I'm sorry. Like the closer you're coming in, and it sort of creates these phenomena where the waves seem higher. Just Google it. Many things happen, and people mistake some of these things for Earth curvature, but you don't have to mistake them for Earth curvature. The test would be, well, the Earth curvature is actually the horizon being a geometric Earth measured distance from you as the observer. If you can't confirm that, then all you're doing is begging the question. Begging the question being assuming your conclusion is true rather than proving the premise in the first place. What we do is very different. We don't do that.
How do you resolve the fact that the flat Earth is so easily provable, yet so unpopular and contested by so many people? If it's so...
Unfortunately. Because people are hell-bent on... Can't solve it. People are hell-bent on falsehoods. For instance, wealth is also a mindset, but people have a poor mindset instead. You can't tell them that because they'll just deny you and tell you how the government's holding them down and all this and all that. It's a religion on its own. You can't tell people how to be free. Unfortunately, they have to want it. Man, like for instance, okay, remember what I said about when you first get introduced to this subject, they present to you a false dichotomy, a flat and round.
What do you mean by wealth is a mindset? What does that mean?
You can't get wealthy if your mind isn't there first. You can't do anything without your mind being there first. That's just a truism. It's not that deep.
It's if you think, oh, this is my last $20, then that's where you're stuck thinking. If you don't have an abundance mindset, if you're always stuck in a position of lack, that's where you're going to be. If you see the neighbor with 5 cars and go, he's such an asshole, why don't I have a car? That's your mindset. That's not the neighbor.
Mm-hmm. And again, that also leads to a form of bigotry. Like my mom just yesterday, she was like, look at this nice house. And I was like, yeah, Mom, well, you know what happens? I don't want to get into that. Any further questions, or do you understand the point?
Yeah, I mean, I get your perspective. I'll have to look at this Black Swan thing. I want to see if there are any other images or...
Yeah, just go to a beach if you can. For me, I live in New York, so I just went to Coney Island, and then I just look at New Jersey and the coastline from New Jersey, and I'm like, okay, well, I know that's more than 6 miles away. The geometric horizon from my point of view was still 1.2 miles, because 1.2 times 1 is 1.2. And there was no horizon there at 1.2 miles. I just saw one straight line of sight, to New Jersey, 6 miles away. It's very simple. Shore to shore.
I'm in Dubai, and the Gulf is the Persian Gulf is a very calm and flat sea. But I guess that doesn't necessarily mean that I should be able to see Qatar or Iran or any of the.
No, you have multiple ways to do this. You could get like a ship tracker, like if you live near like a what do you call that? Shipping lanes or whatever. Then you could just get a ship tracker that'll tell you what the distance to one of those ships are. Then you get your known elevation. Then you'll be able to calculate where the horizon should be. And then you can watch the boat. If the boat goes beyond where the horizon would be, and you can clearly see the boat and you can clearly see the horizon behind it, then you've just validated what we've been telling you. Multiple ways to do it.
And if I don't see the ship at all,
what does that mean? Because remember, you have to tie it back. And that's what I was going to get into. When we first get here, we're presented with a false dichotomy, right? And then people start flooding, like the internet is flooded with why the earth isn't flat. And then they'll present you with all these flat earth arguments, supposedly, none which that I carry, and reasons that the earth can't be flat. See, the reason why we're here is because we didn't go that route. We said, well, why is it a globe? Right? So you have to validate the globe to falsify it. You can't look at flat earth. That doesn't work. So when you look at the horizon, you have to ask yourself what that means in the globe paradigm. So if you can't confirm the distance to the horizon, then just looking at the horizon and saying that's Earth curve is a begging the question fallacy. It's a formological fallacy, meaning it's a breakdown in the form of logic that you're using, because you have a premise that is assumed rather than proven. So this is how you prove that premise, is simply measure that the horizon is the distance it is by using something to reference it off of, which would be the boat, which would be those oil rigs. That's why we did that. Doesn't that sound like it makes sense?
It does sound like there's some sense to it. It does sound methodical, scientific.
I'd argue it's not science, but science is an entirely different subject, but it is what it is. You don't. It's a category error because you don't use science for shapes in geometry. The science is science. It's the study of the natural and physical world. So you usually have an if A then B statement. That's your hypothesis, and then you're going to take that hypothesis and you're going to devise a test in some way to falsify or validate what your hypothesis is. What we've been talking about is not that.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I guess I got to get going now. So thank you, everyone. Apologies if I came off rude by interrupting. It's just that there was a lot of clarifications I needed. And I'm going to get going. Was there something you wanted to say?
Next time you come back, let's talk about lunar eclipses. Seeing as that's one of the first supposedly recorded by Aristotle proofs of a globe. That's a very interesting one as well. Seeing as that it's blatantly obvious, not that, but I'm hoping that in your mind you're like, what are you talking about? Of course, that's like I've seen those like countless times at this point. I know that Well, when you come back, we'll talk about that.
All right, sweet.
Yeah, nice
thank you,
talking to
everyone.
you, Kermit.
Nice talking to you too. Thank you. Yeah, everyone here seems pretty cool too.
Yeah, we get a lot of trolls and stuff, but you've come across really respectful, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate. Actually, when I was getting verified by the Aether guy, still don't know how to pronounce that name. Like, we just spent the whole time chatting, and he's talking about his kids, and it was fun. Anyway, see you guys.
See you.
See, guys, I'm not a crazy man. I just hate liars and Rufus. That's all.
Does anyone want to play the Young Moses video on the bot, maybe? If it's just like audio?
Oh, did you see it already? Because I
haven't watched it.
Yeah, I just saw because his YouTube channel got taken down, and I was like, well, I don't even know this dude's real name, and I had just became I won't say fan because I'm glad that he used the tack that he must have had one of the days that I'm having right now. See, right now I'm super calm, right? Like, he must have spoken to the professional that day, because I've seen him on other days, and he's been going nuclear on those days, and I'm like, oh, that's too much, fam.
Yeah, so he had a lot of self-control on that day.
For sure. Yes, this is it. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Let me download this now. I should screen record it, actually.
Or if no one's going to play it on the bot, I might just watch it on my own computer.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's the whole, I don't know if it's the whole video or if it's just like towards the end. Yeah, it is towards the end. If somebody could queue up the bot and play it from like 7 minutes and 26 seconds. Yeah. Let's see. For sure. No, just play it from 7 minutes to make it simple. Yeah. Is anyone in here that can play that on the bot? Miggy, you still in here?
Elijah, how do you not have bot permissions?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know how to use it.
I'm washing dishes at the moment, Eli, so I'm indisposed at the moment.
You know what? Walk me through the process, if you can.
I got you. What, you trying to play something?
Oh, the bot? Oh, yeah. All right. It's just it's a M exclamation point command, so it'd be M exclamation point play and then space and then like whatever video you're gonna put in there. Any link you put in there. M exclamation point play and then the space and then the link.
M exclamation any like exclamation point play. Okay.
Space.
It's got to be
M exclamation point play then space then the link.
Yeah.
Now, is there a way to play it from a particular spot in the video?
I don't know that. I haven't done that yet.
Let's see.
I don't think we can, man. We'd have to crop it. But you have to post it in the bot commands room.
Did that work?
It doesn't look like it got the 7-minute thing.
I failed miserably, Biggie.
Where's the link, man? Oh, you probably posted it. Okay.
It took me a while, to be honest, Eli.
It's in the chat.
Plus, the bot needs a shot. That acts kind of squirrely from time to time.
Yeah, because it's just this music.
We can identify, if you look at the human history and human attempts to understand the universe.
All right, set your watches for like 7 minutes, I guess, and then
we can turn it down and then just talk for 7 minutes until it's time. If you want to do that.
Yeah, let me. Look at us.
If I lower the volume, sorry, I just lowered the volume to 10, like about 10%, and then we can turn it back up. You said it doesn't actually start till 7 minutes from now.
Yeah.
We can just chat until then and keep track of the now playing thing that shows the time in there.
Okay, cool. Yeah. What do you guys think about that conversation? Are you guys glad that it seems like I finally like smoked the spliff and calmed down or something? I'm sorry about yesterday, guys. I'm sorry. Yesterday's a sore spot for me. For those that know, I lost or don't know, I lost my pops late last year, and so yesterday was Father's Day, so it was a bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I lost mine like 3 months ago. Yeah,
no, it's not a reason. It's not a I can't. I'm ashamed. I'm not trying to justify it, and I apologize to you guys.
No, it was good because it's a real human moment, and everyone saw it. They knew that something was going on with you, and you needed to vent, and this is a safe space for that. Because you were like, my take was, I talked to people who were like, "Hey, what's going on with Elijah?" I go, "There's something going on, and he needs this, so just give it to him." Because it's always about something else. Like the whole situation felt out of control. It was just one more thing that was beyond your current scope of being able to handle. It was too much emotion, too much stuff.
Well, I mean, analyzing it that way, but you can also look at it like what we do in here means something, right? So the camaraderie that builds up over years, the brotherhood, if you will, and then it's like a fallen brother. I don't know why I say it that way, but it's not really like the idea behind it. It's like somebody who you could identify with just like takes a shot at you. It's almost like I don't know. It's a little bit more deeper than just like you're an average person calling you bitches and hoes. Like it's not that. It's just like somebody that you were, I don't know. I know where you're coming from though with that, but that's why.
I was just gonna say, hurting people who are hurt other people, whether they intend to or not. It's just something that happens, and those who understand, we understand. We know. It's all right, man. Pain just causes pain.
I'm not going to say it wasn't. I'm not going to say it wasn't justified because somebody came in here calling you a liar. So that's messed up.
Thank you, Flatsy. Thank you.
See, it was formed from righteous anger too. So, there you go, man.
MT was here the time that I flew off the handle with a guy that was in here that considered himself a flat earther and came at me. It was attacking my character. And it was late at night when I was at work and I couldn't get on the mic. And was just taking shot after shot while I was on listening mode, which is just further infuriating me, because I couldn't respond. I would have at the moment, but I had to wait till I got off of work and then I unleashed the beast. I was just like, I was furious, man.
And that's the same thing that happened to me. I didn't even have this phone. I had my super cheap, can't even open Discord. Like it takes 5 minutes, so I had that phone, and I didn't even mean to look at the live stream voice text. It kind of pocket dialed me into the voice text, and I was like, "What's this? What?" and I couldn't respond because I couldn't get on Discord. I was with my mom. We were at a bar. We were going to a barbecue and then at a barbecue. And I was just thinking about it like the entire time. Like, what did this motherfucker say? And so when I got home, I was like, and he's online, and I go to like look at our inboxes to get receipts and whatever because I'd have been through so many phones at this point. And so where our textures are, God knows. But I'm like, well, what, did he get a new name or something? Because we don't have a chat history. We're not friends. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So it's all of this shit just inflamed the situation. And when I got on mic, it was like, yo, well, the seeing is that well, you know, whatever. I don't know. I mean, it seemed ridiculous after all of that to DM him. Like, why did what am I supposed? You're supposed to be able to come in here and talk to me. I don't hide from you. Like, I go where you are when I can stand the stupid flat earth, the argumentation they do over at G. I go over there. We speak. You don't say, hey, brother, I have a problem with you. You don't call me. You don't text me. You don't message me. What the fuck are you doing, man? And, well, all right, whatever. You guys get it. Right.
Yep. Sorry, I'm making coffee. Yeah, that's messed up that he came in here and did that in front of everybody instead of to you directly.
I don't even mind that. I like things public because I don't have anything to hide. I'm not lying to anybody. I mean, whatever, man. I'll be here when he comes in. I'll be here when he's not. What doesn't make a difference to me.
It's at 7 minutes now on the bot, man.
Oh shit. Unpause it. Where is it?
Dr. Bogosian.
Hi.
Kyrie, nice to meet you.
Perfect.
So, Mr. Vachaspati, or Dr. Vachaspati, he's recommended. So, I've come to 2 or 3 of these cosmology colloquiums, and I've asked these 2 questions, and he's recommended that I ask a cosmologist these questions because the physicist prior could not answer them. Okay. The first question is, and this is perfect because you do test of gravity. Yeah. What experiment have you come up with that, or have you discovered or seen that evidences the existence of a force called gravity, which as distinct from the effects of density and buoyancy in the medium?
What evidence there is for gravity?
In the experimental. As distinct from the effects of density and buoyancy in a medium.
The fact that planets move around, lots of evidence.
So I meant experimental evidence. So
that's experiment.
What's the independent variable in that experiment?
Okay, I guess you could look at different samples. I mean, you can drop things in the vacuum.
So things are more dense than zero. I mean, so a vacuum there's a zero medium, so everything's equally more dense.
Drop objects. You just take a room, evacuate the air, and drop things, and then they all fall the same.
Equally more dense than nothing, right? They're both equally. So it's distinct from the effects of density and buoyancy.
Yeah.
So gravity is a force that's it has nothing to do with density and buoyancy, right? It exists there whether or not.
Yes,
right. So when things fall in a medium, it's because they're equally more dense than nothing. In a vacuum, they're equally more dense than nothing. That's why they fall at the same rate. So the question is more as distinct from the effects of density and buoyancy.
Yeah.
If the answer, if no, that's fine too.
I'm not sure I can add more than I said.
Then the second question is, so your cosmology depends upon, so the second law of thermodynamics stipulates that you can't have a gas pressure system in the midst of a vacuum. Like a high pressure always goes to low pressure.
Yes, that's true.
So the cosmology has it been brought up within the field of cosmology that the heliocentric cosmology depends upon a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
What is a heliocentric?
The heliocentric model being
around the Earth.
Heliocentric means, or let's say the cosmological model assumed within the parameters of the general relativity theory, whatever you decide is the center of the universe. But normally you have you have gas-composed stars in the middle of a vacuum. So
so yes, you're right. So if you have gas, it would expand into the vacuum, absolutely.
So do you know of any demonstrations of gas pressure in the middle of a vacuum without a solid barrier between the two?
No.
So would it be true to say that the cosmological model that underpins the assumptions of the popular cosmology, whatever it is, depends upon a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which is not demonstrable?
Because there is no, it's not like we're putting, first, the universe doesn't have a center.
Sure. Whether center or not.
And it's uniformly filled with radiation. So it's already equilibrated, so the gas has distributed itself throughout all of the volume of the universe.
Okay, so is that possible to demonstrate, let's say, gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a barrier between the two? Is that demonstrable in any way?
I'm not sure.
Let's say I have a pressurized shoebox inside of a vacuum. I poke a hole inside that shoebox. Is there any way to demonstrate air not going into the vacuum and staying inside the box, as opposed to?
I don't think so. As you said, I think you're absolutely right. If you poke a hole, it will go out. I can't think of, unless you just put the shoe inside a very dense, much denser gas or something like that, or put it inside like water or something. I don't know.
So it's true to say you can't have gas pressure in the midst of a vacuum without a solid container?
Yes.
Okay, so how is it the case that we have atmosphere on Earth without a solid container?
Because it's attracted to the Earth.
Via gravity,
by
right?
The gravity.
But why doesn't gravity hold air in the shoebox?
Because the shoe doesn't have enough gravity.
The Earth presumably does.
Earth has a lot of gravity.
The Earth is inside,
and the shoe doesn't.
So why doesn't Earth's gravity hold the air inside the box? Why doesn't Earth's gravity hold the air inside of the shoebox, which is in the midst of a vacuum?
Because the gas has pressure. So it has pressure and it just
goes out into the vacuum.
Sorry,
I'm just saying.
I have people waiting and I need to go.
Got it. All right.
You think supermassive black?
So there you have it. Now you know what happens when you take basic flat Earth and thermodynamic and cosmological questions to top physicists and astrophysicists and cosmologists at various universities, whether they be that of Carnegie Mellon University in the case of Ira A. Rothstein, or in the case of Simon Fraser University, which is the home of Dr. Pagosian, a specialist in cosmological tests for gravity. When asked questions of the kind which should be very simple to answer, pertaining to gravity and gas pressure in a vacuum, professors of this high status either resort to snark, evasion, or are simply flabbergasted and have never been asked by anyone any of these questions. So this should give you resolve and comfort to know that there's not much to it. So I encourage you guys, if universities ever open up for you guys to just go out and visit any open lecture you can and present these exact kinds of questions to your local professor. All right, if you like that, like, share, and subscribe, and so on and so forth. Bye.
Trend we can identify if we look at the human history and human attempts to understand the universe. The one trend we could think of is that it never turned out the way we wanted it to be. And I don't mean all the ancient people who thought that the Earth was resting on the backs of the whales or that it was surrounded by celestial spheres. I'm talking just about the last 100 years. She retarded.
There you have it. Guy sounds no different than the people who come in here. I mean, what more could you ask for?
What an awesome clip to have.
Yep.
Showing people like, hey, I mean, we definitely get told that we have people in here with that kind of status, but he went to the source itself and asked the question. So that's what's up.
Like the guy gave, man, that is terrible. That is fucking terrible. And is, I mean, it's a shame because these people have been studying something and then teaching something for years and years, and it's like you're equipped to tell a story. You're not equipped to answer questions like these. You know. Yeah, that was a solid conversation earlier, by the way. I think well, I heard him come in. I came in earlier and then kind of just went back to sleep. And then woke up around 9 or something like that.
Yeah, the guy seemed genuine to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he was just a bit shocked at our approach to things, not what he expected.
Yeah. I guess there are a lot of places out there that are more determined to tell people how far they've gotten in creating some new model, explaining the universe in a way that heliocentrism doesn't. And so the result of that is the conclusions that that guy had before he came in here. So when we say, hey, look, what happens is, people just jump from one religion to another. People are like, oh, leave us alone. Let us stay and do what we want. Okay. But then we have to not have to, but then, we speak to someone and they go, oh, I didn't know you guys didn't have a model. And it's like, well, yeah, there's other flat earthers who are hell bent on explaining the world. So that's what they do. But unfortunately, the questions you're asking, no, it's all speculation. We don't have an answer. That's the honest to God truth.
Yeah, and I think just because like he seems to have experience in debating, like in religious debates, he's probably, he can see the patterns in our reasoning, which is probably similar to some of the ways he forms his arguments and stuff in when he tries to conduct logical reasons as to why atheism should win the debate. So at least he seems to sort of like at least understand logic in some kind of way where it's not like completely new to him, so he can see the merit in like the approach we're taking.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I hope he comes back.
You know, I don't know if it's just because we're different and the way that you talk is way different than the way that I talk, but if I don't let people know, like, the implications, like the severity of what I'm saying, I don't get taken seriously when I try to talk about this, especially in like real life. Or I mean, not that this isn't real life, but in my everyday life with people that are around me. Like, and I've messed up too many times, not given the preface of the like how important or the I don't want to say the word gravity. uh, for lack of a better word, right now, the gravity of what I'm saying. Like I'm saying, there's like there's something specific that I'm trying to convey, uh, across to them before I get to the points that I want to make about flat Earth, and I want the implications to be known in the preface to it.
Yeah, well, I guess like it's not really your responsibility to have to provide the implications. The actual foundation of the information should suffice, but obviously people aren't happy with just the foundational information. They want, like, you just spoon feed them every single contextual reason why it could be.
Yeah, they should come up with the implications on their own with the information that I can provide. But it's like they don't at least understand the implications of somebody's lying. Not everybody's. Most people just believe it, but they're believing a lie. So this is a big deal. Like, there's somebody that's perpetrating the lie because of the compartmentalization of people like, oh, pictures from space. Like, somewhere in that, from the top, somebody's lying and sending out these images as proof of outer space and the ball Earth. So I guess at least that the implications of that alone I want to preface. I don't necessarily have to get into, like, the antecedent for creation. But I would like that to be the end result, for them to realize that. But
yeah, I guess because the why would they lie sort of thing is a big cognitive dissonance stumbling block. Even for
I
me
can just play them that song.
Why would they lie?
Killer song.
Yeah, so while Kermit was talking to Mayhem and Elijah, I was looking through some of my infrared curvature test footage, and I was hoping I might see, so like there's a small island, which is, it would only have about 9 meters, so like, I can't convert it to imperial, but it wouldn't have been very much difference in altitude for a curvature drop. But the annoying thing is I was like looking into it, looking at maps, blah blah blah, and then I saw on the map, okay, my line of sight, there's this closer landmass which is actually in the way of that one, which would be good for looking at and like seeing, okay, it could be under the curve or not. So that is to say, I can't find any interesting data at the moment because that got, a closer thing is in the way.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah. Well, you'll get it. You'll get it.
Hey, by the way, I was gonna mention to you guys also, I have a channel on Rumble, and also I do want to start thinking about my mindset of doing this full time. So I'm actually just like trying to get more out there. And if you want to support me on Rumble, I started a page there so you guys can follow me, Mayhem 100. So if you don't have a Rumble account, just click in the description, or I have it under my name right now. It's a referral link to Rumble. So if you don't have a Rumble account, you can start up with the referral link, and that kind of helps boost me. Also do that as well. And yeah, I'm going to try to push out as much content as I can possible, but I really want to lean on that to kind of like give everybody, like, that supports me some content. So yeah, if you guys want to do that, I have a link. The referral link's in Discord right now if you click on my name. So appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I've prolonged this process too long. Let me go ahead and use your referral thingy now, because I still didn't make. Did I? I hope I didn't. Let me see. Okay. Okay, cool. Don't need this. Let's see, what else don't I need? I gotta clean up my phone. I know that at some point I'm gonna run out of space. This phone has had a lot of space, but I have a lot of screenshots and video captures, and just tons and tons and thousands. Wait, where's okay? There it is. About me. Is this an app too?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's an app.
Rumble is an app as well.
Do you need an account, or can you just like click it, and not have to sign up?
Yeah,
that's why I didn't do it, because it's like, where's the little Gmail? Like, I just want to click the button and sign in. Like, I couldn't find it.
I think you can watch videos. Like, you don't have to sign in, but if you like want to follow some, because Rumble has followers, so you follow them, and it's the same like on YouTube when you subscribe to somebody. The same thing on Rumble is considered following.
Okay, so our workaround from having to make an account is just getting you to tell us whenever you post a video.
Damn, they want me to provide a phone number, postal code, state, city, address, apartment. What?
Yeah, it needs the apartment so they can like go to your house and kidnap you. Duh.
I'm just gonna forego all that. See what happens. Okay. Yo, see, it has this little bot thing where it's like you have to verify that they're a bicycle. Well, imagine Glober's on this, and it's like identify a triangle. I guess you guys don't get it, but you know the
No, I got it. I just was muted laughing, so that's funny.
I didn't laugh because I thought you were going to say to identify the like shape of the, or not the shape, but like the form of the world, and then they'd click the globes and it would be like, oh, error. But then you had a different joke in mind, so that's why I didn't laugh.
It's all good. I'm activating your account has been successfully verified. Yay. Let me put a nifty little picture up here, I guess. Where can I put a picture? I don't have any. Oh, you could really make some money on here, I guess, is why. What? I don't even know what this is. Hmm. Indeed, indeed. Hmm. All right, I guess let me look for Miggy. Mayhem 100, is it? Yep. Oh, there you go. All done. Yeah, the hashtags really work, bro, for sure. Like, I got like 40,000 hits on some random video that I did. Like, I don't know. I just put like mad random hashtags, and it kind of mini blew up. So almost up to 50K.
Bro, I just looked up. I just looked up the etymology of shape and form, and look what it says: image, likeness, and if you form, right, and then it says model. You know what I mean? So it's like the globe is an idol. You know, you shall not make, create an idol or an image or a likeness.
I see what you're putting down there.
Words, man.
Damn, the globe is a it's true. You're not so well. Did he say that about? I don't know, but I hear what you're saying.
Telling you, man, it's English. It's this magic language, bro. This these English words. It's that babble talk, It's that double speak lingo. It's that they imagine a vain thing. You know what I mean? You hear that in the Bible. Wisdom of the world, is foolishness. It's like how Jesus said when they speak a lie, their native tongue, they speak in lies. And it's like, yeah, because if you just flip what they say, right, what they say about themselves, whatever the purpose is, yeah, it fits. They say the Earth is a ball. How do you flip that, right? Oh, you call it what it is, what you see it as.
The mind virus is real, which explains why so many people simply aren't.
Neil deGrasse Tyson on Big Think was saying things like, he doesn't like to debate because the winner is usually the person who can lie better, charisma and all that, and not the person that's presenting objective truth, right? He says about B.O.B. When B.O.B. says he's using physics and math to prove, them fighting words right there. He's always presenting it as if he's the one presenting objective truth. You know what I mean? But so they just blatantly just lie. Say the exact opposite.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'd like to hear you talk about the geometric horizon and the geometry and that. How about that math? Oh, that's right. He refuses to speak to the likes of me as a flat earther, the lowest of the low, the most intellectually stunted, the reason that we can't advance as a society. You get the point.
Yeah. The scum of the intellectual world. But I can tell he's trying to say, look, I'm the authority, like we're the authorities here. You guys should just listen to what we're saying. He's trying to say, in a certain way. You know what I mean?
I saved a giant spider yesterday. I feel proud of myself.
You didn't scream? You didn't?
No, ever since, because I'm not gonna say I'm not scared of them, but
yeah.
I don't like killing things, and so one day there was this spider in my bathroom, and I was gonna kill it, and then I was like, "Don't kill it."
It wants to live.
He's doing nothing wrong. He's just existing. It's not like he's infesting your house, having babies, and he's just chilling. It's not. And I'm like, okay, maybe look at that little fly he's caught. Okay, he's done me a service. And so I named him. What did I name him? I can't remember right now, but I did name him. And ever since that day, I felt more of a connection to like spiders. So I saw this. Oh, I named him Jeffrey. Right. So I saw this big ass spider on my door. Now, when I say big, it's just really big, skinny legs. It's not really like the scary ones with the hairy legs and they're like buff and shit. Well, I see it, but it's not like one of these small, tiny. First of all, guys, I live in New York City, so you're probably not impressed, like, by the kind of spider I would classify as monstrous. But it was like bigger than $1 quarter. Like a silver dollar. Like his base, he was huge. He had long legs, a small body but long legs. But it wasn't. Anyway, I thought it was one of those other bugs. So I was like, "No, my son, don't kill it." As my stepson, and like it was on the door. I was like, "That's not actually a spider." Right? See what that is like, and then like why I tried to grab it. Right? It's like it ran towards the because I used it like an empty paper towel thing, the brown part, and he like ran to it and then ran away from it and just jumped off. I was like, what in the fucking Spider-Man was that? Like he attached a web to the thing that I wanted him to crawl on in the first place, and then took a running start, ran off of the door, And then it
So the
startled
spider
her.
man.
He's like, and I was like, oh, would you look at that? He's on a web. Turns out it is a spider. My bad. I was like, I was like, no, we can't kill it. Don't kill him. I was like, I'm gonna save him. I'm gonna just take him outside under the clutches of your evil, wicked mother, and that's what I did.
He's gonna do a trick for us. Yeah, if you save it, he's gonna do a trick for you. Like, watch this.
So I took him outside safely, and no one was harmed during this film. So I just wanted to say things that nobody asked for, nobody cared about. So
I care about spiders, man. It's usually the small ones you want to worry about, the poisoned ones, but the big ones are just gonna bite, but they don't usually, except for the black widows. Those are bad.
Yeah, I saw a black widow once. I knew to be afraid because my pit bull was like, I don't have to be a human to know that I'm not fucking touching that. Like, he and I were both scared. I was like, it's just a spider. Like, what? You're a dog. Eat it. And he was like, fuck you.
Bruh, you know the sea snake black and white pattern it has? Like, sharks know not to fuck with them. Just by the look of it. Like,
That's interesting, isn't it? That animals just have this. They just know. Just like swimming, it's like they just know. We don't know. We're the top of the food chain, and yet we don't have any of these built-in survival capabilities. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not built in. You gotta learn it.
If I see a lion, if I see a lion or a bear, I know. Nah, don't go towards that, bro. We're going the other way. Oh, hell no. How you know that animal is dangerous? Beef, bro.
I'll know in a second if you stick around.
I don't know. It's like twice my size. I get a feeling. But the little ones, man, like the bright colored ones, it's like animals know. We're like,
they say about the bears, right? I don't have to run faster than the bears, just faster than you.
Right.
Stick somebody you're faster than. Even bears, I think, if you leave them alone, if you don't present yourself as a threat, you know what I'm saying? We'll know, like, it wants to avoid injuries too, right? It's trying to survive, so they don't take risks. I don't think animals take stupid risks unless they have to.
Yo, what NASA finds? Is that a McGriddle? Like, what is that? And then the one at the bottom, son, one day you'll be a man. Dad, I'm 32, but you still believe in a glober.
One day you'll be a man.
Oh, these memes are so good. Like, the globe earthers wish they could meme like this, but every time they meme, they just make themselves look dumb. How Truth is doing? Truth Flatters, it's my boy. Let's see what's going on with him. Or maybe, please don't tell me that they've been talking in here.
Hello? Anybody in here able to take away a listening pass roll for someone so we can check them in and VC check in?
What's his name?
The Manwi Sulimo. He's in the live stream voice now. So
Give me 1 second here.
When Elijah removes your listening past, Manly, you can come back up to VC check-in and we'll check you in, okay?
Manway.
My best friend's name was Manly.
No, it's Manway. Man, W-E, way, Manway.
Oh, okay.
We'll be waiting up in VC check-in one, and you can come up here and try to do it again.
Manage. Okay, listening pass.
Live stream.
Okay. Roll. Edit roll. Let's give him gold plus, huh, guys? Nah.
I have a feeling about this one.
Right, let's take away listening pass. What do we give him? VC verified?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yep.
So, all right, you're good to go, man. You should now be able to engage us. I mean, he has a listening pass. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, it means he can't talk or interact with us in the live stream text. So by removing it and giving him VC verify, he's allowed to interact and see live stream text. That I think I remember that. I'm not sure.
Why do you only have a listening pass?
Oh, can you guys hear me now?
Listen.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, bro.
Oh man, what's up, guys?
What's going on, man?
I have no idea what that was about, but appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, no worries. Blue Jumper vouch for you, Henry too. So
I guess I got to talk to those folks. I came here to ask for help because I was kind of wondering if you guys were making some kind of like flat earth support community.
I guess I see why they gave you the listening pass. You don't got no satellites where you live, huh? Yeah. Robot.
No satellites, man.
You're roboting a little bit, bro.
Oh. Well, that would do it. Can you hear me now? Maybe
yes.
I'll go to the window. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I was just saying. I came here to ask for help, and I was kind of wondering if you guys were. I had an idea where we could probably make some kind of like a flat Earth community support type of thing, because the globalists they have like such a strong in-group preference. They completely shun anybody else who doesn't support their agenda, and they completely support everybody that does. And it just makes, and since they're the ones that have all the power, it makes the rest of us like struggle kind of in their system. So it's like if we all banded together and just freaking only supported each other and stopped buying crap at like Walmart and all this kind of stuff, I'm pretty sure we could topple their little system. If enough people...
I would submit that, because I was just speaking earlier about how wealth and riches is a mentality. It begins with a mentality, and we just have a poor mentality. I like not buying. Well, technically, yes, not buying their products, including the mind virus. That has people believing that it's a globe. That would actually change everything. But
right, see what I'm saying?
But you could also live perfectly in the system as well, because the system itself is God's.
But you'll always be enslaved to it, right?
No, the system itself is God's system, and then
I'm talking about their system, though.
Yeah, I'm talking about the government. Like when people say the government, that's an ambiguous term. Like in how the government is set up here in America, the people that are complaining about the government are the people that are signing up for the slavery side. So I'm like, no wonder you hate it so much. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I mean, like if everybody stopped supporting all their stuff, everybody stopped paying taxes.
That's non sequitur. What I'm saying that people voluntarily, with their mentalities, choose the lack side when there's a perfectly good side that is not that. Like they have a choice and they choose the impoverished side.
Are you talking about like people choosing
to them?
to work
I'm not saying they're
at a
doing it
job,
on
or
purpose. Say again. What was that?
Oh, you're breaking up. You cut out. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying people are choosing the side that's going to lead them to poverty or leave them in poverty. Is all I'm saying. Like when you don't have to make that choice. Like I try to
And are
tell
you talking
people,
about
hey,
poverty in terms of like finances, or in terms of relationships, or in terms of spirituality, or
both, because you need a certain mentality to build relationships and have money. Like it's all connected.
but their money is the root of
No, it's not. It's not their money. It's our money.
The Federal Reserve notes is their money. Gold and silver
but the taxes that run the government, that is our money.
Well, it was until they took it from you.
No, that's the point that I'm trying to make. That's our money, though. Like the problem is the side of the system that. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said, how do I get it back then? Like all the money that I paid into the
you don't give it to them because you don't have to.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to.
Right?
No. I don't mean not paying your taxes. I mean there's two systems, and people sign up for the version that leaves them impoverished when they don't have to within the same system. You don't have to kick the system. You don't have to not be a part of the system. You don't have to steal taxes from the system. You can be a part of the system, work the system, input what you want, and get what you deserve. But people don't do that. They do the slave part of it forever because the school system teaches them exactly what they should do, which is the wrong thing.
Well, yeah. Well, how do you go about whatever you're talking about? So, like, how do you operate it correctly then?
You don't give all of your money to the government.
Well, I don't give any money to the government except for when I buy things at the store.
Well, then you don't count. We're talking about people who are a part of the system. You don't count, so I can't help that. Right?
Yeah. I mean, what I'm saying, though, is if everybody decided to stop paying taxes, I think
then the government would be fucked up, but we don't want that. No, I don't want that. Because again, the government is it's God's government. It's just fucked up people that are heading certain positions and ignorant people who are letting things happen to them that they don't need to let happen to them. That's all that's happening.
Yeah.
When I say they don't need to let those things happen, like I'll tell someone, hey, if you like really busted your ass, you could choose any business structure. It doesn't even matter what it is. Any system. All systems work. It's just most people quit most systems, right? Yes or no? The school system, a job. Most people have how many jobs? Thousands. I don't know. Obviously, that's hyperbole. When it comes to the gym, same thing. Most people get memberships. Most of them quit. Health. Most people know what their doctor informs them to do, but they do the opposite. Everyone quits. So systems aren't the problem. It's people's mentality. That's the problem. So I tell people, hey, I mean, I give people solutions, but the problem isn't the government, I promise you. Because you would have the same problem in whatever system you would like to create. Why? Because of people's mentality. If that's not the thing people focus on, people don't choose to make dumb decisions. If people are hell-bent on choosing to make a dumb decision, You can't stop that, no matter what system you put them in. That's
I mean,
just
you
whole
give
hard
them the
fact.
tools to educate them properly so they can make good decisions.
I would challenge that, because then what I do is talk to people about finances a lot, right? Most people don't have the discipline to implement the plans they know will work for them. So when you say we just give people the tools, that's what I do. Most people don't do it.
Yeah, well, that's great, but you're just one person, right? So what I'm saying is if we all band together and figure out how we can best help each other in the best way for each individual, right? Because everybody's going to need something different.
Not really. We don't need different water, do we? Or do we all drink water?
No, I'm talking about from a mental perspective, right? Different people have different experiences with.
Well, if that's true, then why? If that's true, then why? Well, it probably is true to some extent. But what I'm challenging that with is the fact that even though what you're saying is right, people choose one specific thing that causes all of their problems. That, like, so you're saying, why don't we just? And I'm like, no. People are choosing what they have. Choosing. You're like, why don't we just help them choose? Because everybody has a different mentality. Well, if everybody's so different, why has everybody signed up for the portion of America that is the slave side? Why? When like, you can look
because
over
we
and
were
see
born
other
into it,
people
man.
that are what?
Were you not born into it? They gave your mom a birth certificate when you were a baby. You had no choice in the matter.
Yeah, what's that got to do with anything? I mean, I get it. I know. Yes, I know. Wink, wink, nod, nod. I know. Still, you can attain massive amounts of money whenever the fuck you feel like. Is it going to take a little time and effort? A little time and effort. Not 40 years worth of time and effort. Not 30 years worth of time and effort. That's not necessary. But what do people do? Work for their entire life for someone else.
Yeah.
And when you try to tell them, hey, do something else, they're like, nah, I'm good. I got my job. I got my benefits.
They're too comfortable.
I'm
the
straight.
thing is, they're comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Once people get uncomfortable enough, that's when crap hits the fan. And that's why they've kept us so comfortable over the last, 50 to 100 years. You know, when they did this crap in Germany, they did it in 2, 3, 4 years at most. And then the whole thing just collapsed and everybody was starving and then everybody revolted. But when they did it in America, it's taken the last 100 years, so people are not even really noticing that it's gotten so bad. And it's not even that bad yet.
Yes, you are. You're right.
But anyway, so I'm supposed to talk to some folks, I guess, in some channel that I wasn't able to access before. But hey, man, it was great talking with you.
Can you see all of the wait a minute, I think you might need a role, like an additional role. Well, can you see chill chat just as a test?
I saw it before. I just couldn't say anything in it.
Okay.
But I just wanted to ask
if there was. If you have any problems, just contact me if I'm around. I'll help you out.
Oh, okay. And you're Elijah, right? I think.
Yes.
Elijah. Yeah.
Okay.
Good to
Well,
meet you.
you went through a process down here, so Flying High and I are back down here since they let you talk. We were waiting up there on you while you were down here talking, so we just came on back down.
Yeah, I was trying not to be rude. I was like, hello, thank you for whatever, muting me or whatever it was, and then we just end up talking, so sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I feel like as long as you agree to the welcome page, the rules and the terms of service, they can go ahead and give you the VC verified role here.
English.
Since you've already talked, you've already kind of given an idea of who you are.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just kind of came to ask for help because I'm trying to build a channel at the moment, and I don't have 1,000 subscribers, and YouTube is like, so greedy that they're not giving it people any money that don't have it. So I was just kind of trying to figure out who I can ask to help me do that, because I know you guys have like a ton of people in here, and surely somebody would be interested in the music that I'm making.
What kind of music you make?
Yeah, for sure. You came to the right place. Don't get discouraged if you throw a fish line out there. I don't know.
Yeah.
And nobody bites initially. Like, a lot of people, it's like a revolving door. People come in and out of here, and eventually one day someone will go, "Yeah, that's a good idea." And it just takes 2 people to talk about it, then 3, and then I'll come on board, claiming, "Whoa, why didn't you ever say anything?" Sure, I'm in. That's how it works. So good luck, bro.
I make videos about like the music from different games. Like right now I'm working on Final Fantasy 16 because it just came out like a few days ago. And so I'm just putting together some of the soundtracks from that. So it's nothing like world changing, but it's just something that I like doing, and I loved music my whole life, and I wanted to major in music, but I actually ended up majoring in space engineering. So I don't. Some of you guys might be kind of new. I joined when the server first was made.
Yeah.
And I used to work at NASA, and now I'm a flat earther, so that's always fun.
Dang, you're a robot and the man trying to get you down.
I'll go back by the window. Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, that's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I was just... Oh, okay, yeah.
Hey, will somebody give him the VC verified role?
I worked at NASA. I was a propulsion engineer. Okay. But here's the thing, man. They don't... it's like the people at NASA, they're just kind of working on their daily job, especially if they're at a computer like me. I was just doing my simulations and making sure that, the outputs were correct and the inputs were correct, and that we'd get enough thrust for whatever conditions that they gave us. And it's like, we never got to see our products actually in space or anything. It's not like they send people up to be like, oh, yep, the thruster's working. So it's...
You mean a second law of thermodynamics?
Isn't, like, everybody that works at NASA isn't just a space shill or anything like that, is all I'm trying to say.
It's compartmentalized, and they've all got their own jobs, and they stick to their jobs, and it's on a need-to-know basis.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But yeah, that's kind of my...
What's an example of a simulation that you would have done, and what software did you use?
I used COMSOL. Are you a simulation guy?
No, just curious.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, well, it was an electric thruster, and basically you have like a little sieve that lets these tiny, tiny little particles through. They're called nanoparticles, and basically what they do is they charge them up with, electricity, and then they have a what is it called? A delta. Man, it's been so long. Basically, they had 2 plates put together, very, very close but not touching, and one of them is charged to like 40,000 volts, and one of them's charged to like grounded, and that's how they were able to expel those particles out via the charge. And it only created like a tiny, tiny little thrust. It's like almost like if you were to poke your finger to somebody, like that's how much it would expel.
They're basically just a Van de Graaff generator.
It's pretty much just they say it's to kind of orient the satellite the correct way, like because it's supposedly in space, right? Everything's kind of whirling around and spinning around, and it's supposed to be to kind of stabilize it and to keep it facing the correct way, which is called attitude in their terminology.
When in your career did you know that there wasn't a ball, that maybe what you're doing is?
It was after I left NASA, actually. So I worked at a few other car companies after that, and yeah, so I had already been out by that time. But the thing of it is, like, how I came to the flat Earth was somebody. I don't know if it was on Gab. It might have been on Gab. I was telling them about God knows what, and they were telling me something about how the Earth was flat, and I was like, bro, I worked at NASA. There's no way the Earth is flat. And then he showed me like all these videos, and I watched them. It was like 4 hours. I was like, dude, he's right. Because the thing of it is, it was easier for me because I had experience in NASA before. Like, I've been at Johnson Space Center. I've been up on the microgravity flight doing testing and the high altitude chamber and all this kind of stuff. Like, I know how they simulate space. Not that I was in on faking people out about it, but I just realized, oh my God, like, that is what they do. Because I've been there and I've seen it. I've seen the Neutral Buoyancy Lab. They have the whole freaking International Space Station underwater. And that's where they do the
moonwalk. I mean, the spacewalks.
Yeah, the spacewalks. But so they say that's where they do the practice sessions. But obviously, seeing as how there's bubbles rising in the true space footage, quote unquote, then clearly that's where they do the real thing too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, wow.
And it's just it can be hard for people to realize because just the gravity of it is so huge, man. It's like your whole life you think it's a ball and it spins, and the sun, the sun is up there and we're spinning, and that's what makes it move. But it's like it's so obvious now that is not the case. But when you're in that mindset, it's very difficult to make the switch. But it wasn't for me because I had so much exposure to all the stuff.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm late 30s, I guess. How about that?
Late 30s?
Yeah.
When were you involved with working with NASA?
That was over 10 years ago. So
10 years ago?
It was a good while. Yeah. More than that, so.
You said you work with propulsion as a propulsion engineer?
Yeah.
So 10 years ago, you got out of college, I would assume, for this position?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, and how long was the course in college that you had to take for this vocation?
Well, I took 5 years of schooling.
Okay, so after 5 years, you went to work with NASA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys have to know?
Is that correct? I'm on a LARP investigation.
Yep. Go ahead.
All right. So basically, you say that it took 5 years to complete schooling, and the reason why we usually do LARP investigations is because we don't know people doing live action role play to actually portray themselves to be somebody they're not, and then come into our server. This isn't the first time, by the way. People have purported to be NASA's satellite space engineers, data processing people, and all kinds of things. And then later on, throughout the course of our conversations with them, we've had many sessions with people like this, and all of a sudden we discover that things in their story, in their timeline, don't add up. And then we find them out to be LARPers, live action role play. They portray themselves to be somebody on the internet whom want to thwart the efforts of critical thinkers in our community by portraying themselves to be somebody, and then having the people, look at them in a specific way, like maybe perhaps a NASA propulsion engineer, and then, give themselves over to that, trustingly, that the person saying that, and then all of a sudden this person says, I thought I was a flat earther. I came to my realization, and so it's not as easily digestible as it would if somebody was just to come from a standpoint of not having that background. So it's more of a thing that we have to do out in here.
It's unusual. Yeah, it's very unusual.
It's highly suspect. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'm trying to be more discreet about probing him, but I guess now that it's out there, I'm just gonna come out and because I wanted to ask you, like, what this whole time that you're working there, did you guys have to know how propulsion works in a vacuum? And what do you have to think?
That's great. That's great. I was just looking at that's great. That's great that you asked him that question. I'm looking at the timeline. The timeline has to make sense from the part where you get out of high school to you go into college, from the time that you study a specific degree in your major until you go into work for a company, from the company to like how many years you've been doing this, and then he sounds to be in his 30s, let's say.
It's just a little hard to.
It's a bit hard.
He can't have. Because the thing is, he can have a complete profile, background story, memorized scripts and scenes and fake memories. Yeah, I get all that, but that's why I was trying to ask.
What if that's not the case, and we sound like crazy people for thinking
y'all don't sound crazy. You sound a little bit paranoid for good reason, because there's a lot of stuff to be.
Yeah, so I'm bringing to the forefront. That the level of skepticism for somebody that's actually been a part of that program and then comes into this chat is highly suspect. I'm not saying that anyone can't do that. I'm saying that they need to be taken a bit more skepticism for the timeline from like where they were at to where they're at now. And if your story is what it is, fine, let it be that it is. It's not unusual for us to feel this like kind of a line of questioning for what it is.
He did say that when he first found out, so that was kind of a genuine reaction to flat Earth, in my opinion. But it could be just good acting. It's not, don't mean to insult you, man. We're just, patting you down, at the gate.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. I mean, so as I said, I'm not really here to talk about flat Earth, but I guess you guys want me to talk about it. But I was just here to really ask for help, and because
Mickey's right. I was gonna say, dude, you're like, we should keep this guy alive, man. You're like a very valuable asset. Then if you send your way from NASA, you're sticking your neck out, man. Like,
if you're genuine, if you're genuine, then you become an valuable asset to the cause. Because a lot of people, like the ones that come in here, say, well, there's nobody from NASA saying anything, and then you'd be like the guy.
No, there's more than just me, because my wife and I have we went down to Florida some years ago, and apparently the lady who we checked in with at the hotel, her husband currently works at NASA. This was a few years ago, so I don't know if he still works there now, but at that time he worked at NASA, and he is also a flat earther as a current NASA employee.
But just not outwardly. Like, whoa. He's not going to be outwardly saying things. It jeopardizes.
No.
Like,
it would infringe on the liability, where he works at. Anyway, but yeah, I get the point. But the thing is, if that is the case, then we have more to talk about, right? So there's much more. But like I was saying, the timeline and everything of the history of like where you began, where your flat Earth journey began, and I heard you say something that you were a part of this community before. I don't know if that's correct or not. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, but just to me, the only thing
I joined the Discord a long time ago, but I just never really So I used to try to get the word about flat Earth all the time, every day, all day, and it just kind of like took a massive toll on my wife and I's relationship, and so I guess I kind of went into like red pilling retirement mode, if you will, and then COVID hit, and honestly, like I kind of wanted nothing to do with this world, to be honest with you, and so I kind of just disappeared for some years. So now I'm kind of just trying to build my YouTube, and we moved into the middle of nowhere, and I got some animals. I don't know if you can hear my birds or whatever, but we're just trying to kind of survive here, and I'm just trying to build my YouTube channel, and I'm so close to getting 1,000, so we can finally get some freaking money, and that's kind of why I'm here asking for help.
If you're a man about your word, and everything's legit all across the board, and people are hearing you and all that, then the community will embrace that, and I guarantee you, this community specifically is a strong asset to have in the truth circles, right? So the truther circles.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So we are a powerful ally in that we are every nation under the sun gathering under the banner of truth. So, but that's why it's also the same place for somebody who claims to be a flat earther. It's the hardest place to be, this server, because a lot of the other ones would just accept whatever speculations, and they're built on that. This is built on a very different foundation, and everybody in here, like they come to an understanding after some time that this is, we speak truth, and everything that we say is backed up. And not only that, we have, people that will testify to that from, every nation under the sun. So, just like as you becoming somebody a part of this community, we would value that even more so because you work for a company that's basically allegedly, deceiving mankind. So
yeah. Are you not a flat earther, or are you?
But if you're trying to build like subscribers, that's more on a skill level of editing / filming / those kinds of skills. You have
all that stuff. Yeah,
but you guys can check out my channel. I feel like it's pretty good. You can judge whether you think I'm like good at it or not. I'm certainly open for suggestions and all that too. Like I can put it somewhere if you guys want or whatever. But
so Manway, were you asking if I'm a flat earther? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Cool.
But what I'm saying is also YouTube is what it is, but you can only go so far with a platform like that. I would say look into a platform right now currently that's gaining steam is Rumble, which is the one I'm on at the moment.
That's what somebody told me about, and I was like, well, maybe I'll put my stuff on there as well.
Well, do your homework. But I would say that from the truther standpoint, you're not going to get far.
I got 1,000 subscribers on TikTok in like 4 days. So
did you really?
Probably.
The thing of it is, like, I don't actually talk on my channel, so my channel is only music.
Well, how is that sequitur to what I said?
Oh no! I was responding to I think Mayhem said, I'm only going to get so far on YouTube, because here's the thing, like I'm not trying to like red pill anybody on YouTube. I'm just trying to have a channel that actually
generates money. To what he said.
Well, because isn't he trying to say that you can only go so far on YouTube because they'll ban you for talking about certain things like flat Earth or whatever?
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm misunderstanding what he's saying.
Wasn't the initial thing you came in here with this was, this community embracing your platform, thus growing your platform so that you can get monetized?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping I could ask you guys for some help in that area.
Well, that's in conflict because of what Miggy said. So that's why I'm like, well, how is your response sequitur?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, but sorry. No, hold on, man. No, we're not doing that. Okay, if it's not about flat Earth, if it's not about what we're doing here, we're not going to spend we barely have resources to spend on ourselves on this topic here on this server. So we're not going to go out our way to, do all that for. We're all trying to eat. We all do that on the side. We don't try to make money. You're not going to make money talking about truth or flat Earth. That's like the worst thing.
No, you could never. Yeah. You could never. I mean, Eric Dubay probably doesn't. He still have a monetized channel?
I was trying to say, Bong, you just simply you can't say that. That's not true.
I think there's a bunch of people who have monetized flat Earth YouTube channels.
But here's the thing, though. You have to have a system that you're going to work with. If you're going to work within the parameters of YouTube system, then you're going to have to flourish using their system.
Right.
So the question is, do you want to use it or not? You say you want to gain traction so that you can get monetized. Well, I said to you initially, well, good luck with that. I mean, there's nothing else that we can do. Bong doesn't want to be a supporter. I told you that this is a revolving door. Perhaps someone wants to.
I'm not trying to dock myself.
You'll know when someone wants to. Basically, that's what I'm saying. If they
Yeah.
don't want to, then that's a shame. But it is what it is.
No, it's fine. I don't need everybody or whatever. Like even if just a few people, happen to be interested in my music or whatever, that would be awesome. All I'm saying is that it would be cool if flat earthers got together and just supported each other in whatever realm it was that they needed support.
Yeah, we do that. We do that. And on my journey as I grow, I'm definitely planning on doing that. Witsit's doing that. QE's doing that. People are doing that. We're doing that here with this Discord of 30 or almost 30,000 people.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. Is there somewhere that I can put my channel so that whoever wants to can see it? Like, I'm not trying to shove it down anybody's throat, but I certainly like if
you
somebody
just
wants to
you just post a link, and if people want to subscribe, that's usually how it works. So.
Yeah, no, but where though?
You're saying you're from NASA.
You just post it in the no. Look, the quick response to not bog the conversation down because someone wants to actually be unmuted. Ash Cookham does. So we're gonna have to talk to him. But yeah, you just post it in the public space where people are talking, the lobby here, whatever, and people will either subscribe or they won't. It's the same for everyone here. Now, if you're asking us to mobilize behind you and your content, well, again, that would be up to us individually. Because we're not going to just systematically just,
Yeah, you're not gonna come in here, right, and just to drop a bomb like I used to work for NASA, and then say, "Oh, by the way, can you come support my music channel that has nothing to do with flat Earth?" Like what? Like back up just a little bit there, real quick. First, you say you used to work for NASA. Let's talk about that, man. What?
Yeah, but if you're
into
music, unless it's flat Earth music.
Well, guys, you know what a
this is probably the wrong place.
Yeah, we told. Yeah, we don't. That has been elucidated. Now, Ash Cookham would like to be unmuted, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now. We're going to talk to Ash Cookham, right? Because Ash Cookham wants to have a conversation. In order to do that, Ash Cookham, you have to actually be in the in here.
Yeah.
So maybe see, is he up? Is he up in VT check-in? No. So I don't know. Somebody needs to let him know. Oh,
mic check.
Yo.
Mic check, Elijah.
I hear you.
Hi, mate. Yeah, I was just saying to the other guy, like, if he's doing music, then he really needs to find a platform, a music platform.
No, I know, but you hear me trying to talk to somebody who wants to have a flat Earth conversation, perhaps, maybe not. We're not like, let everybody focus. There's a person in there who wants to be unmuted, who wants to speak. So let's acknowledge that person. So I guess in the meantime, go ahead, one deck.
No, it's nothing, Elijah. I was just saying the other guy with the music thing going on and NASA, probably, like you say, it's probably the wrong place, really. I mean, if I was promoting my music, I'd be going to like music places who are into that music I'm making, and targeting them. I wouldn't necessarily go to a flat Earth fucking server to promote my music mixes unless they was flat Earth related.
Well, what's interesting is there's a guy who's created a website who has over 1 million hits on his flat Earth / red pill music, and he just kind of came in here and we embraced him. Yeah, so he came in and we embraced him because, well, he had already built that for himself. And we found it to be good, and so those of us
his music is so good.
Support him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love his songs.
So there you go. Why don't you talk to him or something?
Oh, I know, right? Is he on here?
He is when he comes in. Yeah.
Is he come often?
Quite often.
I'll have to. Is his name Flat Earth Guru on here as well?
Think so.
Or what is it? Flat Earth Music Guru or something like that?
No, it's Conspiracy Guru.
Conspiracy Guru.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did he might have left, or how? Is it not spelled with conspiracy? He might.
Yeah, but your music isn't flat Earth related, is what I'm saying.
No.
By the sounds of it, you're sampling like computer game music, and what are you doing with that?
It's not related.
Yeah.
I was just kind of wondering if y'all would help, just by virtue of the fact that we're all flat earthers, and I think we should all support each other. But I'm not trying to
I'll sub to you, so.
Thank you.
No problem, man.
Yeah. I do music. I don't necessarily like people come to me and they ask me, "Hey, where's your music?" Like I don't tell them, "Hey, you can." That's the whole point. You as an artist want to be supported. I'm just saying it has to be relevant, right?
Yeah, no, and I figured it was kind of like a long shot, but I was like, well, who knows? Maybe they'll be supportive, maybe they won't. But either way, I'll try because I'm kind of desperate at the moment. So not to sound desperate, but I am.
Well, check out the live stream voice text because old dude posted Conspiracy Music Guru's link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I also do music, and I love having an opportunity to plug myself in wherever I can.
Yeah.
I mean, the way to win in music is like you either create a real audience or you get streaming bots. I mean, everybody's doing streaming bots. You know what I mean? It's not just like ask a couple of people here and there.
Somebody actually already posted one of my videos.
If you want to be, if you want to be successful, the first thing you need is a proven system. That they're boatloads.
Oh, I know. All right. Oh, do I have the Red Pill Philosophy interview? That's a good question. I think I recorded that somewhere, but I don't know. He deleted that? Hey, is that guy still in the chat? Who was that said that? Blue guy.
Blue Jumper knows you, apparently.
Blue Jumper knows me. Yeah, because he might have seen the interview that I did with Red Pill Philosophy.
I think he
interviewed. Is Red Pill Philosophy in here?
Blue Jumper interviewed you a few years back, I think is what he said.
Oh, Blue Jumper, are you Red Pill Philosophy?
Hold on. What did he say?
He's asking. Yeah.
Oh no.
See, here's the thing.
Okay,
so I didn't see.
I said that.
I wasn't looking at the chat because I was over here standing by the window because you guys kept telling me I was roboting. So I stepped away from my computer. So I'm on my phone talking to you guys, and I can't see the chat. But when I walk back to my computer, I can see the chat. But then I start roboting, maybe.
Well, you're fine right now. We hear you. But Blue Jumper didn't say that he interviewed it. I'm sorry. I just misread it. He said that you had an interview with Red Pill Philosophy a few years ago. No, I don't know. But Blue Jumper recognizes you, and he was vouching for you in the chat.
Yeah, I remember talking to him. I think I recorded that as well. Because apparently, according to Blue Jumper, Red Pill Philosophy deleted that. But probably because it got too spicy for YouTube, honestly. And it probably would be too spicy for this as well. I don't know. I haven't really fully read all your guys' stuff, but I'm going to try to keep it PG or whatever. But
Well, really, all you gotta do is keep it flat Earth.
Yeah, I can do that. There's so many related things, though, and that's kind of why we got off on so many tangents on the Red Pill Philosophy show. Is he still around? I haven't really, like I said, I haven't done any major like red pilling stuff in a good while.
Well, the last place he was seen, I guess, his own library. So it's good to probably look there first.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy was super cool. He was on Gab back when I was frequenting Gab. I don't know if anybody else is on Gab, but
it sure would be cool to see your interview.
Yeah, I'll see if I can dig it up. Problem is, I'm so and I hate to keep going back to this, but like I'm so preoccupied trying to build my channel though at the moment, and that's why I'm like, man, that's why I guess I'm kind of just exploring like every avenue. That's why I even came to you guys, because I'm like, man, how the hell can I, I'm just trying to.
Where would you begin to look if you were looking for that interview?
My computer, it would be like in my file somewhere.
Is it a tedious process?
Well, the problem is I have such a, yeah, probably. It would definitely take time for sure. Cause it's like sorting through, recordings and things like that. Like folders and it's like, it was years ago too. So now God knows it's probably buried.
Understood. I was looking for this audio where, I asked them in Gym Pandas, can you put...
Hey, you're cutting out, Elijah. Or maybe it's me. Can you guys hear Elijah?
He cut out.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Elijah, if you can hear us, we can't hear you right now. Yeah, no, I know. I come across like crazy to you guys.
I didn't even look for it. I thought it for 2 minutes, and I was like, no, I can't find it. So I get it. I get it.
And especially now too, because I make content, I'm always recording stuff. So I have like probably thousands of, I have 8 terabytes on my hard drive, and it's probably like pretty close to 7 out of 8. Like I need more space, or I need to do a better job of organizing. And really, I probably should just be deleting more stuff, honestly.
What? Red Pill Philosophy deleted all his FE content on library?
Apparently, according to Blue, what's his name? Blue something?
What's that about?
Blue Jumper. You got to remember him because he's been in the chat vouching for you, buddy.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna remember him now. I just didn't remember the second part of his name.
I'm just messing with you, please. I'm just kidding.
No, hey, I never know because you guys are kind of, on my case, which I understand. Like, I get it. So I can take it. I'm a big boy.
Yeah. So good luck, I guess.
Thanks, buddy. But I guess if you guys need me for anything, just PM me or whatever, and because if you ping me on here, I may or may not see it. But if you direct message me, I'll definitely see it. Because I have all my what is it called? I have it on Do Not Disturb.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I imagine that a handful of us subscribe to your YouTube. So of
awesome,
the few of us, I know I'm Flatsy Klein on here, but I'm Kim Hopkins. You can sub to me too. I've got music.
Sounds good to me.
Can you send me a link, Flatsy?
Send me. Yeah. Yeah, you guys should probably have like some kind of place where people can put wherever they're.
We do. There's a ton of us that do music and have posted it in here. So that's why I said
perfect.
You can post it. I don't know what else you want us to do.
Oh yeah. Oh, did you posted it?
No, what I'm saying is, I called
There it is.
this period of our time, a period of time in this server, the new Renaissance, because we had just started doing music. A lot of people like the guy named CI, he did some music, and I just was just inspired. I was like, you know what? I do good music, so I think Flat Earth could probably use a good sounding, song that doesn't, good quality. And then other people just started doing songs too. So yeah, we have a place where we post music. It's probably labeled under music or Flat Earth music or something in one of the channels. You could just post there.
Well, Elijah, I put it in the live stream voice text, and the way that I got it is that I clicked on his name and it was in his bio.
No, your
is
stuff.
It really in my?
Yours.
Oh, my stuff. Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Thank you. Oh, I posted. You know what? Look at this. You know what? Let's play this on the bot. There's the woman by the name of, what was her name? Because her name was similar to Leluka's, so I'm thinking Leluka, but it's not Leluka, who I also did music with. It is, shoot. Let me look. Hold on. Just type my name in here, then I find all the stuff that I posted, and it should be. Here we go. By Jicky Droppy or Yicky Droppy, or yeah. I'm just gonna post it for you guys, and I want you guys to play this song. It's a what do you call it? It's a cover with the words changed to fit Flat Earth. So she has an amazing voice and she plays the piano. So let's go ahead and play this.
Hey, I subbed to your channel, Kim, or Flatsy.
Thank you. Thank you.
You got it. Hey, pictures in the live stream voice text? Or maybe it's my Discord just messed up.
You're roboting, buddy.
Damn it. Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went back to the window. Hey, can I post pictures in that text voice chat? Or
I think you have to have a certain role. You have to have the link embed role. You just have VC verified, I think. Or yeah, that's all you got. You need a link embed. You can still post links, but not.
Yeah, maybe I'll just post the yeah.
Can somebody play that on the Flat Earth song "Round and Round" that I posted? How do you use the bot again? I don't know. I didn't use it right.
It was it's M, but I don't think it's capital M. I think it's just M. The exclamation mark.
Exclamation.
There we go.
There's some pianos.
Round and round on a sphere. Tell me, how do we get here? In the first place,
Boy, that cut out.
Yeah, that just like
Did somebody
went away really quick.
or was that just the end?
Either way, that was good.
No, only.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That was nice.
That was only the beginning.
I was in jazz band when I went to college for music, so I can appreciate the jazzy. I even dab into the bluesy.
Oh yeah.
I was in band. I was in marching band.
Yeah, I was in jazz band and choir and all the things.
I was in choir at a church that I went to back when I used to live in a different state. Kind of missed that actually, but what are you gonna do?
I did the Handel's Messiah for a few years in a row. That was something.
Nice.
I was soprano.
Wow.
Hey,
That's
just,
something because your voice is kind of not exactly that high pitched.
I know it was kind of weird to me that I was soprano, but I think it's just because I have the range. Like when they test you, like the way that they do it, you stand up with everyone and you hit arpeggios of each scale, and you just keep going up. And if you can't go up anymore, you sit down. But if you can keep going, stand up and keep going. I was able to keep going.
Wow. Nice.
Just on the Elijah, just on the songs and everything like that. I say I post the odd little DJ mix. I do some house music. I also write a few flat earth poems. I've got a little section on FED, and I just feel like reading a poem. So I'm just going to read you a poem, and it's called "Formerly Known as the Curve." Back in the old days, they used to say, especially when watching a boat sail away, the boat would disappear bottom first. They said this was because of Earth curve. But then in 2020, January, they discovered the Black Swan imagery. The distance to the oil rigs and the horizon afar proved the globe radius out by far. Finding this proof caused a lot of tension, and a list of globe alterations that I'll briefly mention. The distance to the sun will now have to change. The size of Venus can't remain the same. And what about time and orbits too? What's the ISS going to do? And I've only mentioned a few. The size of landmass on maps would alter. Navigation and travel would surely falter. These are the things a larger radius would do. What's it going to take to convince all of you?
That's great.
That was a good one, Dick. That's awesome. I realized on FED's
you wrote
that you have your own section.
Dang, dude, you should make a song out of that.
Every you ask Elijah, every time I read a poem, someone says you should get a song out of that. And I do DJ and I can do beats, but I just try and keep to the poetry. But yeah, I just write myself. I've got a section on FED, one deck's poetry.
What you could do is you can focus on the poetry, and then you can have like one of your buddies, somebody else in here or whatever. They can make it into a song. Y'all can just kind of publish it together.
Yeah, anyway, we was on the music and the lyrics, so I just thought I'd read you a poem. So I hope you enjoyed it.
Heck yeah, man.
That's awesome. One deck, and it's awesome that FED gives you a little section in their server. That's what's up. Love it. All right, guys, I gotta go and get some more coffee and figure out what my son is doing.
Bye. Good meeting you.
Yeah, see you later.
I'll be right back. I'm not leaving. I'll be right back. It's not like I live in a big place.
But I'm just totally off the subject. This now. Well, it's not totally off the subject. For some reason, I was thinking about something the other day, and it was to do with angles and numbers, and something I read somewhere. So I was testing it out. Like, if you write, say for instance, you write the number 1 with like a tilted line and then a plumb line, that's the number 1. And if you look at that, there's one angle, yeah. And then if you do 2, number 2, like it's a line across, then a down, and then a cross at the bottom. So you've got like a horizontal line, an angle line, a sloping line, and then another horizontal line. You've got 2 angles. That's number 2. And then you can do this through all the numbers, but I did come to a number. Oh, I think it might have been number 7. I went through every number like this, so you can do it with every number up to 9, and there's the same amount of angles for that number, depending on how you write or draw the number. But there's one number that's a bit of a nightmare, and it's number 7. And I just wondered if anybody else had looked into this and could help me out with the number 7. I think it was.
Do you have a picture that you drew? Can you post a picture?
I can't at the moment. I was writing it down and actually drawing it, but that's why I was sort of describing it. You know, like if you can imagine a number 1, you're just like a little line up and then one straight down like a plumb bob. That just gives you an angle. One angle. Yeah. And then 2. If you draw another line on that at the bottom of the plumb line to the right, you draw it across. You've got 2 angles. So that's the number 2.
Yeah.
And you can do that with number 3. You've got 3 angles. You can do it with number 4. You've got to do the 4 in the certain 4 way, because you can write 4 in a couple of ways. But there is a way that 4 does it with 4 angles, 5, 6. There was. I think it was number 7 was not playing ball with me. Pardon the pun.
It's funny.
Anyway, I don't know why I've even mentioned that. That was just something I was doodling away with the other day. I thought I might ask everybody. Has anybody else? Is that popped into anybody else's head? And does anybody know anything about it?
I don't think I've ever thought about that, but you make a good point.
But it's good because you're bringing angles into numbers. So we angles are quite relevant in our discussion topic. And numbers are, and everything sort of comes from angles, or angles angles, freaking angles and numbers. It's all sort of ties in a little bit, doesn't it? Anyway, I'll try and I can't do it at the moment. I'll post something and let you know. But have a think about it anyway.
All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to head out unless anybody else wants to ask me anything else or grill me on this or that. But we can always talk later, too. So feel free to have me join or whatever anytime.
Here's a question before you go. What is the meaning of life?
Isn't the answer like 24 or 42 or something like that?
It's whatever in the world of relativity. It can be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, I guess the Bible says, seems like we're here to kind of take care of the land and the animals and the plants and to multiply. That's my understanding.
I mean, I definitely agree with you on that. That the Creator has he provided us with the earth and the oceans, and it's our job to, but we've got to maintain them to the possible best way we can.
Yeah.
And the heavens above and the luminaries, that's the Creator's domain, I think. But I mean, I always think, what as a human, forget everything, forget structural, systems, how we live at the moment. Just get yourself in a place where there's nothing, right? You just forget everything in your mind. As a human being, what would the perfect situation be for a human being to feel at its best? What are the needs and what are the requirements to feel? What is what would we be doing? What would we to feel perfectly? I'm looking for a word here and I can't find it. Perfectly natural in our natural state. What would it be? Would we be in perfect silence, just at peace within ourselves? Would we be physically doing things? What would that? What would it be to be in pure human being bliss? What would it be?
A good question. Just like standing in the woods or in a field with the wind blowing and maybe some birds chirping or something.
Well, it's funny. I've just to go a little bit. My daughters took me out yesterday for the Father's Day, and we went on a hike in the Lake District in the UK. We did a good scramble. It's called Jack's Rake. It's a grade 1 scramble up some rocks. It's quite tricky and technical. Anyway, blah-de-blah-de-blah. We did the hike. We got to the top of the mountain, and we had some food. And there was 5 of us, and we did a meditation, like a 10-15 meditation, and it was absolute bliss because there was nobody else there. You could just hear it was a lovely day. You could just hear the wind and the birds tweeting and the bees buzzing about, and we all just closed our eyes. And my eldest daughter led the meditation on just our awareness of the noises coming through and how we felt with our breath, and how our body felt with the wind blowing against us up on the mountain. And that's what you just said. That it was perfect, just being in nature.
Yeah. My wife was talking about Eckhart Tolle, I think maybe yesterday, and how you just kind of sit there and you just feel, and you just you don't even think about what you're thinking about. You monitor the thoughts. You don't even allow it to take root in your mind, I guess, so to speak.
What you do is you become aware of the thoughts, but you don't react on them. You let the thoughts come in because you can't stop them.
Yeah.
You're just aware of them, and you let them do what they do, and then go. And then sometimes you just got to realize that if you sat there doing that, your body's actually doing everything. Your heart's beating, your lungs are doing what they're doing, your breath's doing what it's doing, and that's not taking no effort, or you don't even cut. That's just doing that naturally. But it's them thoughts that coming in. But as long as you just got, like you just said, you've just got to be aware of them thoughts and don't react on them. They'll come and they'll drift out again.
Right. Yeah. Or you'll get distracted by a butterfly flying by, or
just notice it. That's what you do. You just notice it. That's all you got to do. Notice it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that, and I'm not a big. Not that I don't agree with it. I'm just not really into the Bible or scriptures. But when I've read things from the Jesus, I think Jesus mentions something like being still and quiet.
Yeah.
He mentions that a lot, and I think that relates to what we're just talking about: being still and quiet.
Yeah. I think people don't do that enough, probably.
Well, look at the system we're in. It's horrendous, isn't it? You just don't. I mean, there's some people who probably have a lot of time, but I mean, the majority of the world and me, I work long hours. I don't stop. I'm tired. I'm grafting. I'm doing physical work, and then I've got my family, and I've got, I don't fucking stop, really.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have that little bit of meditation.
Start growing some food and start growing some animals and start growing some food and maybe slowly but surely try to get out of that. That's what I did. Now I'm kind of struggling financially, but at least I have peace of mind of like not having to be, I don't know, just like in a hamster wheel.
I know,
and
again,
I'm much for that.
I'm saying not into the Bible, but I keep going back again with the Jesus story. Look at Jesus. He was like, he just walks around speaking the truth and telling you things. I think he just turned up at people's houses for food.
Yeah, wherever anybody was cooking and eating. Hey guys, how you doing?
Yeah, he just turned up at people's houses for food, and Yeah, I don't know.
I think there would have been a time where really any of us could have done that too. Like in a previous, like some decades ago, probably any of us could have done that. But today, if you try to knock on certain people's houses, you're probably not going to get the very kind reception that you would have gotten.
Right, we all see it all the time, don't we? I mean, I see it. I mean, it's worse in certain countries and certain areas, but I see it on the streets of Manchester in the centre, and I was trying to make a bit of an effort with the homeless and everything, but you see people just walking past people in despair. I mean, I know these con artists about homeless con artists who aren't actually homeless. We get that here a lot.
Right, yeah. They just want drinking money or whatever.
The worst one I saw was about 5 years ago. I spent a few days in Rome, and I went to the where was it? Was it Colosseum or the Vatican or somewhere up there where the Pope is anyway. And then I was walking up there, and there's this guy, and he was legit. You could tell his head was swollen. He was just sat against the wall. He had his cardboard sign out, and this is going to the Christian house of all houses, and everybody was just walking past him. I thought, I'm in Rome. I mean, I wasn't flat. I knew the story anyway. I know about the Jesuit Catholic religion and all that. But what I'm saying is, these people are supposed to be like, and he was walking past the guy. You could tell he was in pain. He was struggling, and they're all there to go and see the Pope and can shout about the fucking religion, and they're not acting upon the morals of the religion. Anyway, I went to the guy. I just got him a bottle of water. I went and bought him a sandwich, and he looked like he was a leper. To tell you the truth, he did look a little bit frightening. To a child who would look at him, he'd think, "Oh God, he had a big."
You were there. This was your experience, or?
Yeah, I was there. I was going to the Vatican, going to Rome to see the fucking where the Pope lives on my Rome city break trip. And as I'm walking up, there's this guy there, but he had a big balloon on the side of his head, and his lips. He definitely was disformed in some way, and he was dirty, and he was sat on the wall begging for money, and you could tell he needed help. And everybody going to see the Pope was just walking past him.
Sad.
And I thought that just fucking sums it up for me.
That it does, man. Because that's the thing is like people are so focused on what they're doing, and it's just a system. It's like a systematic lack, which drives people's behavior to be very selfish. If we all were living in abundance, it wouldn't really. It would be a situation where somebody would walk by and be like, "Yo, do you need something?" And especially like if people have all the time in the world and nothing to do, and they just see somebody struggling, like of course they're gonna go over there and help them.
Well, of course you should. I mean, and that's what works, you see. Gratitude, and you can call it karma, you can call it reap and sow, you can call it what you want, but we all know what it is. And, you know, I said it the other, I was on FAD talking to someone in the after show last week, and I was saying, you know, I do it. I don't go out me. If I see someone in need, I'll try and help them. You know, and you just not just. I don't do it for this. What I'm just going to say, but you do actually feel better when you're helping people in need.
Yeah,
you do. I'm not saying do it for your selfishness. You want to feel good, but it does do that. And I was saying to the guy, and I was saying to the FED after show, let's all make a fucking pact that tomorrow, it could be a small thing, it could be a big thing, but make a point of every day, just try and do something nice for somebody. You know, just a nice gesture for somebody. Just go out your way and just do something for somebody to help them. It could be in a supermarket. Could be in a supermarket.
I hate to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. Blue Jumper just posted my interview. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, man. I apologize.
It's all right.
I just got so excited that I was like, "Oh my god, he found it!" I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. Well, everybody should just jump on that, press play, and then save it in the YouTube, and that's what I'll do now. But anyway, you know what I'm on about. Keep doing good deeds. Keep helping people.
Yeah.
And you'll feel great.
Yeah, for sure.
But make a point of doing it. Get up in the morning and think, I'm going to help somebody today. Whether it's helping a woman across the road, whether it's passing something off a supermarket shelf for an elderly lady who can't reach, pass that, open a door for somebody, throw a quid in someone's fucking hat that's begging. Just do it.
Yeah.
Make a point.
I can't believe he found this. I'm gonna have to listen to this again because I don't even remember what I said.
It's all right, but by doing that, that's good energy, yeah. So you're putting good energy out there, yeah, and that energy is going to be absorbed. You're putting good, loving energy into the system, and that's what's lacking. Right. That's what's lacking with all the media and the system we're living in. It's all negative, fear, and depressing energy. So we need to. That's what we need to do. We need to up this energy.
It's
sometimes
like the ether.
Just a quick, sometimes even the flat Earth, which I'm obsessed with, and I have been since I found it. Sometimes that can get, that draws you away from it a little bit. Sometimes because you're fighting but that takes you away from. That takes you away from. You know what? Yeah, I'm not going to say that it doesn't matter about the shape of the Earth because it does. But imagine putting that's taking your energy into that way there, where this is what we said in the beginning. What is the best state for a human being to be in, and what's the perfect situation for a human being, is obviously looking after the Creator's Earth, what he made for us, and helping our fellow human beings, and making sure we're okay and we're doing the right things for ourselves and for the Earth that the Creator made for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've waffled on a bit. I'm going to check your video anyway. Peace and love.
Take care, man. I know what he's saying, though, man, because it's like, I think that's kind of what took me out of the flat Earth like realm. Like, what just kind of eventually made me kind of fade away from it is because it can be so mentally and emotionally taxing to just argue with globers. Sometimes it's just, and especially like if they're not, how do I put it? Like if they're not genuinely trying to learn your perspective, they're just trying to give you a hard time or whatever.
Yeah, well, I sorry to interrupt again. I heard your story before, and I could relate. And the guys on FED and the guys that know me, I've told this story 1,000 times. I was exactly the same. Found flat Earth. Just to wrap it up in a nutshell, found flat Earth. didn't know people even was thinking about flat Earth. I thought I was a chosen person to go and spread the word, and started forcing it around everybody's necks because I knew the Earth was flat, and I was ramming it down my partner's throat, my family, my friends, right? And then I found some
I
flat
was
Earth.
just like that.
Yeah, but then I got into the debate thing a little bit, and I didn't even know about trolls and fucking anti-flat earthers and all this. I'm thinking, what the fuck? And then I met these people, and I'm thinking, this is like heavy shit. What's going on? And that's what I did. I did about a year of that, and I thought, fucking hell, this is hard work. But I didn't really know the arguments or anything. I was out doing stuff and talking a load of shit, trying to fight the flat Earth, and I didn't know any facts or have any compared to how I am now. Anyway, that's what I did. I fucked it off for 2 years. I thought, I've fallen out with a partner who I've known from school. I've lost a couple of friends. I feel just fucking isolated.
It can
so
be.
I thought, I'm just going to
kind of
leave
hard.
this alone. Just left it alone for 2 years. I left it alone. But I can't
Yeah.
stop. But I
Oh, no
back
kidding.
into it.
You're like me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's... Especially when you first find out, like, you're just like, oh my gosh, like, this is so big and so important, like, I need to tell everybody. And it's like, each one of us is only one person by ourselves. And, it's like, you get so much passion and drive to, like, how do I fight this evil that is, just seem to completely grip the whole populace? By myself. So therefore you end up just being so over the top.
Yeah. I've been exactly in that place, mate. I know it.
All right, y'all. Well, take care, and thank you, everybody who supported me, and anybody who wants to or whatever. And just let me know if you want me to come talk to somebody. And if I have time, I'll be happy to do it.
That way I sent you an instant message or direct message, whatever. Take a look at that. This is Wave Mixer.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good, man.
Yeah, see you later, bro.
Bye. Is it Wave Mixer? Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Or is it Wave Mixer? Yeah, wave.
Yeah, the E is silent. Wave is like a wave file, sound file.
Yeah, you got a B flat in your icon there. Is B flat? Let me see. Let me click on your name. How the heck do I? It isn't working for me here. There it is. Is B flat 7.38 hertz?
7.83 hertz is the Schumann resonance, and that's the frequency of the Earth. And it's 2 octaves lower than the lowest B on a piano, and it is actually a B flat, not a B sharp.
That's cool. I love that.
So that symbol, the triangular symbol, that's the alchemy symbol for the planet Earth.
Really? Oh, and that's why you have a line through it.
Well, no, the line through it, that is the actual alchemy symbol. So I put the 7.83 hertz inside of the line. But the triangle with the line through it is a symbol for Earth, and the B flat is a note. 7.83 is the actual frequency that the Earth emanates, and that's why it's there.
Nice. That's freaking awesome, dude. I love it.
A lot of work.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
I do a lot of work with frequencies, so you might want to check that out.
That's going to give me. I've got a few tattoos. Like I've got like a tattoo on. It's funny, my tattoos. I've got a sleeve, and I started my sleeve years ago before Flat Earth, and it starts off on the top of my shoulder with like the Om sign, and then I've got the Om sign, and then I thought I wanted to start it from the this is what I was thinking at the time. I want to start it from because at the time I was thinking Om is the first noise. It's like the noise of the universe and creation. That's where my head was at that time. And then I've got I thought I'd go down to the planet. So I've got a Jupiter as a ball and a Saturn. And then as it goes down, I come down to mountains, and then it comes down to forestry and stuff like that. So my arm starts from space down to the ground. Not that space exists, but that's.
So I have to ask, like, before I go, now that you are a flat earther, how do you feel about the Jupiter and the Saturn and the space tattoos?
Well, to tell you the truth, I've never thought to myself, I need to get them scrubbed off, because it's just a gentle reminder of that's what you used to be, and I've come so far from that. I even said to my tattooist at the time, and I've got this on my arm. I can show you the picture of it. I've got this on my arm. I always let her just do a little bit of her own. I said, want you to just add something to my arm on this tattoo. And I said, don't tell me what it is, just a small something. And do you know what she put? E equals MC squared. She just put that. Man. Yeah, I didn't know what she was doing. She put it on. And I've got that and planets and Jupiter and with the eye on it. I've got like a little eye, a proper eye on Jupiter where they say there's an eye. But that's how I was thinking at the time. But anyway, just to say what I'm saying, on my other arm, because I do some DJing and I like my music, I've got like a music arm with some, I've got a turntable on it, some headphones, some maracas, an old tape cassette, what you used to like, just like an old tape. Some people won't know when playing record and pause buttons and all that. I've got that, and I've got a music note. Now it's going to sound funny. I just thought I'll put a music note on there. And back in the day, I used to go out raving and all that, and we used to just pop an E, like an ecstasy tablet. So when we was dancing,
wow,
yeah. So I said, I want a music note on there, and I said, just put us the music note E on, because that's for an E. But now I've just heard the B flat. I'm gonna fucking I'm getting a B flat on that arm now.
Because that's the resonance of the earth.
Yeah, and you've got to be flat. You have to be flat because it is flat.
That's so funny. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. B flat, of course. Duh. Yeah, that's flat. Hilarious. Oh my god, I love your symbol even more now. That's so crazy.
B flat because it is flat.
B flat because it is flat. Yeah, that's great. All right, y'all. Take care.
You was going an hour ago, mate.
I know, right? Now I'm gonna hang up though. So, bye.
See you, everyone. I don't know if Mayhem's still around, but I was just wondering how the Ruhif situation went the other night. Bloody Ruhif started sending me I've never really had loads of conversation with him. I've had a little bit of banter with him, but nothing special. And then he heard me on FED saying something, and he started direct messaging me, saying he's got evidence of drop over distance with his theodolite, and sending me video clips and all this. So I said, listen, if you want to talk about it, come and see Mayhem and the guys on 24/7. Anyway, I spoke to Mayhem, and he told me that he was obviously bad because he's a bit of a rumpusing person. Anyway, he wanted to come in, and it was at that time of night for me where I was actually just sort of going to bed and people were falling asleep, and I couldn't really talk on Discord and have a debate. So I was just listening a little bit, but I couldn't get involved. I listened to a bit of it, but it sounded like Ruhif started lying about a few things, but I just don't know how it ended up, or if I could listen to it somewhere. So don't know if anybody can help me out with that one.
Yeah, it went pretty well, as much as you thought it would expect to go. He didn't have any evidence for drop over distance, and he was just like making things up along the way. But he posted a video from his refutal to Jay Tolan's video, and it amounted basically to him having like Al-Biruni's evidence. So he was just going off of Al-Biruni.
Well, that's just a depression angle, isn't it? From your eye to the apparent horizon, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's also using the right angle triangle from your position being horizontal or vertical to your position on a mountain.
Yeah, he did send me a video that he did 4 years ago with his theodolite somewhere, and I couldn't be bothered listening to it all because he was going on and on. But from the gist of it, I think that's what he was doing there. He was measuring heights of mountains at different locations and saying these drop, but which would appear to be your angle will change depending on your position. It's not. It's only measuring an angle differential of a height of a mountain, I think, is what he was saying. But that's nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, measuring the height of a mountain in different locations.
Mountain. It was the test that Al-Biruni did. So, like seeing the horizon from the mountain. But actually, he was looking at the mountain from another mountain, according to his test, using a theodolite. He was using a theodolite, taking it out of the context of it being used for what its intended design was supposed to be used for. So he was already way in the wrong by doing that. And then, talking about how you can have plumb line vertical to your position, and that's not even what the rhetoric for the globe Earth model saying for the Clark spheroid model presentation. So he's way off there. So he's so many errors in what he's presenting. But at the end of or at the beginning, I should say, he stated that you can't know anything to be 100% sure from a scientific standpoint.
Well, it's empirical.
According to him.
I take it he's banned again then.
He got banned at some point, but it wasn't my doing. I thoroughly thrashed him with a 3-point question. Didn't get through the whole questions because of his cognitive dissonance, of course. I never usually do with people like him. And I ended up on the second question, but yeah, he's thoroughly debunked. Like, there's nothing left there for. Plus, like I told you, he debunked himself by saying you can't provide any evidence for anything scientific with the Earth. So.
Yeah. Oh, nice one, Mayhem. Well, thanks for that, mate. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've only spoke to him briefly. I've heard the guys on FED speak to him, but I've never really dealt with him. But we have had a chat and we've had a few little discussions and to and throws, but nothing serious. But I mentioned, since I've been on your server here, I've been mentioning or terming it drop over distance more. Well, I've never mentioned drop over distance. I've always mentioned it as curvature. I've never put it out there using that terminology, drop over distance. Now, this caught his attention for some reason, and he direct messaged me. I've done drop over this. I said, well, listen, if you want to talk about it, I'll have a word with Mayhem, and he'll come in. Instead of text messaging, come and have a word. And that's when I text you, and you said he was bad, and you get him back in. So, but it must have triggered him. Drop over distance. That terminology has triggered him.
Yeah, it's not. They don't, because the globe doesn't have that. It's a geometric principle. So, geometrically speaking, if it's a sphere of a radius, diameter, and circumference, they would have to reason that the geometric sphere that we are standing upon would conform itself to the properties of what the claimed radius, diameter, circumference would be. So, if that is the case, drop over distance on the geometric shape of the Earth that we stand on would stand to reason that it can be measured due to the fact that it is an oblate spheroid. Well, we don't get that. So drop over distance is not something that we can actually measure when we go to the beach. So that's the issue. Yeah. And the absolute destruction of the globe.
Yeah. Well, that's where it came from. I've just remembered he was texting me and I said, well, can you supply me evidence of how your globe was measured? I said, provide for me. I need to see how drop over distance was measured, who did it, and what equipment was used. And he kept giving me his video. I said, I don't want your video. I said, I want the original documentation. I said, it will be documented if it's been proven. I said, I want to know who did it, when, and what equipment was used to measure drop over distance. Now, he said that was irrelevant whenever it was done because he's done it.
He kept saying that when he was in here as well.
Yeah.
I don't have that. I'm like, well, you have to. We're standing on a geometric shape. And that the consequent of that would be that the drop over distance should be something measurable. It's completely within the realm of reason and logic for us to be able to verify this as per a sample set on any given part of field tests.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, it's not unreasonable. I'm not going to say here like we're on top of a geometric shape and then we're not going to be able to find that. That's unreasonable. But to say that we can, that's totally within the realm of reason from a small sample set. It's a distance of an arc.
Yeah, well, I was going on like this with him, and he threw Eratosthenes. I said, don't even mention Eratosthenes. I said, I'm not going to go bat and ball with you on Eratosthenes. I said, we both know now Eratosthenes is not drop over distance. Let's not even go there, because, you know, he knows that himself. It's just measuring fucking angles in two different locations. That's nothing to do with drop over distance.
Yeah, this geometric consequent sabotages the globetard, as QE would put it. It sabotages it because there's nothing that you can do to rescue it from it being something that's geometrically possible. So it would have to exist in physical and natural world for us to be able to measure it as such, right? Because why would we indirectly need to know how it's measured, or calculated if we can directly measure it as we would any logically geometric shape on Earth, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's the claim. It's the claim of the shape of the Earth. So obviously, it's been measured. Obviously, somebody measured it at some point in time, and they must have used something to measure it. So just provide me with that information, describe and tell me how it's done, and I'll have a look at it. But he can't provide you with that information.
Correct, because it's never been done.
That's correct.
It can't be done because it's not a globe. So it's basically we go back to the first step, which is it's never been done. So like he wants to come over here and talk about other ways to thwart the efforts of like disproving flat Earth from a standpoint of like rebutting the argument, but that's not the point for point discussions that people get into within the context of flat Earth is not the issue. We don't just have flat Earth talking points that we want to talk about, and they got globe Earth talking points. It's who has ever done anything, which is the premise of my three questions, that can never be thwarted by the efforts of the globe Earth. The premise is to actually have a foundational knowledge of how these three things have been accumulated or ascertained from a standpoint of academia or anyone, right? So who has proposed this information and then who has validated it, as in primary source, citation, and demonstration? And this cannot be gathered by just some cowboy who wants to thwart the efforts of flat Earth by disproving talking points. You have to first fundamentally come at this from where it was in history to be founded, and then move forward as to the method by which you've done to actually verify it. You know what I mean? It's a process, and if you can't detail that process, then you don't have the information. You simply come up, bankrupt.
Sorry, I dropped out there. I'm just back in now.
Also, I've been promoting my channel as well on Rumble. The referral link to getting a Rumble account is in my it's in my description. So click on my name, and then you can go to my Rumble account. Or actually, it's a referral to get a Rumble account, and then you can follow me on Rumble, which would really boost my my audience. So I'm trying to get as much as I can popular within the flat Earth arena. I've been doing this for a while, so you guys know my style. You know what I do. So. And if you guys that are listening to me right now have any issues with Globers, just have them come talk to me and we'll make some content out of it.
Yeah, nice one, Mayhem. I'm enjoying the server, mate. You know, I've been coming in for a few weeks now, but I'm really enjoying it. It's quite fresh and different approach. I like it, mate. I like what you're doing, and I like you.
Yeah, well, thanks. I'm just doing the best I can. You know, it's all we can do. There's a lot of work to be done still with the foundation of the knowledge and getting out there to the public. So. If it gets quiet in here, Blue Jumper, you can probably put on a video or something to kind of so that we don't have dead air. I gotta be busy doing stuff for now.
Okay, I'm jumping out now. Thanks, Mayhem. Thanks for all your help, and thanks, guys, for everything. I'll speak to you all soon.
Later one day.
Hello? Hello? Is this thing on?
Yeah, man.
It's just nobody's talking, but it's on. It's on, it's just dead airspace.
Can you hear or not?
Are people talking right now?
You are.
I hear you.
Do you hear you?
Are you sure you're talking right now?
Okay, I was just asking if it's dead airspace. It seems like it's dead airspace. Nobody was saying anything, so
Is that yeah? Are you 100% sure? Yeah.
Okay, then I'll take the airspace then, because I came across my mind got blown again today on something. You guys have probably already heard this, but this one is really funny. So if you talk to any person, average person, the astronauts are floating in outer space because there's no gravity up there. So I just saw this video come across my suggestions today. It was one that Neil deGrasse Tyson did right after they came out with the 2021 Level documentary. After Eric Dubay did the 2021 Level doc, he did some damage control, and he said that no, actually, the only astronauts that have actually been out into that level of space are the ones in 1969 who landed on the moon. And so then I started, and he said all the other ones only go up to 60 miles in the air. And so then I looked up, well, what's outer space? I just looked it up in Google, and it said 62. So then I looked up, well, wait a second, what's zero gravity? It's like 53 million miles in outer space. And then I'm like, wait a second. So those astronauts are not floating because there's no gravity? So then I looked that up, and they said, nope, actually they're not floating because there's no gravity. They're falling. And this is what the science, this is the official stance of science.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This Globy can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this shit. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. Three, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number four, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number five, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number six, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a Globy backing up the claim and forget it. Number seven, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. The shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number eight, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out straight out to cog this. Number 10. A strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang.
Love it.
Yeah. It's your boy CB. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream.
You gotta do more.
24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell 'em bounce.
Love that 90s.
First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses, when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. The space around you is warped. And space itself is pushing you down into your chair. And that's why you're sitting in your chair today.
Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
So good. It's so good.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I was saying. Everybody thinks that astronauts are floating in space. And up until today, I actually thought that was the official stance of science, that astronauts are floating in zero gravity in outer space. And the reason they're floating in outer space is because there's no gravity. And that was the position of science. No. The actual position of science, what does Neil deGrasse Tyson say? He always follows the consensus. The consensus of science is that, no, they're not even floating. They're actually falling. And so it's not that they're floating because there's no gravity. Actually, the gravity effect on them is similar to the people on planet Earth. It's just that they're falling. And the people, all the people we think have gone to outer space, no, they didn't go to. They're in what's called low Earth orbit, and the only ones that went beyond that were the 1969 astronauts that landed on the moon. That will blow people's minds if you ask people that. If you say, "Okay, outer space, Google it. It's 62 miles up in the air. How high up do you think all these astronauts have gone? All the astronauts." They will be very shocked to hear that it's not above 62 by their own standards. Their own science priests say this. It's only 60 miles up to its low Earth orbit. So I think that's a really good starting place if you want to debate, because I'm always flat smacking people in person, not online. I do it in person. And I'm going to start right there. I'm going to say, are astronauts floating in outer space? And just check their answer. And then it's a good starting spot. And I don't know where that last, if anybody knows where that last bit came that somebody played, where somebody was talking about sitting in a chair and gravity's effect on you when you're sitting in a chair. I'd like to check out that video. But I think that I'm just speaking to dead airspace right now. I think that Miggy guy, that guy you guys call Miggy, is like the only guy allowed to like talk on here or something.
No, dude, you're talking right now, in case you didn't know. Floor's open. You got your front and center stage. You talk away. The floor is all yours.
Back on your chair.
Monkey said to the tiger, "The grass is blue." The tiger replied, "No, the grass is green." The discussion heated up, and the two decided to went before the lion, the king of the jungle. The donkey began to shout, "Your Highness, is it true that the grass is blue?" The lion replied, "True, the grass is blue." The donkey continued, "The tiger disagrees with me and contradicts and annoys me. Please punish him." The king then declared, "The tiger will be punished with 5 years of silence." The donkey jumped cheerfully and went on his way. The tiger accepted his punishment, but before he asked the lion, "Your Majesty, why have you punished me? After all, the grass is green." The lion replied, "In fact, the grass is green." The tiger asked, "So why are you punishing me?" The lion replied, "That has nothing to do with the question of whether the grass is blue or green. The punishment is because it is not possible for a brave and intelligent creature like you to waste time arguing with a donkey, and on top of that come and bother me with that question. The worst waste of time is arguing with the fool and fanatic who does not care about truth or reality, but only the victory of his beliefs and illusions. There are people who, no matter how much evidence we present to them, are not in the capacity to understand, and others are blinded by ego, hatred, and resentment, and all they want is to be right even if they are not.
The left to right horizon curve is a function of height and field of view.
So you think the left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said.
No,
so you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth.
Said what you
Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you could see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhif. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, bitch!
Yeah, make your point.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that since we can travel from the North to the South Pole without going over the edge, then both the North and you cannot have a flat plane because you can.
This baseless assertion. Can you? Have you?
Mm-hmm.
Have you been there?
Have you where?
Have you been to both North and South Pole that you're talking about?
Oh no, I haven't.
Oh. So we're supposed to take your word for it?
So that's okay. So when you show me pictures of
evidence, citation, evidence, end of story.
So okay. So you're making my reasoning invalid because I haven't been to the North Pole.
No, because you don't have evidence.
Which agrees that the North Pole exists?
No.
No.
Go on. Who was talking? I'm sorry.
How did we get to this point? How do we get to this point that we are all debating about what the shape of the Earth is? The reason is we've been given information that we have never tested for ourselves. So if we're suspicious about everything that people bring here, first thing we do is citation, evidence, let's test it. You're coming here with that assertion that the Earth could be a globe just because it has a north and south pole?
No, I'm saying it's not flat. I'm saying it's not flat because we travel from the north to the south without going over the edge.
Oh, so see, this is why I answered you about the circumnavigation. I have answered you even before your mind got to that question.
I've never talked about
You can circumnavigate on the flat plane.
When you go from the north to
If
south,
you set an object in the center of your floor and you call that north, you can move round about it without going to the edge and be in the south. South is out from any location.
I'm not sure what you said, but I don't think you understand me. When you travel north to south, you are not circumnavigating anything.
How do you know? How do you know what you're doing?
I'm telling you that you're not going. You're not ending up in the same place. You're not
because
ending
you're
up in the
do you
same
know
place.
what's can you
Give him a picture to look at. Look at live stream voice text, please, so you can have an idea what we're talking about.
Yeah. What did you mean? The north pole of the compass points to south,
Never mind,
and the
dude.
south
Never
point
mind.
of the
I
compass
can't
points
explain
to.
it any clearer. If anybody else wants to take this, go ahead.
Can you just look in the voice
A compass.
I just said I'm not gonna let you take my friend on a wild goose chase here. It doesn't work in real life what you're thinking. It works on paper, in your mind, but when you go out and you travel, go south, let's see if you ever get there. You will be going in circles, buddy.
I never mentioned anything about papers or anything on paper. A compass doesn't point north because the north is more powerful than south. It points north because the south end. What?
What did he say? I'm done. He said a compass doesn't point north. I'm done here. Jesus, I'm not gonna waste any more minute with you.
I said
That's it.
compass doesn't.
You are muted for me.
Because
Don't talk to idiots, buddy.
Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank em with Van Allen's belt. I got bars. Call me a repeat felon. How they going to Mars but can't repeat the moon landing? Highway to heaven. Michael landing. Did you see that moon module? How they landing? NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. They out here talking space travel. How they never left. You want the truth? Educate yourself. Don't trust the system, boy. Educate yourself. Operation Fish Bowl, we in a snow globe. NASA's faking space walks in a swimming pool. Look down there, I see space bubbles. Astronauts is drowning, I see space bubbles. I see the truth. Took off my fisheye lenses. Post about flat Earth, and you see just who your friends is. Can I get a witness? Flat Earth Mafia, can I get a witness? The Earth is flat, they better deal with it. Zipping and turning through infinite space, and we don't feel spinning. Then they fall back on almighty gravity. Undetectable, untestable, theoretical gravity. Where's that all at? When you need it, there it is. Run up on NASA like I was Negan. You never look in that bowl that you've been eating. You never looked in that bowl that they've been feeding. got the last laugh, they spanked them with Van Allen's belts. Once you finalize here, you start looking at other stuff. Epstein didn't kill himself. Building 7 didn't collapse by itself. Pizzagate, illegal organ trade, child sex, slaves illegal, no knock rates. All for your guns, all up in your homes. Adrenochrome, they hear you through your phones. Milk's bad for your bones. Birth certificates are bond. The elite can't wait to drop the bomb. Faces underground, pyramids in the U.S. found. 1947 Puget Sound. Men in black, they put it in the movie to make you laugh. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt.
It's going to sound crazy, but I was listening to John Lennon's Imagine, one of the worst songs ever made. Like, it's brilliant wizardry, but it's truly horrifying. Imagine there's no heaven, no hell below us, and imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, but above us only sky, right? So, just like when I stopped watching porn and I replaced it with conspiracy videos, right? The way things work, the way humans work, the way consciousness works, the way everything works, is you have to replace things with things. So we are a people that looks up to God, and we pray, and we look up and we can't believe the majesty of the clouds, and we think about heaven and just the enormity and the beauty of it. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. So we took the action of looking up and seeing God, and we don't see God up anymore. We see empty space coupled with infinite possibilities. It's the ultimate wizard spell. Because Isaac Asimov, and according to Vox Day, his son is like one of the worst pedophiles in history. A lot of these sci-fi guys are fucking awful human beings, by the way. So you have all these wizards, these high-level wizards, and they'll phrase it in ways that'll blow your fucking mind. Where they're like, this blew my mind when someone said that there's more galaxies in the universe than grains of sand on all the beaches in the world. So you think, a galaxy is full of solar systems that are full of planets. I mean, even if you have a bunch of planets with nothing on there, it's like the odds that there's another planet like us or another planet like, it could be anything, right? In your mind now, it goes infinite. It goes, anything you can imagine is there. All the grains of sand in all the beaches. There's more galaxies than that. But it's also completely void of everything. Like the space between it's like 1 light year is the distance that light travels in a year. That's 186,000 miles a second. So a full year is a distance that we cannot comprehend. That is the emptiness. That is an emptiness that you can't wrap your mind around. And space is completely empty. It has no atmosphere. It has nothing. It is the absence of everything. So what does it do simultaneously? What is this generation lost in space with no time left to start again? I mean, it's in the songs. The devil can't. So we look up and we see complete emptiness. Like we are a speck. We are nothing. We are a ball spinning with no direction in a sea of emptiness that we can't possibly conceive of. Nothing is there. But simultaneously, anything you can possibly imagine is up there as well. And so to bridge that gap between science fiction and reality, which is what science attempts to do. Science is wrong more than fucking anything. Watch any movie from the 90s or anything where they're just referencing anything scientific. They were wrong about fucking everything. So to bridge that, you had to put a human being up there. You had to blow people's fucking minds. You had to merge those two ideas, right? So you have the ultimate wizard spell. Infinite emptiness, infinite possibilities, right? You put it in the same place people used to look at God with, right? You used to look at stars to align yourself, like where you were. You looked at the moon to see, like, was it harvest moon? Like, are we planting right now? Like, how's the tides? It helped you orient yourself. And you focused on the earth and your family and your surroundings. And you, it gets, guys, I'm right about this. It's brilliant and evil. Okay, we're thinking about terraforming Mars. Just think, what does that do to a population? Okay, so people are now like, life on Mars. Okay, we skipped all over. The moon is, no one talks about the moon. By the way, the Mars is a red version of the moon. It's just as empty. There's no atmosphere. It's way farther, way harder to get to, apparently. It's just red, and it's full of dust, and nothing's there at all. But yet now everyone's like, gotta get to Mars, right? So people are like, okay, we can terraform Mars. We can alter the atmosphere. No one's doing that to fucking Greenland. No one does that to fucking Alberta. You know how much land on Earth? Earth is designed. Earth is perfect for human life. The amount of oxygen and carbon and all that. What are we saying? We are killing our Earth. We are killing it, and us being here is ruining our mother. We are carbon emissions. This will be uninhabitable, so we will have to go to Mars? If you think Earth, like, we could detonate all the fucking atomic bombs we've ever made. It would be a utopia compared to anything you could possibly do to Mars. Mars is hostile to all life. Mars, you can't take one breath without instant death. Mars is not capable of having any human life on it without, even theoretically, if it's even possible, an unimaginable amount of technology and engineering to keep you alive as you're in this horror of a landscape. We're like, our temperature may go up 1 degree in the world, in the sea level, and we must go to Mars, and that's a dead end. Our nearest star, Alpha Centauri, is what, 2 light years? You can't comprehend that distance. If you go the speed of fucking light, it takes 2 years to get there. So what, you go there, it takes you 2 years. But when you go the speed of light, according to Einstein's theory of relativity, time passes way faster everywhere outside. So if you travel the speed of light for 2 years, according to Einstein, it might be a conspiracy theorist, but the rest of the world would age like 30 years, right? So how in the fuck would you possibly even go to our closest star that most likely has absolutely no planets that can possibly have life, right? We have a giant Earth, and we can do amazing things here, and it's designed for life, but yet we're already not looking at it. We're done with it. We've ruined her. We've raped and murdered and sacrificed. And now when we look up, we don't see God in the heavens just saying, one day you'll get here, be a good person. You look down, you don't see hell, you don't see Jimmy Savile, all the people that fucked up that are now burning in hell. No, you see like the mantle and the nickel core and the blah, blah, blah. They took away our connection to everything. and they replaced it with nonsense. Infinite vastness and infinite possibilities, and none of it you can ever accomplish. That's the ultimate fucking psyop. It's like, it's perfect and evil as fuck. Just believe. Do you question science? Do you question science? How the fuck would you make Mars livable? Why haven't we tried to make the moon livable? And why don't we focus on the Earth that's unbelievably livable? We're just so enamored with these fucking wizard priests that don't know shit about science. I know more about science offhand than some of these wizard priests. It's like, they'll just try and blow your mind with like things that you can't imagine. It's like, on Venus, the atmosphere is so dense that 2 mile an hour wind would knock you right off your feet because of all the density of the atmosphere. And it gets 400 degrees, and it's like, who gives a fuck? We're not going. We're not living there. It's impossible to go there. We can't get back to the fucking moon, apparently. We never went to the moon, guys. We never went to the moon. And there's a reason these lies exist. It's to keep people, it's to keep their eyes in that shit, that just fucking nonsense. Infinite emptiness, infinite nihilism. The amount of empty, just random, hopeless, black, coupled with anything you can imagine. How the fuck is that not a psyop? And then you couple that with the fact that all evidence says that we never went to the moon and that NASA just endlessly lies. It was started by an SS Nazi who was best friends with Walt Disney. They said they no longer have the technology. They erased all the tapes and no other countries ever went to the moon. How can you believe that? How can you live in a world where you aren't skeptical enough, or you're like so just, you just have to fucking fit in? Are you scared? Like, what is it? Everything isn't a lie. Yeah, we faked the fucking moon landing. So what? That's a real keyboard. This is a real fucking White Claw spritzer. It's freeing. It makes you realize that, like, that cognitive dissonance that people feel all the time and can't put their finger on it and just get angry at dumb shit. And it's like, just let it go. I don't know. I gotta go. Hit the like button. You guys know that this shit should be listened to.
Is that not the exact same thing you just said was a second ago, Matthew? Do you see how easy it is for me to just rewind and fast forward to you saying the exact same thing is a fallacy and then repeating it and saying it isn't?
The flaw in logic that Nathan is talking about in this next clip, a begging the question fallacy. If you were trying to prove the Earth is a globe by finding the radius, like this, assume the Earth is a globe, we can calculate a radius, therefore this proves Earth is a globe. No. That's a logical fallacy, a begging the question fallacy. If the Earth is a globe, then we can calculate the radius. That's not a fallacy. It is true that this observation is also consistent with the flat Earth, but Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth is spherical. Assume the Earth is a globe, we can calculate a radius, therefore this proves Earth is a globe. No, that's a logical fallacy. That's not a fallacy. That's a logical fallacy. It is true that this observation is also consistent with the flat Earth. However, I'm not lying or using a logical fallacy, but Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth is spherical. That's not a fallacy. That's a logical fallacy, a begging the question fallacy.
Boom.
And it would indeed be circular reasoning.
So that's begging the question then. That's what you are. You think what? I'm going to assume that you're not like this around children? No, my friend, I will automatically assume that if you're going to lie to an audience of 500,000 people, that you'll be more willing to do it when it's a small group of children you're educating and indoctrinating with lies and deceitful behaviour like you're demonstrating here.
how real is this flat world? Some things to consider. Let's start off with a bold statement, one that some of you have heard me say over the last 5 years. If the world is flat and it's enclosed, then it's probably digital. I say digital because the word virtual seems to have lost its meaning, like artificial intelligence or smart when referring to electronics. Digital may seem like an older term, but it still applies. Why does this make perfect sense to me? Well, for starters, I'm older and had the pleasure of working in the tech field since its infancy. I was one of the first kids at my university to have their own computer. I played video games for a living during the 90s and then taught proprietary software for the better part of 20 years. The short version is I know what the industries have been striving to do for decades, and it is the one aspect of our future that has almost reached its potential. Most of what was promised to us since we started building machines has never been realized. No one has flying cars or ray guns or robot servants. I suppose there are special military programs that have achieved some of these goals, but the general public will never see them for various reasons. Flying cars are too risky. Ray guns are way too dangerous, and robot servants, well, you've seen the movies. No happy endings there. The one ladder we did scale was information technology, or IT. That progressed very quickly, and the leaps we made in that arena were astounding. We have basically put small computers in just about everything, and the large ones have been dedicated to creating virtual worlds, or what I like to call the ultimate escape. Maybe it's the only true escape. Human beings seem to be designed to want escapism. We've all heard that. It comes in various forms, from alcohol to drugs, and yes, many different kinds of entertainment. Anything that distorts or triggers our suspension of disbelief qualifies. Suspension of disbelief is, by the way, the reason why you get emotional when you watch television, movies, or even read a book. Drugs and alcohol are kind of a poor man's virtual reality and doesn't require much thought. They smudge the canvas of our world and give the illusion that you are somewhere else. The stronger the drugs, the stronger the illusion. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Books, television, and movies require some imagination, and a good story in any form can transport you to another world, but you have to buy into it. If the story isn't realistic, the effect doesn't work. What all entertainment has been striving to do since the 1990s is to create an immersive experience, one that can transport you but requires no suspension of disbelief, no buy-in. We've had some interesting revelations during the evolution of these software simulations. The first is that almost all groups or companies use the same programming techniques. Just about every piece of 3D software that has been created, be it Fortnite, Minecraft, GTA, and all earlier titles, are all built on a flat, enclosed world, similar to a cake box. In fact, everything you see above you in these realms uses what is known as a skybox system. Even those that display a dome-like structure have to eventually square off the edges, which is why I keep using the word box. Computers still can't do some of the things that we do. One is, of course, be self-aware. We will get into that later. Another is that computers can't draw true circles. Not because they aren't smart enough to do it, it's because we haven't figured out a way to tell them how to do it. That's something to think about. If you zoom in on any circle drawn by a computer, it will start to get pixelated or square off into right angles. The same goes with large areas. Eventually, you have to draw a straight edge border. Why? It's more efficient. We can create illusions of spherical things like the moon and other planets, but up close they are always just bunches of little boxes. The same goes for the flatness of these realms. They are all built using a perfectly flat base. Mountains and valleys are of course added for texture, but the outer edges are always perfectly level with each other. Why? Because programming a curvature is much more complex. Developers are notoriously efficient, and the player isn't going to notice anyway. People don't notice the missing curve in simulations because they never see it in real life either. The curve of the real Earth is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, but it is only assumed. See what I'm doing here? This also happens in some simulations, Warcraft being the perfect example. The game itself is built on a perfectly flat framework, originally designed in 2004, but Warcraft globes that included continents were added to various rooms in later versions, and that subtle reinforcement worked. Now, younger players think the World of Warcraft is built on a globe framework. We believe the world that is presented to us. That line is from the now 20-year-old movie, The Truman Show, which proposed that people born into a created reality will believe anything that is told to them by the authority. Other movies have attempted to show us the potential of virtual worlds, the most high-profile being the Matrix trilogy, which started in 1999, otherwise known as the greatest year in movies. Probably the most thought-provoking was a lesser-known movie from 1999 called The 13th Floor. It was a remake of a 1973 German film called World on a Wire, which was itself based on a 1964 book called Simulacron 3. As you can see, we've been thinking about this ultimate escape long before computers were even a common term. I'm going to spoil the movie for you, but please do watch it anyway. People in a company that creates virtual worlds discover that they also are living inside a virtual world. And yet, outside the movie, in our real world, as we inch closer to creating our own perfect simulations, we have already started seeing hints that maybe, just maybe, this place isn't what we first thought it was. The most obvious is the double slit experiment, which seems confusing when you read it. I'll give you the super simple version. Have you ever made a face at someone when they aren't looking, then they turn your way and you make your face normal again? That happens all around us, all the time, to everything. Ask any scientist and they will avoid the topic, which is interesting considering they were the ones who first discovered it. When you have your back to something, it's not being rendered or drawn at its highest possible quality. When you stare at it or observe it in any way, then it does. Why is this so important? Because this is what we do in simulations right now. If you're playing a character in a building, then everything outside that building is not drawn at all. It's called conservation of resources, and we do it for obvious reasons, because it's more efficient. Why waste computer power? So why is this happening here? Why is this world displaying traits exactly like traits of our own simulation? And if you think that's the strangest clue to where we live, think again. We've discovered something years ago called neuroscience and free will. The test was simple. Tape some sensors to a person's head and have them pick numbers on a computer screen. Have the subject note the time that they decided to pick the number before hitting the keypad. So when I think of the number 3, just then I thought of it. That's one of the ways we define being self-aware, that we can choose these things out of thin air, right? We create thought from nothing. Not so fast. It turns out that the computer could tell when we decided to pick that number 8 seconds before we chose it. Maybe that didn't sink in. Think of a number right now. Now understand that a computer can see that thought process 8 seconds ago. It's not possible. Nothing exists pre-thought, unless, of course, all this isn't really interactive, not really live. If you need to pause for a moment or get a drink, I don't blame you. The next few minutes are going to get pretty weird. Science doesn't believe in predestination or lack of free will. We have the ability to make choices on our own. We decide what we do when we walk through our day, what coffee to drink, where to drive, who to talk to. And even if this was some sort of interactive simulation, that would still make sense. We make choices on the fly in real time. That's how it works. It isn't the most efficient process, however. There is a way of doing all this that streamlines everything, something I like to call the interactive movie. It's like a real-time simulation, only you make most or all of the choices ahead of time. You pre-make all the big decisions, where to grow up, career paths, who to marry, etc. And the simulation fills in all the smaller stuff. You don't have to choose to brush your teeth 25,000 times in your life. After the choices have been made, you block all memory up until that point and enter the movie. The system only has to build the path that you took. If you never chose to go to Africa during your lifetime, the system doesn't fully build it. It's there, of course, but only in reference code. And it gets stranger from there, because then you have to ask about all the other people in here with you. How many of them are actually self-aware or real? And how many are NPCs, otherwise known as non-player character? In the movies, that question seems to be all or nothing. In The Matrix, everyone that walked the streets was a real person that fed the system. In the 13th floor, only the user was real, and everyone else were just millions of apps in human form. Which makes more sense. In most cases, programmers create armies of NPCs to interact with the players because no one wants to be a placeholder program. Everyone wants the freedom to run around and do whatever they want. In massive multiplayer games, there is a huge social aspect, where people interact with each other, but what if that could be simulated as well? What if basic conversation could be, for lack of a better word, simulated? I'm sure you've met people who fit this criteria, and it raises even more questions. There are too many different holes we could dive into here, so I'll try to be blunt. It's very possible, even likely, that the percentage of real people in this world is extremely low. And if you are listening to this and understanding that statement, then you are probably one of them. The rest of the masses milling around, sleepwalking through their lives, are just basic characters, like the ones in the movie Vanilla Sky, especially the last 30 minutes of it. If you are one of the very lucky people who got everything I just said, and had a mind-bending moment where things started to make more sense, then I envy you. To end this rant, I suppose I need to address the why, and there are two of them. Why not reveal the nature of the world to the people when they enter? Why not give them the freedom and unlimited choices in real time? Why hide that? Because I believe that's where you came from originally, a world with unlimited possibilities, where freedom was like breathing. This Earth is a world full of conflict and restrictions. It's the opposite. And if you realize that, you would want to leave this place every day after a certain age. That defeats the purpose. You already see what can happen here with that kind of situation. If you've ever known or heard about a trust fund kid, you'll understand. A child is told at a certain age they will inherit millions of dollars when they turn 16 or 21 or whatever. Their motivation then tanks and they eventually self-destruct. Not always, but often. Which is why lawyers advise the parents not to tell the children until after university. It also happens with child actors, royalty, and so on. Last but not least is the other why. Why come here? Why did you volunteer to suffer in this place? It's called dualism, and we all know it in one form or another. How do you know true heat without understanding cold? Pleasure without pain, light without shadow. The truly great worlds that exist outside of here in the boundless beyond can only be appreciated when they are taken away from you. Or, as the song lyric goes, you've got to go through hell before you get to heaven.
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
yeah. Why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long-distance Guinness World Book record-winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers. They're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done? Then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
oh, I wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm sorry. I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any...
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require your any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out and every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's first-hand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it.
Okay,
Very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. It's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it.
Please. Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. Wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever refractive lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably is not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not.
Don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. So I'm asking you, what is the difference you said you know between calculation and measurement? And you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct?
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word
I
measurement.
don't want an explanation. I want a definition. What is
Okay,
it?
so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I don't.
You don't know the difference between calculation or a measurement. And you don't know what it's singularly, what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay. And then a calculation is like, wow, I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right, so do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, like for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be, again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't compute.
So you already then by default you're just saying we can't. Real quick, can I just say this?
Please, one at a time.
I know, please, like one at a time. Right, one at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no, this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago. Who's like a brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question that I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, like, I'm hearing a lot of measurements and this would be impossible, but nobody's answered my previous question. Like, you guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses to the
We don't
degree.
believe,
I just
and we don't
something
listen.
that didn't require just your senses.
One at a time,
so what the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one, we don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's based on fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. Like, I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your car, your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, oh, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have planes. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was?
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you believe in something. You believe in something.
I'm not claiming. I've asked a question, and I've received like your claim is wrong. You're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now, I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat Earth, like everyone.
Do you have a citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
There we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good bad cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him an
answer. I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects, over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that, because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
that's a video game, dude.
Yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns, okay? Line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a globe.
When they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? We're talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
What's up, y'all?
You gotta admit that's kind of weird, bro.
What up? I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's
Iron Dan.
Is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan? That your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest.
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And you know he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Doesn't it kind of interesting that you were never taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. I mean, It's not, none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, oh, this is just the simplification and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, why'd you lie to me? And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, oh, okay, I guess you're right? No, you dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? And people want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." Whatever you turn the plane and go opposite direction, and then turn around and go this direction, that direction, then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel. Because I know what people, like normal people, respond with, and okay, so obviously you can look and then people will say, oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere, but it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, look, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is. Mm-hmm. No, it's still moving. Mm-hmm. And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever. Mm-hmm. But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
Mm-hmm. In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And then, basically when things fall down, really the Earth could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. But sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. These are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? if you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people. First of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like for all of because there's a flat earth debunk website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way? How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. You know, because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, of course people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? And it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
no one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
the
It
live
hasn't
stream
happened yet,
voice
has it?
text would disagree with you.
Well, why not? Well, why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, "What are your thoughts on what's been said?" And for you to say, "Well," unless you're gonna answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation. Why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, "Could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like, that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name?" Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're going to say what we're saying is wrong, in which only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So, like, he came in here, maybe thinking that this was crazy, but to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on them like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in, so.
Yeah,
well, I mean, you can hold on. You can just say, "I don't really have any comment right now," because it's a lot to take in. That thing about people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is, "I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question," that's honest. Or it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? And you said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like, I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
yes, but like when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
If you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in live stream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF.
I never realised I was trying to talk in. It was the bot playing. Is there anybody out there in listening land who wants to talk? Could I interest anyone in a discussion about the flat earth? Or if there's any noobs listening, if you want to jump into one of the VCs, I'll drag you up here and we could check you in, get you some roles. Hopefully my audio is coming through okay. Who we got? Warrior, I don't know your name. King Goyam, I don't know your name, bro. If you want to ask a question or pose some kind of argument or something. Couch Beast, I don't know your name, my friend. Never seen you before. Who else we got? That's about it. Unless anything else you want to talk, Amish, Jim. Back to Sleep, good name. I think I need to do that soon. So there's nobody want to talk? Shit. Put the ball back on there, folks.
Use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts. Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a hostile. Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
Okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
Even if you go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here. And what does it say? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says just a linear aircraft.
Right. Why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in 69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they? You want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
That is kind of ironic.
I want you to know, though, like, they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball. So they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality, and if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
You see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro, like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You can try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote-unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum.
Got me there, bro. Jim. Jim Waterworld. You there, bro?
Hey, what's happening, my friend? What's up?
Yeah, man. Oh, no, I was just wondering if you want to VC rather than listen to the same links everybody's heard 50 times, right?
Yeah, well, when was that discussion that Austin and God Rockin' and we're on? What were we listening to? How long ago was that we were listening to?
It was... Shit. It says the last was a Mark Sargent one, or the other one was an archive.
Oh, okay. Well, it's always fun to listen to that because you basically find out that heliocentrism, Earth around the sun, is nothing but a Copernican Newton invention, and that there's no scientific evidence for it at all.
You want a link for that discussion?
Oh, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, if you just put it in the voice chat, I'll copy it to my phone. Thank you.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, but I'm not 100% sure because in the bot commands, that doesn't look like a regular link. I've never seen stuff being played from archive before, so I'm not 100% what the deal is with that. Like.
Yeah, it's all good. What I found, what got me going was I have no life. So I've listened to Heliosorcery 9 times. I took notes on it once, but I listened to it 9 times through. It's only 103 minutes, and I've watched Omar Trebow, that 6-hour and 25-minute thing, that 5-part series. I've seen that through twice. So I got a decent understanding of biblical cosmology, and I have notes right here to the left of me that I've taken. I've done 2 videos on biblical cosmology, one 36 minutes long, one 38 minutes long. So, I have a decent understanding of the Bible, other than the Jesuit Dewey Reams in 1610 and Isaiah 40:22 and then Job 26:7. There's no evidence whatsoever we live on a ball, but there's all evidence in the world that we live on some sort of stationary plane. Because you got pillars, foundations, 4 corners, and ends of the earth, and none of those are found on a ball.
But so when I spoke to a Jewish guy, he says that that's in the Old Testament. It's not in the Torah. And the Old Testament's meant to be like a revamp of the Torah, but supposedly there's no the pillars. There's nothing about pillars and caverns and shit like that. That's off in the Gospels.
What's interesting, Jesus said in Matthew 5:35 that the earth was God's footstool. And of course, you can't have a round footstool. And then Jesus said in Matthew 5:45, and the sun rises. The earth don't spin, the sun rises. So Jesus in Matthew 5 gives us 2 illustrations that we don't live on a spinning space ball out of his own mouth.
But my point was that if the Torah was the original book, how come it doesn't mention the caverns and pillars and all that stuff? That stuff's been added in. when the new revamped version of it, and they've diluted it with disinformation, man.
Hard to say. I haven't looked into the Torah.
We've only looked at some of it. I mean, I'll give you this guy breaks the Torah down and points out the contradictions in it, like the fact that there should be no more sacrifices, no more idol worship, no more solemn worship. I take that to mean churches.
Yeah.
But he goes through and he points out different parts in the Torah versus the Old Testament, and he shows, like, look, it's really, I mean, I'm not religious, bro, but it's really intriguing stuff. I'll put it in the chat if you want.
Yeah. Anything would be awesome. Thanks.
He's good. You should drop a comment in the comment section, man. Tell him, because he was going to come and do a chat here. We were going to get some, like, maybe a couple of people who knew the Bible well, and because he knows the Bible well himself. He was a Christian, classed himself born again Christian. But then when he reread the Torah, like some of the verses changed everything. That he says that the Gospels, the Quran, and the the Talmud and stuff, they were written after it says no more books in the Torah. No more books have to be added or taken away from them, or something that says in Deuteronomy.
I'm of the opinion, since I looked at Genesis 1 starting in March of 2022, that it could be as simple as this, my friend. And this is what Genesis 1:16-17 says. So forgive me, they're both very short. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. It could be as easy as God put two great lights in the sky, self-illuminating, one greater, the sun is, hard to look at, and a lesser light to rule the night and the stars. It may be as simple as that. And we got Mr. Copernicus and Mr. Newton and Mr. Science, Mrs. Science running around telling us, oh, the universe redshifts except for the galaxy Andromeda, which is blue shifting. It's like, give me a break. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to call you out. And that's bunk, man.
The link for that, his channel's called AL. I put it in the live stream voice text, bro. It's fucking really interesting stuff, man.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
And bro, see, when you discuss it with people who are religious, it's even more triggering than the flat earth. Like, flat earthers get triggered out of their mind. I've been arguing with multiple people about this, because I've not got a horse in the race, bro. So
I think most of us who sit back and we go, we search, we look at the 66 books that are left in the King James, and we go, yes, those, I'm not saying that the Bible has not been corrupted, and in the council in 325 AD and hasn't been corrupted and things like that, and there were books taken out. I don't think anybody disputes that. Now, there are some fundamentalists who go, "Oh, King James only," right? Well, I've even before the Earth debate, I didn't think that. So,
it says this. As they class in Islam as haram, basically.
Yeah. So I just look at
it goes against the word of the Most High Himself.
Yeah, I just look at it. We have 66 books, and for some reason, we're supposed to have 66 books, and I let it go at that. I don't try to overthink it. I don't overthink the Bible. I've never been one to overthink the Bible, and I especially don't overthink it now.
I think you're only supposed to have I think it's 6 or 7 books that are in the Torah. That's according to them. They say that's the only books we're allowed. We're not allowed to take away or add to the Torah. That's what it says. Well, according to what I read, anyway, that's what it says. It's in Deuteronomy. I've probably got a meme someplace. You could look for it if you want. But you've got his channel now, anyway, bro. He puts memes up on the screen, like pictures of like clips from the Bible and the Torah. So as he's going through it all, he explains what he's saying. He points out the contradictions. He gives you the verses. So every one that I referenced, like when I was watching his shit and I was referencing some of the stuff he was talking about and bringing up on the screen, and everything I checked up was exactly what he was saying. It was all 100%. After that, I checked his stuff for a while, But after so long, I just felt that I never had any need to. But yeah, you'll get all the citations.
What's interesting that I've seen is you can argue for a stationary plane biblically. You can argue for it historically, because heliocentrism is pagan sun worship. You can argue for it through observations and measurements. You can, things like that, what we see every day. And you can argue for it through the stuff that relativity is garbage. And so you can argue for our stationary plane in 4 or 5 different areas if you really want to. You don't have to stay in one particular area, but it all comes down to this. When we go out in the real world, we don't see a ball. We see a stationary plane. We don't see a ball. Therefore, I'm going to trust my senses, and I'm not going to trust science, because science is nonsense, or it is pseudoscience at best. Yeah, I give, I don't know how many have seen it, that Omar Trudeau thing that I posted at 2 minutes after the hour is the Bible from heaven. He does 5 parts, 6 hours, 25 minutes. They just, they just continue on. I don't know if it's a week to week thing or whatever. And I give him great credit, because he did that in 2018 before this whole thing started in 2020. So I give him great credit that he actually sat down and did it. And then obviously heliosorcery was done in 2022. And so I give those 2 people, Chris and Omar Trudeau, great credit for stepping out and going, hey, we've been lied to.
I've been shouting about lies since fucking 9/11, man. I've been shouting at the TV.
Yeah, TV's just worthless. It really is.
Yeah, I've got a TV in the room that I'm in, mate, but I've watched it probably fucking 3 times this week. Watched Pawn Stars, that was it.
I was out eating. I used to try to go out and get breakfast, whether it's 8 o'clock in the morning or 12 noon. And I was there, and they had Fox News on to my left, and I was hearing them talking, and they were literally. I'm going to be respectful to the server. They were literally talking about the things that go boom boom, the loud things that go boom boom, and they were talking about the Chinese, from 3 years ago. And they actually called it, the Chinese, from 3 years ago. So within 10 minutes, they were talking about the big boom boom, and they were talking about the Chinese, Both things don't exist. I'm telling you guys, you think Fox News is your friend, you think One American News is your friend, they are as bad as CNN. They just tell you things that your point of view wants to accept, but they're both lies.
Preaching to the choir, because I would imagine most people that are listening to this VC, they know that shit, bro. Like both sides of these games, all the politics all over the world is controlled by 2 main parties, like every single fucking country in the world.
Oh yeah. Or you got one big bird, right? You got one around here at seagulls. There's one big seagull, and you got a left wing and a right wing, but the brain of the seagull controls both wings.
Brain of the seagull is being controlled by something else.
The seagull's controlled by something else. I can see that. That's pretty good. Poor seagull. They're so cute. They won't come up right to you and be your friend, but they will come up when you got food, and they'll get real tilted close to you, but not where you can touch them. But they're cute. They're cute.
Oh, I've watched them take like a chip butty, like a chip roll. I've watched them take fucking like chip rolls and burger rolls out of people's hands loads of times like that. Like fucking vultures, mate. And they've got the wingspan like fucking an albatross or some shit. They're huge.
Some of them do. They really do. They spread those wings out, and they spread those wings out, and they learned how to fly early, didn't they?
And they watch all the other scavengers amongst the groups, because if it wasn't for humans, there wouldn't be so much a gull problem. but most of them are protected. That's the only thing. They can't even get rid of them. But like overnight, if like humans cease to be, like a lot of these birds would die out because they only live off the sort of the fact that we've created these food avenues for them. Right?
Yeah, I was out like 4:30 at Michigan City at the pier a couple weeks ago before, just when the smoke started to come about because of the fires. So I was out there about 4:30, and the seagulls and the little birdies. I don't know what the little birdies were, but the little birdies and the seagulls were all over the sky, and it was just the funniest thing. I don't know if they wake up, during that time. I have no idea how they sleep, but they were all over the beach, flying over the beach, seagulls and little birdies all together.
Flying rats. Vermin.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Hey, it's supposed to clear up around here about 4 o'clock and then be clear for 2 days. I wonder if all the smoke is out. Hope all the smoke is out of the sky.
What's burning? Someplace burning.
You're cutting in and out a little bit. It might be me, might be you. I'm not sure.
I was asking you, is there someplace on fire?
Well, we had the Canadian fire.
Do you mean smoke?
Yeah,
because of a fire or something? What's happened?
We had the Canadian fires a couple weeks ago that came down and it affected the Northeast United States, which affected me here.
What's on fire now? I'm asking you, bro.
I have no idea what's on fire now. I got no idea.
I used to be an arsonist when I was a kid. I suppose once an arsonist, always an arsonist.
See, you're in the UK. You're in the UK, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's what, 8:21 there right now for you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a few people in the chat that I don't know the name of. JCW, you want to join a conversation, bro? Plum Bob, I've not spoke to you. I know you're kind of semi-regular. Couch Beast, never spoke to you, bro, I don't think. Back to Sleep, 77 Con, if you want to speak as well, man. Don't know if you've got roles, boys. If you've not got roles, ping me in the chat and I'll unmute you. Or I'll take you up to VC check-in, one of the two. So if one of you want roles, please jump up to check-in or ping me. Or try and find a cog this customer. Hello, who just joined us? Nobody. Builder Sank, how are you, bruv? You got roles, mate? I'm not sure. Check Builders. See if you've got roles, my friend. No, you're VC verified, man. If you want to speak, Builder Sank. Are you at the end of it? If not, that's cool, man. Looks like it's just us two, Jim.
It is.
Man, what's on your mind? Please.
I've just been trying to rack my brain and find some other stream of people that I could get here, some other place that I could go and start sharing information to get people here. I'm always constantly trying to think of another avenue to go down, try and snag customers. You drop the link when you're going around, Jim, when you're going around YouTube or Facebook or that, do you drop the link for the server, bro? Jim. Anyway, am I still coming through?
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
Yourself. Yeah. No, I was asking you, Jim, do you ever drop the link for the server, like when you're on your travels around YouTube or Facebook or any shit like that?
The link for 24/7 Discord is on my profile on TikTok. I want the Globers to come over so we can have a conversation 3 of them have said they would come over, but I haven't seen them here. So maybe they're all talk and no action. I have no idea. So I do it there, and then I haven't done it on Facebook, or I think a lot of us know on Telegram when we're on Telegram. We know. I've asked some Telegram group that is a part of TikTok group. They went from TikTok and made their own group on Telegram because TikTok is kind of like not good. And so I've given them links, and I don't know who's come over here. I haven't kept track of who's come over. I say come on over. I want Globers to come over so we can do the arena thing with them. You know what I mean?
If you ever thinking you've got the time, bro, drop the link, man. My last invite, see my original invite when I first joined the server 4 or 5 years ago, the last time it was checked, about a year ago, CJ checked it in the admin and the privileges they've got, and my invite had 2,600 hits. 2,600, bro. And that's not counting the people I've brought on my other accounts. But the first one had 2,600, man. So it definitely works, man. Just pure pepper bombing fucking everywhere with links. So anybody that's listening, if you've ever got the time, drop the link for the server. Maybe Flatsmacker's playlist as well. Eventually, man, I couldn't even post links like that. They had me blocked. Yeah. Facebook just completely, they stopped me posting the server link, and they stopped me posting Flatsmacker's playlist. Every time I dropped it, I'd go in on a different account, and it wasn't there. I could see it, but it wasn't there in my other account.
I just, I were like when Mayhem talked, a few weeks ago about opening up to, back to, debates, whether they're couple topic, 3 topic, or whatever. Oh, that was a really great idea. Limit to an hour and a half, 2 hours. So that's why I put a link on my profile page on TikTok, and I said, hey, come on over. And I've even done a meme on my TikTok page that, hey, come on over. Blah, blah, blah. We're doing debates now on 24/7. You can debate on 24/7. So we'll see. We'll see if they come over, or they tell us they came over because of that. They may not tell us.
Way, bro. The more you spread and the more you say, the more fucking information is out there for people to stumble across.
Is anybody familiar with the rapper Ice-T?
Yeah, man. He's my favourite rapper, man.
It's off subject, but he had a concert yesterday in Brooklyn.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was out on the streets of Brooklyn. You can look it up. I was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what?
He was doing a gangster rap in 1989, bro.
Gangster he had new songs and everything. It was funny, man. I just couldn't believe it. He's 65 years old. 65 years old, dude.
Bro, I grew up listening to Ice-T, man. That was like my first and really only rapper that I listened to for years. The original Gangster album and Home Invasion, they're probably like up there as my 2 favourite albums that there is, apart from Dr. Dre 2001, The Chronic. And there's like a few albums up there. A couple of Wu-Tang albums are up there, but they're definitely, Ice-T's fucking amazing, man.
Yeah. It's just interesting, I just thought that was interesting. It made me think it was more agenda driven than anything because of what's going on now and everything. But anyhow, yeah, it was just funny to see him up there 65 years old rapping. That's all.
He kind of sold it a bit by playing a part. Sorry, I was just saying, fucking, he kind of sold it a bit by playing the part of the police, and rather than the supposed gangster, the stereotypical role. Like, he wasn't typecasted, at least. But the people who used to like his gangster rap, I'm sure they weren't very happy when he turned police, and then National Victims Unit, or whatever the fuck it is he plays at that American show, when he plays the copper detective.
Yeah.
Special Victims Unit, that's what's called.
Oh. Yeah, he was out on the streets of Brooklyn, so he wasn't like in a stadium or anything. He was literally out on the streets of Brooklyn, had a little stand out there, and probably about 2,000 or 3,000 people there. But, it was pretty interesting.
I'd like to see it. There's some of his songs I think are shit. Like he done the stint with a band called Body Count, and it was a black hardcore sort of gangster rap, but through heavy metal music, like really heavy duty screaming. Like some of it's just too much for me, man. It's like System of a Down. I like some of their songs, but some of their stuff is absolute fucking trash.
Yeah, I agree. I remember when he was one of the original OGs, man. That started the crap. Yeah. Along with Two Live Crew. Run DMC. Anyways. I got a good citation for flat earthers. It's called The Planetary Defense. The 8th UN meeting. They have they build spacecrafts to land on asteroids. Okay, it's just ridiculous, but they land on asteroids. And they take specimens, or they take samples off of it, and it supposedly takes back off from this asteroid, comes back to Earth, and they take the samples and analyze them. But this one guy from Japan was given his presentation, and on his presentation had this drawing where it showed what it would look like if it impacted Earth. And he had a flat line with the 45-degree angle, literally said 45-degree angle, to impact. And I was thinking, well, how is that possible on a spherical Earth? Like, it's not, dude. I thought that was funny. And he actually gives a picture of it and everything, and that would be a good, like, what the fuck is that thing? But anyhow, it doesn't really make much sense anyways. If you can land something on an asteroid that's coming for us, that's threatening us, then why wouldn't you just take care of it there then? And you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense, but the whole thing's just silly anyhow. You're gonna silence me on chat. That's cute. Wow. Okay, there goes my First Amendment.
What?
We haven't had a First Amendment in the last 39 months. So it's no big deal when a private identity, a private server says, okay, whatever. So if you aren't used to the fact that we haven't had freedom of speech and expression in the last 39 months and you feel you've been tread upon on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, I don't know if anybody really cares, So anyway, welcome.
Good afternoon, plane dwellers. If we can't get a discussion going, I'm going to start reading from NASA technical manuals, so I don't think anyone really wants that. Someone's coming in. Who's that? Try again.
Me, Mario.
Little louder.
1, 2, 3 test. Hello.
Yep, that's better. Who's this?
Richie.
Oh, hey, Richie.
Hello.
I see you're VC verified. Welcome to the server.
Thank you.
So how long have you been... Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
No, you're alright, buddy. You got this. It just went quiet, so I thought I'd carry the conversation on, but you got it, man. You're fine.
No, it's alright. I was going to ask our new friend here how long he's been part of the conversation.
I don't
Richie?
know how long, but maybe 4 years.
Oh, okay. Probably longer than many of us here.
Yeah.
How'd you find the server?
I don't remember perfectly, but I guess I searched for it. Yeah.
Okay. How did you come to the knowledge of flat Earth?
Say from YouTube, I think.
Okay, so any particular videos or flat Earth content providers that interest you?
I think it started with... I actually don't remember his name. But yeah, from videos. There right now.
All right, well, I can tell you some of the early guys in this conversation that caught my attention were Mark Sargent, Taboo Conspiracy, those two primarily back in the earlier days. Have you caught any of Nathan Oakley's shows? Quantum Eraser?
Quantum Eraser, I know that name, yeah.
Okay. And some of these guys pop in here every now and then, so if you stick around, you might get a chance to talk to them.
I might have talked to them already. I actually don't remember many names. I'm very bad at memorizing things. But I like to talk, so yeah.
If I remember correctly, Richie's not too familiar with the talking points or the evidence or anything.
Okay, yep, I was about to go into that. So, I mean, ultimately, the evidence that you gather yourself will convince you the most. You know, people can show you videos, show you photographs, present white papers or research articles and other discussion materials, but if you don't go out there and take a look yourself, if you don't see it with your own eyes, you probably won't be too convinced. You may convince yourself that you're convinced, but you may come to this for the wrong reasons if you do. So we do like to encourage people to go find out. So.
Yeah,
Yep.
That.
And it's not that hard to do, particularly if you live near a body of water like a lake or even a river. If you can look down river a few miles, just find a clear day with calm water. See what you can see. Send a friend out with a mirror. Sweep the light of the sun across the shoreline in the distance. You can do it. And that's when the fun begins. That's when you go through a crisis of conscience.
I mean, that's what I always say in here. But that is the proof for me that the Earth is flat as water.
Some of us do like to get lost in the sauce with technical discussions, and you know, we've been around the block a few times with that, but really what it comes down to is what you can prove, what you can experience, and how you think about it. Every time I approach a globe argument, there's always going to be an appeal to authority, a special pleading fallacy, or affirming the consequent, or all three baked into one. And it's a disaster. People convince themselves so much of this that they are willing to pile on claim after claim and obfuscate claims, obfuscate evidence for the sake of belief in some kind of appeal. And we can sit down and through a discussion figure out where the trick is. It's like a magic trick. And once you see how the magic trick is done, you can't be fooled anymore. And truth has a funny way of doing that. Once you see a true thing, you can't unsee it anymore. This is probably a big reason why we don't lose flat earthers back to the globe very much.
Like in the Matrix movie. Took the pill.
Yeah. Yeah, that one guy who wanted to be plugged back in, right? He was eating the steak. Now, what would it take for somebody to be plugged back in, to become a globe earther? You don't almost have to have your mind wiped. Start over. Because I think some of the folks who claim to have gone back to the globe after seeing flat Earth, I think they're still struggling. I think they weren't really maybe committed to begin with. And if they were, maybe they're back for ulterior motives. But you can't live with cognitive dissonance and expect to function well, because it has this really profound effect on the mind. If you train your brain to accept and hold contradictory thoughts for too long, then you become susceptible to deception from other sources and in other ways. I think you lose your ability to think critically. Looks like we have a few other folks in the chat. Going down the list, people I haven't talked to before, haven't really seen. Couch Beast, Elfstone, something. Hope you guys are doing well. It's been a slow day for those of us in America, particularly on the East Coast here at work. Celebrating Juneteenth. Seems like half the world is off work today, the other half is working. Nobody can figure out what to do with this federal holiday. Not that we want to get into that. All right, let's see what's going on. Space.com news. Here we go. Europe's Bepi Colombo spacecraft to zoom within 150 miles of Mercury and close flyby today. It features some nice looking CGI there, right on the top of the front page. CGI Mercury, CGI satellite. What else is new? They claim it's going to take some stunning close-ups of Mercury's surface. And they're trying to use gravity slingshotting to slow down its path. Oh man. All right. Let's see what else is going on. Ethereal ice swirls dance around Arctic Peninsula in stunning new satellite image. If I click on this, what does it look like? Yeah, it looks like clouds in somebody's cappuccino. All right. So much for that. How do lightsabers work? Yeah, right there on space.com. Look at that. Such science. Unbelievable. Stephen Hawking wanted scientists to make black holes on Earth. Physics says it's possible. I mean, to do that, you have to really know what one is in the first place. And of course, they mention CERN. And some fear-mongering about destroying Earth. Okay. The other day, I was in Google just searching for astronaut survival training. And it's really interesting how much of that takes place out in the woods. Sitting around campfires, building traps for rabbits, learning how to field dress a rabbit. As if you're going to be doing that on the ISS. I mean, I guess it might help to learn how to use the can. But building fires. Why would you need to learn how to do that if you're an astronaut?
Combustion in a vacuum. Wonder how that works.
Building didgeridoos.
Yeah, it's more like it.
That's Don Pettit.
Who's building didgeridoos?
Wait, so Don Pettit was making a didgeridoo on the ISS? What, like with a lathe?
Are you serious?
I don't know. That's what someone was just saying. Making didgeridoos on the ISS?
What, have you not seen it? Where he cuts the sleeves off his shirt to make him look like an authentic didgeridoo player. And he makes a didgeridoo out of some tubing, and he's playing the didgeridoo on the ISS.
What an idiot!
Wait, I'll find the clip of it now and post it in the live chat. Wait.
We're doing science.
Yeah, where do those guys live when they're not on camera? I mean, so they go do their little vomit comet rides. They go into the dunk tank and do their spacewalks in water. You know, and then after a day of filming or whatever, where do they go? I mean, they can't be out like shopping at the supermarket for food.
They return home from the studio. Hey, we've got someone new in the chat. Drew. Drew, are you there? Hello.
Hello, bro.
Drew. Hello.
I'm not seeing that name in this chat unless I'm not scrolling far enough.
Yeah, down next to me.
You know, Timbo, if we ever get bored, we can talk about your land down under on the ball and what you see down there whenever you want to.
Yeah, go for it, man. I've got about 10 minutes.
Well, I need more than that. So, did you get did you get my questions in the DM?
Yeah, I did. I'll send you a message maybe around lunchtime. So
No problem.
I know about 4 hours from now.
Yeah, you 15-hour ahead people really are annoying. Why don't you get with the program, get with the rest of us?
Yeah.
You really are annoying.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, it's 15 hours sometimes. Sometimes it's 16. Sometimes it's 17. I can't keep up with it, and life is all about me, Timbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's some interesting questions in there. I might need to take another look at.
Hey, us flirts, we go deep in our questions, man. We go deep. You know, Globers go. We're spinning.
Well, it works.
Globers go. We're spinning, and
yeah, because the maths works.
Well, no, they may not even go to the math. They just might say we're spinning, and they might go, well, things fall to the ground obviously because of gravity, and they go gravity and obviously we can't trust their eyes, so it's refraction. So that's all they need. They need gravity, refraction, and whatever else I said first. But that's all they need, and they can live a blissful, ignorant life.
Yeah, and if you trust your senses, you're a lunatic.
Yeah, trust the science, man. Yeah.
Yeah, God has to save these people.
Voice. You're muted. Why'd you find another server to fucking annoy? How many fucking accounts do you have? You met anyone so persistent that they have 1,000 accounts?
When people have nothing to do.
Yeah. Well, you ask them a question, you say, what do you think about where you live? Like, is it flat, stationary? He goes, what, the Earth? You go, yeah. And he'll go, the Earth is what is between your toes. You give stupid answers like that, every single time. And you can't even have a conversation with him.
I remember like a year ago, I was listening to the live stream on some long train ride, and he had the whole panel of golds and mods and admins tied up for like 4 or 5 hours.
Just trying to get an answer out of him?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was kind of entertaining, but it was a huge waste of time too, so.
Yeah. I think that's why he's on the instant ban list.
Yep. All right. Anybody else? Anybody in YouTube? Anyone there spiraling? Pissed off, mad at flat earthers? Want to come give us a piece of your mind? I'm looking forward to that 1v1 arena setup. Everybody's been talking about that the past few weeks.
Around for the original arena.
I think I joined the server maybe right after it was stopped being used. I've been here about 2 years.
We've got someone called Something. Something. Hey there, I'm pretty sure you got checked in yesterday. Haven't heard you speak yet. You just want to jump in and let us know a little bit about yourself so we can familiarise ourselves with you. And then you won't get called out so much all the time. The new faces that you don't really hear speak seem to get called out. So, Something, if you're there.
Yeah, Something. Weren't you named Nothing and then one of the mods renamed you to Something? Isn't that what happened? I mean, your avatar is completely, blank, so...
Nothing. But it's not.
Yeah.
It should be called Black Square. Because nothing is something.
It's annoying when someone goes out of the way to make a good long distance observation meme, but they don't. But then they don't even put in the observer height.
Yeah. Or target distance.
It's like this Chicago skyline one assumes a 0 foot observer height. It's great, that's helpful.
Assumes.
So the amount of feet would be of drop from this would be if you had a 0 foot observer height. That's just annoying. It's probably 20 feet, I'm guessing.
We got to say at least 10, yeah?
Yeah.
At least 8, because you don't want to get that close to the water. So if you're 6 foot, but the usual tripod's probably only about 4 foot, maybe 4 or 5 foot, and then you'd be back from the water a bit. So, and then you bring it up, and the globe is going to say, okay, what's the confirmed eye height? Confirmed camera height? I don't know. We're just assuming it starts sounding like them. We're assuming the camera height. Oh, we're assuming the globe. So we're doing the same thing.
Oh man, I'm just catching up in the live stream with the Don Pettit didgeridoo. Oh no. Delightful Oscillations, a Don Pettit musical experience. That's funny.
Oh, that vest is.
Yeah, and what is that hose? Did he grab that from the ISS toilet that you piss in?
Oh, Don Pettit's definitely my favorite astronaut.
Yeah, totally. Hey, Couch Beast, I see you kind of chatting it up there in live stream voice text. You want to open up your mic and say hi?
Oh. Oh. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Wait, Couch Beast, are you a Glober?
I had to label myself. I would say I'm a realist. Ideological realist.
Do you believe that the Earth has curvature to it? That the oceans are curving?
No, at this point, no, I do not. I think that's verifiable as far as, in front of me.
I'd say there's no measurable curvature or observable curvature.
I agree.
Hello, hello. Is nobody talking, or am I experiencing technical difficulties?
You sound you sound clear. Who was it? I heard whoever spoke. Okay, so T do. Okay, yeah, I hear you. Yep, sounds clear.
Thank you. Thanks, Jimsy.
You're welcome. All good.
Hey, welcome in, Jacob. JT Jacob. Saw you typing in the lobby. Welcome in. Was there anything from, any conversations you were having in the lobby you'd like to continue on in here?
I'm just here to listen for now.
Oh, okay. No problem. Well, there's not really much going on in here at the moment, so unless you want us to talk, then we've got something going on. But no pressure. Yeah, that's fine. But let me ask you a question, though. Had you really, did you know much about this topic before coming here today?
Give me 2 seconds. I can't really talk right now.
Test. Yep, coming through, whoever that was.
That's Wave Mixer. I was just checking this mic to see if it worked.
It's like a little bit echoey, but yeah, I can hear you. Do you guys hear those birds? Or is it getting cancelled out? Birds in the background?
I hear birds.
You do?
I can hear them.
It's hard to tell what they are, but I hear something.
Yeah, it's noisy here with these birds, but I was just wondering if it cancelled it out or not, but it doesn't. Okay, good to know.
Are those just wild songbirds out and about, or you work or live somewhere with some birds?
No, they're just wild out and about. Magpies and currawongs, some other ones.
Nice.
Going crazy.
I get quite a few as well, but I'm not outside right now. Especially in the mornings. Kind of.
Yeah. Sunrise.
I was wondering earlier, there was a guy who said he used to work for NASA here. I had to leave, but it was right around the time Miggy was kind of, what would you say, grilling him a little bit. I didn't know how that turned out.
It must have been a lot earlier than when I was here. I don't know. Didn't catch that.
Yeah. To me personally, it just sounded like someone, like if I were trying to fake be a NASA person, which I in no way could do well, it would be like, it's like a propulsion engineer. And that was about the extent. Sounded like, I don't know. You know when you hear QE talk or India and you can just tell like extremely precise technical language? There was just none of that at all. It was just, we did like some simulations and that was about it. And maybe I'll check with Miggy later if he comes back or something.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I know we've got maybe one or two members here that worked for NASA in some manner. I don't know exactly the details. And I can't remember exactly who they are.
Oh, no. I haven't come across that yet, but I'll keep an eye out. And I know if he was real, I'd always need to have one more.
But yeah, if all they like, if their only role is like a jet propulsion engineer or whatever, then it's not really like they're just. What are they doing? Are they designing, building? Like, what do they do? And then they just like walk away from their job. They don't see what happens to it, after that. Then they see it on TV, or they go to the launch site and see this thing going up and go, oh, there's a part of that. Look, it's going to space. Woohoo! Like, no.
That's the end of it. It did sound like, it made it seem like they would give them certain simulations to enter into software and then the software would test. Couldn't really, again, I had to like bounce real quick. I was curious to see how that ended up. Another day.
Right, so they basically give them a video game to play with. That's cool.
That's what it really is what it sounded like to a degree. And I don't know, that kind of stuff, that sort of stuff makes me realize the impact that AI is really going to have on our world with stuff like that. Just why would someone else have to basically do data entry that has already been entered to a degree somewhere, right?
Yeah.
We're at my company. I'm sure my marketing company is, or marketing department is sweating a little bit. T, are you in Australia?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Very good. I guess being over there, have you ever looked into that flight route stuff yourself? I know
Not
they always use
really.
Perth as an example.
Right. Yeah. I haven't even been to Perth. No, not really looked into it. I found it interesting though that family member of mine went to Japan. I mean, well, they went to Italy, but their stopover was in Tokyo. And
Italy.
Yeah, like I don't really argue the whole AE map versus globe, like, because it's a globe projection anyway, basically. But but it is interesting, some of the flight paths that we compare, like, because when you compare a straight, well, not a straight line, but a direct path, like the shortest path on a globe from Sydney, Australia to Italy, it passes more over Dubai or India, you know. It sort of bypasses Japan. But you look on the AE map, and from Sydney to Tokyo to Italy is pretty much a straight line. So on the Gleasons, yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, especially when those are the ones that are real interesting when it's just a straight right over, like, oh. But I don't know exactly how it works, this whole like great arc or whatever they talk about, but then they try to, I guess the claim is that the great arc is sort of like that as well, or that's the route it forms. I don't know exactly how it all works.
The great arc is caused by magnetic declination. So it's really hard to explain, to be honest with you, without a diagram. But if you were to divide the circle in half, hold on, 2 seconds, mate. Yeah. If you were to divide the circle map in half, with a straight line from the north down through Australia and the north down through South America, one side of that line you would correct for declination east, and the other side of that line you would correct for declination west, creating what would be a circle as you try to correct for it. So this is what I mean by that great arc or great circle route. It's basically magnetic declination if you were to follow that type of navigation. There is a video up in new videos or new releases up on the top of the server, maybe a couple of channels down. If you scroll up in there, there's maybe about 3 or 4 videos clumped together regarding navigation. One's about time zones, and I think there's 2 on magnetic declination. If you watch navigate using magnetic declination.
Thanks. That's one of the actual channels that where you see all of them listed out, maps or navigation.
New releases somewhere near the top of the server. Maybe it's the 5th like hashtag channel down. Scroll up in there, maybe about 10 videos, and it should be around that area. Last time I saw it anyway, which was maybe 2-3 days ago.
Okay.
I dropped a link to that channel in the chat.
Sweet. When it's a new release, is it just from members here that are creating their own content, or just kind of anything found out there on the web?
This is anything that's found out there on YouTube or Rumble that's relevant to the Flat Earth kind of subject, yeah. Anything that's new that's popped up that someone's found interesting, they've chucked it in there.
Okay, nice. Thanks. I did watch a Witsit thing about the declination. I never knew about that, and that's crazy.
There's somebody in the chat, Crouch or whatever your name is. We're still waiting for that flat Earth theory. I kind of want to know what the flat Earth theory is, mate. If you want to drop that in, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'm yet to watch that taboo conspiracy video about magnetic declination. He reported on somebody that was involved in that so-called Antarctica race, the Antarctica Cup or whatever it is, or yacht race.
Yeah. There's one guy. I think he does a couple of videos regarding navigation aspects, the time zones, and magnetic declination, and all of that type of jazz to do with navigation. He's sailed over 100,000 miles. I think he was in. Excuse me, I got some wind. I think he was in the Antarctica yacht race, but he doesn't mention that at all. But being as you said that you haven't got around to watching it yet, I would suggest that everybody in this server watches these videos regarding navigation. Because to navigate across the Earth, whether it's using the triangle, using time, or using magnetic declination, the Earth is required to be flat. And cheers, Grim, for posting it a live stream voice text as well. Yeah, no magnetic declination on the flat Earth. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. There's another 2 videos there from Hervé Ravani.
You guys remember that guy that came in and said that he could balance an egg? Old Haas might remember this. It's like, you can balance an egg. Said it just like that at the equator. And that's why he believed it was a globe. Do y'all remember this guy?
I remember that.
Yeah. I forget his name. Maybe Ryan Osiris or something. Maybe it may or might not have been him. But this video popped up in my feed today. I wanted to share it with you guys. The comments were amazing. So I'll play the video. It's only like a short 60-second clip. And I'll paste the comments in the chat. And you guys will get a kick out of this.
Hey, CB, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Did you hear about the chameleon that couldn't change colors?
I did not.
Yeah, I think he was suffering from erectile dysfunction.
Nice.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant. I like that joke.
All right, clips in the hopper. Here we go.
Standing on the equator is weird. On one side, water will spin down the drain to the right, but you take a step over the line and it spins to the left. You can put a nail on the equator and stick an egg on top of it and it won't fall. But the weirdest part, you try to walk in a straight line on the exact equator and you always fall in one direction. It makes you realize that this world is much stranger than we think.
Okay. The funniest part about that clip, I think, is how he says that when you walk in a straight line, like your body wants to fall over. And I'll post the video so you can see how gullible you have to be. But look at the comments here. These are the top comments. The number 1 comment is, "It's a tourist sideshow. You've been duped." 156,000 likes, 483 replies. So some of the other ones. "My dude fell for every single tourist trick in that spot. I'd love to see him in Vegas or New York City. My dude would end up broke." 3,000 likes. Another comment. "This guy was also shocked to discover that gullible isn't actually in the dictionary." 290 likes. Here's another good one. "My 8th grade Spanish class debunked every single one of these in about 10 minutes. 900 likes. And the last one, "Bro got scammed on a gravitational level." 20,000 likes. So, just
wow,
hilarious. They have the sink with the water and the leaves and all that stuff. So,
And they'd have to be Globers, right, making those comments and liking those comments.
Oh yeah. But it's like what's funny is that's how deep the mixed signals go. You'll get like random people who say like, oh well, if you just pour water, then that's how you prove it. And then you have other people like, no, that's my Spanish teacher debunked that. So and these aren't flat earthers. So
that's hilarious.
So next time someone comes in here and they're like, well, water, I bounced an egg. You can be like, dude, you're just relax.
I liked it when you said when you step over this side of the line, something happens. But when you step over this side of the line, something else happens.
Yeah.
Fix this line.
You guys
what lines are you talking about? The fuck are
you cutting off you guys?
Yeah. Real bad. We couldn't hear that, brother.
Like a pencil line.
It's like kind of thick. It's kind of a thick line, not gonna lie. If you look at the video, you guys should watch it. I posted it in the chat. I'll play it one more time. But the line's kind of thick. It's like they're doing a damn sobriety field test or something, and he fails himself. Let me just play it one more time. It's like 20 seconds.
Standing on the equator is weird. On one side, water will spin down the drain to the right, but you take a step over the line and it spins to the left. You can put a nail on the equator and stick an egg on top of it and it won't fall. But the weirdest part, you try to walk in a straight line on the exact equator and you always fall in one direction. It makes you realize that this world is much stranger than we think.
Like, how gullible do you have to be? Like, literally, think about this, guys. They're just walking in a straight line, and they're like, "Oh, whoa! Oh, I feel it."
Like it's that much more dramatic there or something.
I will post a screenshot.
Is that because of the tilt? You fall to one side.
I can finally feel the rotation.
I mean, look at this. Look at the line, first of all, and I can't believe. I mean, there's got to be some people there like, nah, this is cap, dude. Like, this. What are you guys talking about? Whoa! I feel it pulling me.
And so what? This stuff is just forest type of trap stuff that they do since you're there, basically.
Gotta be.
Give us $5 and we'll pour this water down the drain for you.
We need to send some flat earthers out there, trap some of these gullible globeheads. Look, if you walk in a straight line, you'll feel like you're falling over on one side. That's got to be one of those crazy things I've heard in a while. I mean, just wherever you're at, stand up and walk in a straight line. What they're telling you is that like gravity's going to be trying to pull you over. Wow.
If you stood directly at the North Pole, would you get dizzy? Is that like this? It seems like the same type of logic. It'd be hilarious if that was true, though.
I should do a double-blind experiment with two lines, 100 miles apart, in two groups. Yes. Whoa! I'm falling this way.
Just tell them they're at the equator.
Anyone old enough to remember the merry-go-round, where anyone sat from one side to another and you tried to pass a ball across it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it does.
They actually don't have those in parks anymore. They took them out.
No, they didn't. I walked past one today.
Interesting. Where's this at?
The United Kingdom.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen one for a long time. But it's not that I get all around the world all the time, but I'm saying in my area here in Oregon, they took them all out of the parks.
Oregon's kind of an exception, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Although I was I was sad. I was on the playground with my little one the other day, and she was talking about a seesaw and how she's never been on one. And I realized like there's not one at any park anywhere.
It's too dangerous, sir.
That's it. But they have these weird seesaw things that, I don't know, it's almost shaped like a plus sign if you were looking down on it. Yeah. Each one bounces on its own, and it has what would you call that? Like a coil over the things they use for suspension. So it's like it's like someone could definitely crush a foot or something if they happen to have it in there. But yeah, no seesaws allowed. But now I have to go make. I'm just like, well, shit, we can. That's something. I'm not the most like construction savvy, whatever. But I'm like, I can make a fucking seesaw. But
yeah, the whole world's gone soft, man. The merry-go-rounds, seesaws are all gone.
It's rough.
What up, Couch Beast? How you doing?
How's it going?
Not bad, not bad.
I'm doing all right. I've been doing yard work now for, oh man, just can't get enough of it. Planting all my trees. I planted a grapefruit tree and I planted an apple tree. And I'm going to have pears this year, and I'll have some apples and maybe some cherries, but and I got a bunch of vegetables going and stuff like that. So that's been a lot of work.
Sounds pretty nice.
How long does an apple tree, how old does it have to be before it starts making fruit?
You can, well, it depends if you get a dwarf tree or not, or something. You could have fruit the next following year in a dwarf tree. Yeah, it just depends on also, how you prune it and how you of course, how you feed it and everything else, right? And then the area it's in, and then if it needs to be pollinated or if it's self-pollinated. Yeah, it really just depends, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I've got a self-pollinating pink lady apple tree, and I got it last year. Planted it. It did live through the winter and everything, so that was exciting. But North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, which we have tons of orchards in the area, and it definitely grew a whole lot more branches and stuff. I'd say it's about 8 feet tall now. I don't recall it being a dwarf anything, but I just didn't know. Like, I haven't seen any blooms on it or anything. Haven't really that just triggered the thought.
Yeah. How long you just planted it? How long ago?
Last year. It was already about 4 or 5 feet tall or something whenever I planted it. Or maybe, I'd say 5 or 6 actually.
Mine was like 3, and then I kept chopping it and pruning it. Like, I was pruning it hard till I got like 4 stems coming out of the ground. You know what I mean? I wanted like I wanted it to break off in 4 different areas instead of just having one big, trunk or whatever you want to call it. I just kept trimming it until it started spreading out. It couldn't go up anymore, so it started spreading out. And
nice.
That's pretty much what I did there. And now I've been letting it go for the past year. And 1 year, dude, I was just crazy. I looked out my window after the winter and the thing beginning of spring. It's like 8 feet tall. Like, what the heck? Pretty cool. They grow fast.
Yeah, no, it's been exciting. I used to be one of those, I kill every plant I touch, but I've become a firm believer in that. People that believe that, it's just like, it's solely the belief that makes that happen. It has nothing to do with whether it's watering or anything. It's just really, it is the people that do it themselves.
Word of the day, belief.
Oh, man. Belief. Kind of reminds me of an old quote that I like. He who thinks he can and he who thinks he can't are both correct.
Imagine that could.
Hey, so what is that map you got there, Crouch or Couch? Is that a certain map of the Earth or something? Looks like almost an inverted map.
Oh, no. That's actually globe Earth taking the image, splitting it in half, rotating it, and then putting them back together, and it creates, as you see, well, it creates your creatures.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah. So you what you do is you take all like the Earth globes that they have that they said, the blue pearl or whatever they call it, or blah blah blah.
Yep.
Then you take it and you cut it in halves and stick them back together. You could even cut it in quarters and then rotate them, stick them back together, and it makes pretty interesting, like weird creatures or demon-looking things. I don't know. It's just really interesting, I thought. And anyhow.
Yeah. I've seen people do that with money too. But that's cool.
Yep. The $1 bill and all that. There's the owl on it and all that other stuff and blah 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 blah. Yeah. Their own monopoly money, isn't that interesting? Anyhow,
I'm gonna cue up the Illuminati music.
Oh yeah, Illuminati.
So, your globe team, I would presume.
Oh, no. Why would you? No, not at all. No, I meant.
No. Don't confuse me with it.
Yeah, I'm no.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I'd say I'm a realist. Reality realist, That's close. That's if I had to label myself.
Realist?
Kind of in the moment, you know what I mean? What's before me? Not to take something in religion or belief and thinking that it's going to be or not going to be kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? So in the moment of where I'm at is reality instead of belief, I guess is the way I would put it.
Fair enough.
Couch, could you give us your worldview in under 5 minutes?
Just did.
Oh, you did? So you don't believe we live on a spinning space ball. What do you believe?
I just told you. Literally just said it for word.
So, Creation Bear, what is his belief in the ground he walks on? Did he say it was a stationary plane, or what did he say?
I think what he's saying is he likes dealing with the really is level as opposed to an idea. And I would tend to agree. I saw you were saying this in the chat. So let me address that a little bit. Like, because people will try to say flat Earth is a theory, right? I saw you were saying that in the chat as well. A lot of new people will come to this server and try to impose ideas. Oh, well, flat Earth, it must be like this, it must be like that. Well, what I often tell them is like, well, I kind of tell them what you're saying. Well, just flat Earth is outside. So, like, what's right in front of you, as you were saying. So I don't really have a theory. I don't close my eyes and imagine some sort of like flat Earth thing in my head. The only thing I can do is just deal with the Earth as it presents itself outside. So
that's where I stand exactly. Literally where I stand.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyhow, that's kind of like a joke too, kind of, I guess, in a way. Where I stand is what I believe. There you go. Yeah. Anyhow.
Yeah, I think that's a big confusion, I think. Like, flat Earth is the Earth, not an idea or a theory or someone's imagination. It's just where the trees are, where the grass is, where the lakes are, out there. So, the way I see it, it can only be two options here. Because we're talking about the surface. So if you look around you, I mean, I say this all the time, but if you just literally take 30 seconds to a minute and look around the room you're in at all the surfaces, only two options here are something that's, the surface is either rounded in some way or it's not. So unless you can find a third option, I would say that the surface of the Earth is the same way. It's either rounded or it's not. So when people say flat Earth, that's what we're referring to. The surface is surely not rounded, especially the water. We know that water doesn't form into hills or mountains or whatever. So flat Earth, there's your flat Earth.
We have someone in the cult conventions telling us that we're crazy because, like, we don't have a big enough field of view.
So what? That's the only few you're going to get, my guy. You know, whoever that is in the chat. You don't get this. You can't open a door. There's no doors in the house that open up right to space. I know you guys want to have your little space porch. Open up, skip reality, and then go back to look back from this outside place. You don't get that perspective. You'll never get that perspective. So, like, you can...
Yeah.
You can... I say this, too, is like, you can go up, but you can't go out. You can zoom in, but you can't zoom out your eyeballs and see the whole Earth. So this little field of view, your POV that you get, that's all you're going to get. How else? You can't leave reality and then go back and take selfies. So your POV, that's all you're going to get, whoever that was in the chat. How would you expand that anyway?
Is anyone here into rocketry? Like amateur doing it yourselves or anything?
Yeah, that's kind of an expensive one, isn't it?
I don't know if it is or not. I just know I get surprised at the go fast stuff. They've done it twice and it was 10 or more years apart from each other. And it just seems like that would be something that excuse me, lots more people would have begun doing. I don't know.
Right, yeah, because it's a record that should be.
60 years now I've been doing the same thing, and it's gotten them nowhere. Literally. It's gotten nowhere.
Yeah, when records get broken, like, usually it inspires more people to attempt to break that record.
Tons, yeah.
We're actually going backwards now. We're actually going backwards. We went to the moon, and now we can't even make it. Elon Musk can't even make it more, 50 miles from Earth? Oh, running out of fuel? I mean, it's pretty sad. And destroying his platform?
Yeah.
That's pretty sad, dude. And that should say a lot right there. It should say... that should be spoken so loud, it's, like, hello. It's out there for everyone to see, but, yeah. It's crazy. Our technology is supposed to be, ahead of time, and we're supposed to have all this technology, but yet we can't even get a rocket to do. Anyways, they're just rockets. Whatever. I'm just trying to figure out how they steer them things without a steering wheel. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a rocket that goes up, and somehow they get it all the way back here without a steering wheel or propulsion or anything. Not only that, they're doing that with the planetary defense, landing them on asteroids, supposedly. Call it a touchdown. Yeah. It's in the UN. UN is called the Planetary Defense, the UN assembly or defense system, pretty much. And these guys are giving these presentations. I mentioned this earlier. They're giving these presentations of how they've touched down a spacecraft on an asteroid, grabbed samples, brought them back to Earth, observed them. And give their theory on what would happen if this thing hit Earth because they got its samples and they know what it's made of. What? First of all, if you were able to do all that, why don't you just take care of it there when you landed on it? And why would you? It just doesn't even make any sense. I mean, like, it's
maybe that's how they being able to quantify these rocks. As how many a group of camels or or a pop star. This is so many pop stars big.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense why you wouldn't just take care of the asteroid there. That's a threat to us instead of bringing back samples. Like, what the heck? I mean, come on, man.
There might be life on it, you know?
That? Oh, yeah, well... I mean, and the samples are literally specks of dust, pretty much. You know what I mean? They're like, just ridiculous.
Yeah, no, well, they'll put that speck of dust in an iPhone and sell that to you for $8,000. And if you think I'm joking, I have some receipts for that. But it's funny that you guys bring this up because you got me thinking. You guys were talking about this earlier, how people will say they saw a rocket launch and they worked on the rocket, whatever, when they're just sitting behind a screen or whatnot. It just kind of reminded me of like a commercial that's been floating around YouTube for the last couple weeks. It's like a haircut commercial, some company that does haircuts, and they're like, "Oh, where is Joe? We need him to divert the asteroid." And they're like, "Well, he's getting a haircut right now. He'll be back." I mean, it's like 30 seconds. I can play it in Hopper real quick.
Well, the thing is...
Okay, Mike, it's all you now. Take control of the satellite and divert the asteroid off its path. Mike? Where's Mike? He's getting a haircut. He's getting a haircut now? Technically, it's not just any haircut. It's supercuts. Supercuts.
Supercuts? Supercuts. I'm in and out super quick, and they even throw in a hot towel refresher.
So, like, what's funny about that is they kind of just show how ridiculous. Some dude sits down, spins around in his chair, hits the space bar, and boom, done. And they all cheer up what the screen shows them. You know what I mean? Like, the truth is right there. And so I just think that's really funny.
Yeah, that's just it. They're lying. That's all of this is they're lying. Whether it's flat, round, it doesn't really matter. Honestly, they're lying, and that's what the real truth is that they're lying. Basically. So yeah, that's what it comes to. That pretty much.
Well, like, people keep asking, why does it matter? Like, why do you guys care so much? Or like, what does it benefit me if I look into this stuff? Well, that's just one of many commercials and ideas that something's going to be coming crashing into the earth. Beware, something's coming. So why does it matter? Or why should you look into this? Because then you wouldn't be like worried about space rocks falling from the sky and whatnot. Here's another commercial talking about, oh, here we're all gonna die. The space rock is coming.
Well, guys, that asteroid is going to destroy the Earth.
There's only one thing left to do.
Yeah!
And here we go!
It's the sure sign of a good time. The just right taste of Bud Light. Here we go.
We're safe.
Yeah, all kinds of crap, man. Yeah, exactly.
Classic.
Just conditioning.
So I think that is a good point, though, because I mean, even on the most subconscious level, how does all the fear porn affect us? Right? Like, we can sit and laugh at it now, but we were raised in it, raised by it, kind of thing. And I don't know. I still have it happen right now when my internet goes out or my phone goes out. I have the quick little, oh shit, it happened. It's over.
Yeah, I know.
And it's everywhere. That's kind of, for me, it's important because I don't want my little one to be raised in that kind of headspace where there's literally anything to worry about other than what's directly around you.
Exactly, it's all illusion. So to get you to, it's you're literally not when you don't have a plan for yourself. I mean, you're literally living in an illusion, and I don't know where I'm going with that, but I'll just stop it there, I guess.
I know what you mean.
Okay. I mean, it's like, to me, when I look outside at all my neighbors, like, why are they growing all these shrubs when they could be growing fruitful trees or something that's good for them to eat instead of growing a shrub and watering it and trimming it for what? So it can look pretty?
You mean I actually have to go outside?
Well, you know what I mean, right? It's like, well, why don't you guys just put a bunch of... If everybody put fruit and vegetables in there, every single lot, around the U.S., there would be no need for supermarkets. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just silly. Like,
yeah, but those people would rather eat freaking GMOs and Doritos instead of a tomato. So
yeah, dude, don't even get me going on that, man. That's just, oh my god. And I distill my water too, dude. It's because, like, I mean, yeah, it's bad.
So I do. That was that's just one of very many ideas, or they're just subtly indoctrinating you. I have a joke about space junk helmets. You guys have probably heard me talk about it before. But like, it goes to the people that wonder, like, why does it matter, or why should I care if the Earth is flat or not? Well, I guarantee you, there's not a single flat earther in this panel who would buy a space junk helmet if I wanted to sell them one. Why? Because you know that there's not going to be rocks falling from the sky from outer space. But as you see in all these commercials, they're telling people that there's going to be rocks falling from the sky. And this has been happening from 2000. Some of these commercials the last one was from 2010.
So
and
okay, sorry, good. Yeah.
Oh,
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if rocks or ice or whatever fell from the sky. I wouldn't be surprised. That doesn't mean
from outer space, right? Not from outer space, Gemsy.
No, not from the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Correct. Because that's what I'm saying. Is like, okay, fine, things can fall, but not like you would never believe that asteroids and meteorites and all these things are crashing into some other planet's going to crash. And that's kind of what I'm getting at.
It just happened too. Like, so I just did a report. There was a report that one just went into the lady's house and bounced off her floor.
Yeah, I saw that.
There was another one that totally torched a guy's house along with his car. I mean, down to the ground, torched it, right? So how does, you know what I mean? And then it's just silly. The whole thing's silly. And then there was just 2 reports of aliens where there's boom in the sky, and I guess some guy ran it. There's been 2 reports now of aliens.
Right.
Their agenda. They're really moving to their agenda real fast. So they're running out of options.
Here's
ridiculous. But anyhow,
I'm gonna cut this one short. But here's one more commercial.
Evacuations are underway as a meteor heads toward the metro area.
Commercials.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it there. But it starts off on the news. There's like, oh, asteroid's coming. Everyone get the hell out of here. So everyone's in their cars driving away, and it's a Volkswagen commercial. They're like, all right, well, we got more room. Let's keep packing stuff. But you can see everyone panicking. All the cars are filling the streets, whatnot. So the idea is definitely out there that beware, something will come crashing from outer space.
Yeah, like just advertisement, right? Not video games, books, movies, just
toys
everywhere.
At some point, when I was like at my full eating of the propaganda movies and space news, when I was kind of at the peak of that, I actually was worried about, oh my goodness, an asteroid is gonna hit us and we're all gonna die.
Yeah,
or something. Let me find a cave. Maybe it's near my house. Maybe I'll be safe there. You know.
Absolutely. Okay, so those were those last 3 commercials were kind of just a joke, right? One of them was for a Bud Light commercial. One of them was for a Volkswagen commercial. And what was the first one I played? Let's see. Oh yeah, the Supercuts, just a haircut commercial. Well, this one, this is the last one I got. But it's funny because this one actually has something to sell you. Let's listen in.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Well, what's funny about that is we know how insurance companies work. So imagine filing a claim. Imagine filing a.
Sorry.
Well, just imagine filing a claim like, "Oh, space debris hit my car."
Oh, you're covered. We cover space debris.
That insurance company's gonna. That insurance company is gonna turn into a flat earther real quick. Oh, well, where's your evidence? Actually, the second law of thermodynamics dictates. Well, we're not going to cover that.
That's a good one.
Literally just happened.
Why does the second law of thermodynamics get brought up with this topic? Sorry, I just don't.
Outer space, bro. Can't have gas pressure without a container. So, second law of thermodynamics dictates that high pressure areas will move to a lower pressure area. Same way if you poured out a can of soda into a coffee cup.
Yeah.
Sometime later, that gas pressure is going to dissipate. And so, why do they put? Well, you have to have that carbonation. You leave it in a can, leave it in a container, or whatever. So to have that pressure, you need the container. So same thing with the Earth. To have the pressure on Earth, we need a container. And so the second law of thermodynamics, the outer space is a violation of that second law. Because it's just an open, essentially what it is, what they're claiming the globe Earth is like a big rim with air and no tire.
Yeah,
it's silly. It's like the sun.
And they're saying that,
gas. Like,
yeah. They're just saying that gravity holds it in. But then no one can show that. They can never demonstrate that claim.
But this is a dynamic rim. It's a dynamic one. It's not simple. It's not a simple rim, you know?
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they're saying it's just so big that you don't even need the tire. It's like it's just a ridiculous claim.
Tire shop and say, hey, I would like some air pressure around the rim, but can I skip the tires?
Like why do you need a gas mask then? So, never mind.
I don't want the tires; it's too expensive. I'll take the air pressure, gas pressure.
Oh yeah.
Just use some gravity to hold it, please, around the rim. Thanks.
Yeah, you're gonna have to bring the big pimpin' spinners on 34s if you want to have the gravity hold onto your rims.
So here's a different subject, if you guys are interested. You guys ever heard of air compressed vehicles?
Yes, I've heard of those. They can use like air compression motors to create the pressure enough to make the wheel turn and move the vehicle.
Or the pistons or whatever, vice versa. So, you literally just used air pressure instead of fuel. That's literally, yes, enclosed system.
Think about that, right? You need the air pressure to build the mechanism and to make it work. Because you could have the car build, but without the pressure being exchanged and making the function, is not going to move, right? You need the pressure. You need the container. To get the pressure, you have to build the containers.
Yeah.
Right? And to exchange the high pressure between low pressure and do that again and again. And you can use the laws of nature that always happens, and you could utilize it to create movement. A machine that moves. But the antecedent to have that dynamic gas pressure system is containment.
Right.
So the engineer that created or designed the vehicle, the high pressure vehicle, right? Needed high pressure around him, so when he expanded his lungs and he was able to breathe air, right? And be able to think about creating that pressurized system. So the antecedent for him to breathe air is also containment.
It figures that the parasite guy who knows about parasites will know about high pressure powered vehicles too. Good job, Jimsy.
Well, I know about them, but how would they actually work? I'm sure I've seen them, but I'm not an engineer in that. But I can tell you, it does work. I can tell you, it does work, boys. No, there's no like a debate about this stuff.
It does work. You don't need fuel. It's a combustion chamber, so right there is where the compression is needed. So it is contained in there, right in that area where the pistons are.
So imagine a Glober or a high pressure system disbeliever tell you, no, bro, that car, you don't need the container to do the gas pressure stuff. You don't need that.
Well, okay.
Are you a conspiracy theorist, bro? Come on.
Me?
Yeah, because you're saying that, the car is a container for the gas pressure and that's how the car works. But the Glober is telling you that that's not the case because he said so.
What? You're getting it mixed up. I don't know where we're going with this.
The panel gets it.
A little tongue in cheek there, I think, bud.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that I was just trying to bring up what I was really trying to go with is trying to change the subject on something different, and you guys were talking about that as well, the compression and all that, blah, 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 and I just brought up the fact that you can replace it with air, which is what we are most abundant, and it's all around, and it's free, instead of taking it to a gas pump where it's contained as well. And you can just use air that's among us, that's obviously contained anyways, because it would have to be.
The high pressure system, the high pressure that you experience, it's a consequence of the antecedents, the things that must be there for the other thing to be, right? You have antecedents, and for the gas pressure, you need containment. Like just the car, you need the antecedent, which is the engineer, right? He designed the pressure system. The containment of the pressures is an antecedent for the car to work, right? It goes with the whole conversation, and that's a pretty good example. The high pressure air vehicles, it's great. But I'm trying to roll it out for you and expand it, because when you expand your lungs, right, the volume of your lung tissue, and you expand it, and the pressure around you rushes into the lungs, right?
I mean, as far as I know, yeah. I mean,
you expand your lungs.
As far as I know, is how my mechanics work. Man. I mean,
yeah. So that air pressure around you that is rushing into the expanded volume of your lungs, the antecedent for that gas pressure for you to be able to breathe is containment as well.
Hey.
And the globe tells you there is no containment. So that's how we know the globe is not reality, because you can breathe air.
Oh yeah, man, I'm with you on that. I know the globe can't exist. I know they're lying, of course.
Mm-hmm.
They're lying. What it really is, they're lying.
Either they're lying or they're dumb.
They're lying.
Or they're just stupid.
They're playing magic games. They're deceiving. They want, fairy tales, fantasy. Well, I remember playing with these air cars. I had a red car. I don't remember what the name of it was. But it was like a little buggy, and it had an air chamber on it, and you'd pump it up, right? And it would hold the wheels, and then as soon as you let the wheels go, it would run across the kitchen floor. But, it was quite interesting. It had a little piston in it and everything, But I remember playing with those toys when I was a kid, kind of like the same thing where you have the water rocket, right? You fill up the rocket with 30% water, and you put it on a little pump action, and you go, psh, 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 and all of a sudden you hit the button, and psh, the thing would take off about 100, 200 feet in the air. But anyhow, toys that we were playing with when we were kids.
Yeah, remember back then when you did that, before you were able to launch the rocket, you took into account the calculations of the globe and the 8 inches per mile square, the radius, the circumference, for you to make the rocket work. Before you made the rocket work, you must have taken this stuff into account, right? You did that, right? You remember?
Why would I do that?
Wait, what? How did you make the rocket go up if you didn't take into account the rotation of the Earth?
I was just playing with the toy, bro. I was just playing with the toy, you know? That's what I'm saying.
Is Jimsy, are you not like catching the tongue in cheek where he's fucking with you at all? Like, I know sarcasm
that's
is
the thing that you might be not catching it. You might be not catching it. I get it. I get it completely. I'm just adding the extra. I'm just adding to, the example of the rocket, right?
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. He knows what he's doing, playing with the toys. I did the same thing. And he knows it's not a globe, but I'm telling you that the globe is telling you for rockets to work. Remember the globe stars when they come here? They tell you, yes, you need the globe to make the rockets work. But now, as a child without any bias, you know that there is no globe needed to do anything. It's including the rocket that you enjoyed, right? You need high pressure systems, right? Dynamic systems.
My name's Chad. I'm going to make it clear to you that I'm just a realist. I'm in what's in before me, and I'm not trying to make a side or a jump on one or the other.
I am.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, that's fine. That's great. And
I know.
I'm just saying, I'm not trying to step on anyone's toes or make any accusations or any assertions or. I was just merely speaking of a toy that I used to pump up with pressure and send it off into the air, and that was containing compression and all that as well, and a container. So that's kind of just where I was trying to relate with you on it. That's all. Yeah. But is peer pressure in this instance? I don't think it does. That's more of a spiritual thing or something, isn't it? Or a mass thing? Manifested pressure? Well, I'm gonna go work out my yard, guys. Nice talking to you. Thanks.
Hey, man, I wasn't accusing you of globe. I just was bringing the example in comparison and contrast with the real example that you were giving, and the car, the rocket in the realist level example as you were explaining it. But then the opposite claim of that makes no sense, right? About the globe.
I'm not
just adding that.
Again, I'm not making insinuations or assertions.
No, I am doing that. I'm not saying you are. I told you I am. Get it now?
Oh yeah, go for it, man.
There you go. Now you got it, bro. Thanks.
All right. I'm gonna go work out my yard and get dirty. So, thanks for the conversation.
Go ahead. All right, bro. Have a good one. I'm not a glober, bro. I get it. I know. Just saying.
Hey, do you guys remember that guy?
That guy that just left?
Yeah. Do you recognize his voice? He was around with a different username like 4 to 6 months ago. It's very distinctive voice. He's a little. Is he still in here? I'll tell you later. My bad. I thought he was gone.
Well, it's in the air now.
Well, go ahead and call me out if that's what it is. I don't know.
I mean, I'm not. No. I'm not trying to call you out like anybody needs to kick you out. I just know you got a new username. You got into it with somebody about God.
I've had this username for years.
Are you denying that you're the person that I'm talking about and you haven't used another username?
I don't know what person you're saying.
Yeah, but in what context? Because there's a lot of people that join this VC and talk, and voices can be very similar with many people. So in what context? So hopefully related to the server topic. Go ahead.
He was a flat earther, and I listened to him. He talked for a couple months. I'm not saying that he doesn't belong here. I'm just pointing out a fact. I'm absolutely positive that it's the same guy. But if he says he's not, maybe he's not.
That's interesting. Okay. I don't even know what to say.
Have you laid a floor? Have you put a new floor in your house in the past 6 months?
Yes. What does that have to do with? I'm confused. What is that?
Because you were under a different username and you were talking about doing your floor. And I remember you posted a picture of it.
I redid my floor, but I don't remember coming on here and talking about it or anything like that.
It was just a random passing comment. You were working on your floor while everybody was talking, and you mentioned it. But you got into it with somebody. I don't remember who it was, but it was about God. You were making claims about God. And somebody just asked you what your claim was or something. And I don't know, it got out of hand. It was entertaining. It was dumb. So that's not you?
No, I don't remember anything of that. But, okay.
I know it's you, dude. Oh, come on. I don't think anybody cares.
Yeah, again, okay, I don't know what to say. But it's funny that I did redo my floor, though.
It's just your dialect, and not just your voice. It's the, what's the word? The cadence in which you speak. It's very particular, and I don't believe that I don't think I would mistake it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, alright, man. I don't know what to say. Again, that leaves me speechless. I'm a little uncomfortable, actually. That's alright.
Well, there's no reason to be uncomfortable. Just, what was your other username?
I don't have another username. I don't know. I mean, again.
It's not a big deal. Just,
yeah, anyhow.
Just like, yeah, you made this account. This account has been here for over 3 years now. So, I mean, the account has been. So, if he had another account, I mean, I did have another account once, but I don't use it. I just use this one. So, yeah. Yes.
Okay, well, somebody else will recognize your voice, and they'll know who I'm talking about, and they'll say, maybe that's not him, but that sounds exactly like him, and the cadence.
Oh dear. Okay. All right. I don't know what's going on, but okay.
Yeah. Whatever claim was made 6 months ago, maybe it's not standing, and maybe people moved on from that since then, right?
I don't even know what claim we're talking about. And
exactly. Nobody knows. That's my point.
It's like...
we moved on, and since you don't even remember about it, I guess that's the best difference. I mean, if I don't remember, I will say I don't remember.
All right. Anyhow, I'm gonna go out and
enjoy the soil and the fresh air and the lights.
Okie dokie.
Just watch out with the mosquitoes and the ticks. Watch for those.
What now? Mosquitoes and what?
And ticks.
Ticks. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't got much grass. I don't know. Do they hang out in dirt too? I guess they probably would.
They might fall from the sky. I'm just saying. Be careful.
Okay. So, nice meeting you, guy that remembered my voice. I don't even know who that was, but have a good evening.
Have a good evening, bro. Take care.
All right. Later.
Later. Where's the new people that want to speak to CB? Let me see.
Okay, nobody for real remembers that guy.
I don't personally, but maybe someone does. Who knows? There might be
It was
recordings.
pretty entertaining. Like they were clipping, they muted him or they made it where he couldn't talk, and he was texting a bunch. It was a very entertaining weekend to watch him spiral. I can't remember what it was. Or well, I mean, I remember it was about God, and he went off on a weird tangent about light and love, and somebody just called him out and was like, "Wait." And he just kind of sounded like a cult leader. And somebody called him out on it, and he got very offended, and it just spiraled out of control. I'm thinking it was Miggy.
I've seen similar cases happening when people join the kind of start talking about the conversations, questioning things, questioning the globe, or even having this conversation. A lot of people bring like many theories, and the God conversation comes in, and people have many ideas about that. And yeah, it can be very interesting, especially in Discord where people disagree about a bunch of stuff. Even though there's a lot of things that I don't think are in the category of agree or disagree level, but many people believe that they can just disagree with the real East level.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say he doesn't belong or anything.
No, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about in general.
Okay. Yeah,
No, I'm not talking about him.
People definitely have their beliefs and can get upset if you don't adhere to them.
And especially in this arena, that's why you're saying the conversation was interesting. Some people spoke to him, spoke to whoever that was back then, and you found it like entertaining. That's
Yeah, he seems a bit autistic, and he's a flat earther. But he would always, not always, but I like to listen to him talk because he's kind of weird. You know what I mean? And it was just entertaining. But then somebody called him out on something, and he spiraled out of control, out of his autistic self. Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, the baby's gonna start spiraling if you don't pay attention.
He was hungry, but he was trying to tell me he lives on a ball.
Well, you fed him, even though he believed in the ball. You still fed him, right? Because he was hungry. You can. He was hungry. You said. Oh, I'm thinking about the baby. Hungry baby.
He was just telling me he wanted his bottle.
Yeah. It's gonna let you know either with sign language or with this sensory system called voice.
Well, I told him no drink until he shows me the curve, and he got upset about it.
That's a good one. I like that one. Yeah, no milk until you show me the curve. That's I like it. That's hilarious. We come back home. Where's my food, blah? Did you find the curve? No. All right. You're not eating tonight. Oh, that's a globe flat mentality.
He keeps telling me that gravity's what's pulling the milk out of the bottle. And I just turn it upside down and say, "Where's your gravity now?"
Yeah. Good. Teach him the ways. Show him the way. Yeah. How it works. How it is. Keep him away from La La Land, right? At some point he's gonna ask you, but who are you to tell me this? And you're gonna say, I'm your daddy. And then he's gonna reply, but who is your daddy? And what does he do? You can regress into the fallacy of arguing for arguing with the baby that is not even speaking any words. Just sign language and screaming if you don't give him the milk or what he wants or mama's attention. I want to say that screaming, right? The baby starts crying in a high pitch, and adults notice it and pay attention because they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear the baby crying or in pain or suffering or hungry. So the baby knows how to use what he's got to get what he needs. Almost like it's designed to be that way. Because it works. If it didn't work, how are you even here? You cry, mama give you the love. The original Happy Meal. Lalo. Lalo thinks. Lalo thinks.
Yes. What's going on? Hello?
A lot is going on. Well, what is Lalo thinking? What are you thinking, Lalo?
Well, what's going on here? So, before that, I was thinking, okay, 5 in the morning in the gym, going to that, and then I had to go tint the windows, and I had to get the gold title of the car, get the insurance on it, and then I meant to make a vacation for 4th of July, and yeah, so I try to get it out thinking.
Are you like in the middle of that work? Did you accomplish all of those already, or are you just on the writing steps, like you're writing it down on a notepad or making a mental note about those things? Where are you on this master plan that you have of the day or the week? Where are you at?
Well, I'm trying to find someone to tint my windows. So far, I got 2 rejections. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know if they want my money, but I do want to tint the front of the window. But supposedly it's illegal to tint the front of the window. But it's not really tint the window. I just put like some clear anti-glare for the front of the window. No shades.
Okay, so you want something for in front of the window, and for their side. Okay, for you sounds practical, right? And you say I don't see any issues, but on their side, for their liability side, if they do the job, it's a liability for them. You know that, right? Because they have to go by certain rules, and it's not Lalo's thinking rules. It's not like that, right? They go by obviously, if you do it yourself, you probably won't have any issues. You install what you say, you do it yourself. You probably can do it It's not that difficult to do that stuff. To put
there's no. I'm thinking no shade, like no shades at all, because I do know it's illegal to put any shade for front of the window or the front the sheet. Yeah.
I will say that you can do it, and you probably will have no issues. You'll be totally fine. But on their side, their rules that they're following, they can't do it for you, bro. That's how it is. Unless you pay someone on the side that does it for you, and that's it.
Yeah, so I'm looking for someone to decide. I did try to tint it one time, but it came out like pretty not good. So
okay.
Well, I still want to tint all my 4 windows. But
you still haven't registered the vehicle, and you're already thinking about breaking the rules. Funny.
Isn't kind of like a little fun to break the rules?
It is. Even though when you actually find out that you don't have to register the vehicle, I mean, this is not legal advice, but you're basically making a contract with an entity. You're making a contract with an entity, and since you're making that contract, now you have to fulfill it. If you don't fulfill it, you're breaking a contract, bro. And that's, in commerce, you can't do that. You're gonna be fined. He's driving around the car that is not registered yet.
No.
Just kidding. You're cutting out, bro. I'm just joking. You're cutting out. You're roboting. So whenever you have better signal, you can reply, because you're roboting badly. It's all good.
So I just found out that Earth is.
You're still roboting, bro. And it sounds like you're moving across whatever area you are at. So whenever you get a trilateration connection to your tower, you probably get a better signal and be able to speak.
There was a quote that I liked that is, am I still roboting now?
Sounds good now to me.
I like this quote saying that the Earth is spinning. And the quote goes, "There are forces on the Earth and makes us move, spins around. Sometimes we don't know what's going on, but it just makes these moves." Let me get the right quote.
Is it similar to "money makes the world go around"? Similar to that one?
Yes.
Does it, when you read it and you say the words and you read it word by word, does it make you feel a certain way? You feel like warm inside and fizzy, and makes you, this feels good.
Not really.
Oh, there you go. So you don't feel anything. You're just reading words, right? And do you know what the meaning of those words and how those words in reference to the real each level? Do they mean anything in the real world, or they're talking about a fantasy place that you can just describe in imagination?
Okay. Because there are forces moving us, shaping our lives that we are not aware of. Some of us trying to figure it out how it works. Some of us try to use our voices to ask questions. But it's the Earth. Maybe the Earth, not the actual Earth spinning, but just the forces around, like you said, the government entities and people that are around us that do shape our Earth. Like you said about these whole contracts and the whole e-commerce, like it does shape our world.
Yeah, just like they told you that you live on a cartoon or you live on this sphere. You remember the globe that they point at the classroom? Oh, you look at that corner. We have a globe on that corner, and you can go touch it. And you feel kind of cool. Oh, look, I can spin it with my hand, right? And the teacher comes to you and says, "You see, this is where you live, right?" And you say, "Yeah," right? And you believe that stuff. So just like that, and you believe certain things that are not true, there's other stuff like economics, health, many other topics. Here, we strictly kind of talk to what you were talking about, the claim shape of the Earth, that some people claim they know it.
Well, it still
Right?
shapes the reality that they want to bring to us of a false reality of the cartoon ball.
Yeah, because they make shapes and they sell us the shape like this shape is what you're standing on, even though they never been to from a outside perspective to look at the shape of the whole thing and say, "Yep, I can confirm that this is the shape." They haven't done that, but they still making the claim.
Well, it's still kind of the same thing. You have to play along to get along.
Yeah, you have to play the sport. Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of like the game is there. Just if someone knows more rules than you in the game and you don't know the rules, you're gonna be played. Especially if they can bend the rules, right? Bending. But then you go back to the real East level and you see how things work certain ways, and you don't need this guy telling you stories to realize that things just work certain ways. You don't need the stories.
Okay. Okay. Yes. All right. So I always had this thought process of what's, because we always ask, or people say, why the lie, right?
Why not lie? It's an advantage.
Well, as we always try to paint it as a dark and gloomy, right? Like, why they lie for power control. And sometimes there are some benefit of lying, or is it always have to be absolute truth?
When you go out there and you contract with the guy that's gonna put the tint in your car, he doesn't have to tell you all the truth about how much the tint costs him, how much the spray water. He doesn't have to tell you all that. He can lie to you about that, but he can still make the tint perfectly placed in your windshield in a way that you're gonna say, you know what? Whatever price he asked is worth it because he got the job done. But he still didn't tell you the truth about the prices and his cost, but you still paid, right? So it's not about just lie for lying, but because there is lies that are just lies, like the globe lie, right? That have no practicality. Why would you tell that lie and try to push it as reality and as a foundation of other things that you do and the energy that some people put towards their jobs, like, oh, let's go to space, or the resources, the time. Why push that lie and push so much effort into that lie when you can still do commerce and do practical things without lying? Or you don't have to be 100% transparent, but you're still not lying and promising things that you're not gonna accomplish. Like, there's a difference between the guy putting the tint on your window and you can check it, and the guy that is just showing you pictures of the tinted window shield, right? And show you pictures of it, but never prove to you that he did it. Never. You cannot verify that he actually did it just because some cartoons pictures, right? Oh, my bad. Go ahead, bro.
They're lying.
Go ahead.
They're lying to protect you. That's obvious.
They tell you that in the movies. We lie to protect you. Oh, okay,
because
thank you.
Jamesy, the truth is very scary, and who knows what it is. And then because of that, it's better that we don't know. And they're protecting you, If you find out, maybe you will die immediately.
Well, that goes back to maybe they don't even know what it is. They just rather go with this explanation, and maybe that's what it is, and it's a good lie, and maybe correlates with a lot of stuff, and people are very comfortable with it, right? Like they say, a comfortable lie.
Yep.
But sometimes we do, become very hostile with telling them that's the lie. And then, of course, you try to bring them, like, please bring me the evidence of why do you think it's a ball? Even though it's obvious that NASA's lying. But, if I want to bring proof of the globe, all I have to tell you is, look, the government is telling me this, all this. The government saw this. There's a bunch of math equations of this. The bunch of NASA photos and a bunch of satellite photos. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, that's all someone needs to know about the lie to believe it, right? And you don't need to to operate in reality. You don't even have to know about the globe, right? You don't need to know anything of it, but you still can see the propaganda going around you. You don't have to believe any of that. I mean, you can still operate in reality and ignore the lie to certain limitations, but you're still gonna pay taxes to go to space, right? Work and put your energy into the system so someone can go to space for you, right? So it has real life consequences because it promotes dishonesty, promotes fraud and scarcity, right? And those are, for me, those are crimes.
Of course, yes, they operate in fraud, yes, as our money. But we still play along. We still work for the money. We still use the money.
Yeah, but that we, I don't know, man. There's a we in certain sense, but there's no a we on everything. We do have the conversation, but anyways, go ahead, guys.
I'm just saying because we operate, of course, of the assumption that of money as well. But sometimes there are a lot of people are working with the assumption that we are working in the globe, spinning in space, throughout space, and somehow our ability to the UFOs are coming, or then all the SpaceX, right, all the stuff, and people are very comfortable with it. It's hard to say that.
Have you heard the fake alien invasion? Just look into TikTok and YouTube, you'll find the fake alien invasion, right? But I think the realist level of that, let's say the angels and God himself comes down from heaven, and some people are gonna see, look, aliens, look, let's go fight them. Because the fake alien invasion, in my opinion, is the one that you see on the screen, just like the fake globe, the fake global stuff, the fake economics, the fake history. Same thing with the fake alien invasion. It's in the internet right now. You can go find it.
So like you said, so the foundation of the lie was the globe to create all this, to keep us in prison, like they always say.
At least from the 50s.
From the 50s.
At least.
The foundation of which lie are you referring to?
Of the globe.
Well, the foundation of the lie of the globe.
Well, because they still, like I said, if the first lie was the globe, what else was the lie? We're talking about,
They've been lying way before the globe lie.
The first lie wasn't the globe. The first lie would have had to been about creation. Yeah, the first lie was about defying Yahweh. The globe came after.
It was a tool. It was a tool to lie about that. They didn't really care what the earth is. They still don't care what the earth is. They care what you think it is. And what you can make you believe something that you know is not true. It's against all your lived experiences, against every possible human sense. If they can get you to believe in absurdity, they'll get you to commit an atrocity. It's about control. That was the first lie.
Well, then that would be authority, right? The authority of what you think.
Autonomy. Your own personal autonomy.
What do you mean by that reply? Lalo.
What was that?
What do you mean by that reply? That reply didn't quite make sense to me.
Apply what? Like the...
Reply, excuse me, I'm sorry.
The thing is that he replied to something with one word and it wasn't cohesive, in my opinion, like you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, it wasn't really the sense. It didn't. The reply didn't really make sense.
The lie of
He's also driving, but go ahead.
the authority.
I guess he can't hear me. Reply your response.
The authority of what you think, what this shape is, what this Earth is.
I'm trying to make sense out of the dialogue that you just had with Conspiracy. So after he said what you said, then you said what you said. What did you mean?
Well, he's talking about control. So we have to. So control means you give them authority.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
You get, and that goes to the whole what you think this reality is or this Earth is. So they place
everyone.
So they place a globe, and it kind of fit, and everybody kind of like play. And that's, I think the whole dialogue came out of you have to play along to get along, because the system has already been in place before I was born.
Yes, everyone has a theory of knowledge in epistemology. Everyone has at least one authority figure in their epistemology, the theory of knowledge. Either it's themselves or someone other than themselves. Either it's the God or it's some other person that is non-God. So the person needs to ask themselves who really is their ultimate authority for their knowledge, and can that supposed ultimate authority sustain really being the ultimate authority, the source for all knowledge whatsoever, including about the cosmos. Yeah.
So the lie can say that it was you.
Say again, what was that?
I'm gonna enter in non-data or non-voice. I'll be roboting in like.
Yeah, I get, bro. Yeah, no, he's driving, so to follow. Yeah, go ahead. He's just driving around. You're roboting, bro. You're roboting. Try to mute yourself for now, okay? Because you're roboting.
Just as he predicted.
Yeah, and your guys' replies, that stuff has to be clipped. Someone, I won't be able to do it now, but what you guys replied in that, in my opinion, I mean, I'm just saying because I gotta take some notes. Gonna have to clip that.
Well, thank you.
Question: who is that agency who first could realize that we are in closed system?
Is your question within the time frame of the 20th century?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
It's a Russian space and American space agency in the first place, at least. Because if you put this scenario, in the 50s, they sent it first rockets. And they first realized that it's closed. Why would they say it to people that we are in closed system?
Say that last question again.
Why would they say it? Look at people. We send it to rockets. We are living in the closed system in 50s, you know.
Especially when they did so many decades of propaganda of, conditioning people that they live on a humongous ball flying around in a humongous cosmic vacuum. Yes.
And for sure they realized for the first, before us, that we are in closed system.
Because you also consider this, as it concerns the motive and operations of the tyrants and the self-deceived deceivers who have perpetuated this lie. You have spent at least a century. That's a whole human lifetime, and then some. The average human lifespan's 7-8 decades. So you spent at least a century manufacturing an entire institution that promulgates all of this propaganda about the whole entire cosmos, and you successfully deceived well more than half the majority of the human population to make it at this rate, right? You have invested so much in this course of action trying to make a whole 180-degree turn, trying to repent from this, away from the lie towards the truth. The vast majority of persons who would be involved in this are not willing to suffer the consequences of repenting from that. I mean, you could just imagine the scorn and the infuriation, even the murderous, resentment that the public would have against the personnel of the institutions that are responsible for this. The consequences are just beyond our imagining. The consequences of confessing their sin and then repenting are so severe beyond imagining for them. So as the phrase goes, they're in too deep. They can only be saved from this position. They cannot save themselves.
That's my opinion, that they know from the first place about creation better than anyone. They know that from the beginning, and that is what they don't want to tell us. That part of the creation, they know something about creation, and they will never, ever, ever tell us.
Which is yet again corroborating Romans chapter 1, suppressing the knowledge of the truth and unrighteousness. Exchanging the truth of the God for a lie. If we are really serious about empirical verification, that's pretty strong empirical verification of that doctrine, and I'm not going to ignore it.
And then it's also that part, I don't care, doesn't matter to me. There is a part where, oh my God, there is something what is there hiding about creation. That means it's a part of all of us. That means it's matter, so much matter that we cannot believe how much is matter.
Do we sometimes lose our heads or lose our minds sometimes to know who's the head of the snake of this whole thing? Because sometimes we think about it like we get into these arguments about who is the head of the snake, who head is all this, and then like you said, and we go theorize like why they're doing it. Sometimes we even argue about the mechanism they use to control us, and the whole.
Some people do that.
Yes,
some people do that.
Well, here goes. Well, I say we're doing the same thing here. It's an endless.
No, I'm not doing that right now.
Well, I know. Well, not right now.
I wasn't doing that several minutes ago either.
Okay. But when some people try to argue with the globe, try to argue with them back that it's not, try to give them. Well, if I try to give you evidence that is the globe, and you say no, because the government lies. Because if I show you NASA photos or any government website, you just pawn it off that they're lying.
Well, not necessarily me. Some people do erroneously argue like that. I would not argue like that. That's not the only argument or the major argument that I would rely on in refutation of the supposed evidence data that is supposedly proving that we live on a ball flying around in the midst of a vacuum. I will go more directly to the empirical credentials of that supposed evidence. And then after that, because in order to justify the conclusion that there is a liar, you have to prove that a lie has been given. Right? In order to prove that the motive of the criminal was X, you have to prove that a crime was committed first. So that's how I would argue. And that's exactly what this is. This is a crime.
Making a claim without evidence or just with false evidence.
Not just making a claim without evidence. I mean, someone can do that indeliberately or without ill intent, but just be erroneous. This is a crime. This is fraud. And above that, this is egregious sin to lie to one of the God knows how many humans about the whole nature of the cosmos, to give them a whole worldview, an entire worldview that is not the truth.
It's funny that this world, like sometimes we do reward with these behaviors of lying and disgusting of violence and stuff. They do reward it, or like the system does give more towards it.
Inevitably so. I mean, no matter how individualistic someone may think themselves to be and try to be, they're still a member of a group. And someone is functioning as the leader, the authority above the group, someone, in principle and in practice, inevitably so. So whoever that is, right, they are going to reward behavior that they delight in, and they're going to punish behavior that they are displeased by. There's no avoiding this.
So it's rather to take the punishment for the truth.
If in principle the truth does lead to blessedness, and therefore enduring an unjust punishment that is temporary is worthwhile enduring, indeed. And I argue that is the case.
I don't know. Go from there. I don't know. I'm my head is thinking about many things. Sometimes I do lose myself in thinking, and I don't speak up. Sometimes it's not worth me talking to. Well, maybe I like to talk here because these light-minded people knowing of the lie. But when you try to speak with these people about the whole system in place and why they lie, I feel like they're just like you're talking to a brick wall sometimes, or they just have these dialogues of nonsense, and it feels like it's a waste of time.
Whoever you're talking to either then wants to know the truth, especially the most important, most consequential, most significant truths, or they don't. And of course, if they don't, or if they do, they're going to behave accordingly. So people are going to make their choices, but people very often refuse, not just fail, but refuse to acknowledge that, yes, they have the ability and even the right, I argue, to make their choices. They do not have the right to choose the consequences of their choices. So if it is the case, and I argue it is the case, that believing and knowing and living according to truth consequently leads to blessedness in spite of any temporary sufferings in the moment, in the short-term future, and that living and believing falsehood leads to cursedness, detriment, no good whatsoever, and that is not worthwhile enduring any pain or suffering living that life, I'm going to choose the former. And whoever chooses either of the two is going to suffer the consequences thereof, or enjoy the consequences thereof, given the former.
Has anybody talked to Couch Beast in here? Or have you already talked to Couch Beast?
I heard them talking earlier.
I don't know if the panel's talked to him or not. Couch Beast, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Nothing much, man. I'm just I've seen you like as a new face in here. Like, I don't know, maybe everybody's already talked to you yet, but what brought you to the server, and what is your position on the topic?
Position on the topic. Just was finding it interesting, and that's just about really it. I was listening to one of you guys' live streams, and you're talking about NASA and stuff, and I found it interesting about meteors and stuff because you guys are talking about that. So, and found it interesting. That's about it. And just I got invited, and yeah, that's kind of how it worked. And we were chatting and talking. Yeah, that's about it.
So you're just interested in the topic? Is that it?
Yeah, the conversation. It's good conversation. Am I missing something?
No, you're fine. What were you talking about earlier, Couch?
You're kind of a little bit far away. Sound a little bit far away to me. I don't know if you can get closer to me.
Does that work?
He sounds fine to me.
Okay.
Yeah. That's way better. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Couch, what were you talking about earlier?
Oh, we were talking about lots of things. NASA, meteors, pressure, container. Pretty much what I remember speaking of and chiming in on.
Did they take you through the 3 points?
Yeah. They took me in the beginning through. You're talking about through like the. No, in the interview and all that, and the VEETs or whatever, the check-in. Is that what you're talking about?
Did they take you through? Is the Earth curving? Do we detect curvature of the surface of the Earth?
Well, yeah, I've been through.
Is the Earth
that.
spinning? Do we live in a vacuum?
Oh yeah, no, they took me through all that. If you want to ask me, sure, you can ask me, I guess.
I'm gonna just shoot it to Mickey because he's the best at that. So.
Okay, well, my position is on this I would consider myself a realist. I don't go for any of. But what's in front of me is where I'm at. I don't try to think into the future or to the past or anything like that. I'm just kind of here. What's in front of me and around me is what matters to me more than to think if what's going to happen or what's not going to happen. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. What was the other guy's name? I wanted to know if that made that
Mayhem 100 Mickey.
Yeah. Okay. Miggy. There, bud.
Yeah. It's kind of cool that just like talking to new people when they come in here because it sounds like you're a realist and empirical evidence is a way for you to like understand things. So I'm thinking we can start off on a really good path here. So that's kind of like what we're at here is that we want everybody to come at it from a perspective that the physical and natural world is something that is attainable in the sense of like the idea of living on a geometric shape. So geometry and like what they tell us from the Earth being a globe, we're able to test that if we have a small sample set. So coming from the standpoint of like investigating farther from like what they've told us about the Earth being a globe, outside of like speculation, we can really hone in on like what we can do as far as like physically testing the globe. So that's what we like people to get acclimated with as far as the understanding goes from what we talk about in this server. So I mean, if you can get with that, we'd love to really talk to you about that. So at least you have like a head knowledge of what we do whenever somebody asks us the question, how do we know the Earth is not a globe? Does that sound kind of cool?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just my basic end result is they're lying to us, So that's pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, that's a given. But I mean, we have to have a foundational framework for our presentation. For if somebody asks us, how do we know the Earth's not a globe? So instead of saying that, well, they're lying to us, I mean, that needs that needs a bit of convincing for someone who's on the other side of this thought process, right? So we can't make somebody see that point.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Could you hear me?
Heard you.
Yeah, I heard.
Okay.
Do you still believe the Earth is a ball flying around in a vacuum?
Are you talking to me, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Do I believe that I am? No, not at all.
Have you come to know the Earth as the surface of the Earth is a topographical plane?
No, within my presence here on Earth, the way I see it is that they're lying to me, and that we aren't on a globe, and we aren't, as far as I know, my knowledge, we're not. What they're saying is not, it's not falling in line with any real evidence. So, yeah. Does that answer your question?
But it sounds like you're denying that the surface of the Earth is convex or concave in curvature, and that you're also denying that the surface of the Earth is a level plane. But that's logically incoherent.
Not denying either one. I'm just in my reality, the way I force, what I see, because I am the viewer, as if you are the viewer, and as another person would be the viewer of their presence in the world, right? So you can't see everything, and you can't have everything in front of you at once. So,
you just told me that they're lying. You just told me.
Yeah, go on, Greg.
You just told me that they're lying. So what is the lie?
Someone's not telling the truth.
What is the lie?
Lie is that they're lying to us because you can prove whatever their lie is, the evidence.
That's nonsense. That doesn't seem honest.
Yeah, that doesn't follow. I'm not sure where you're coming from. So, what are they lying about?
They're lying about everything.
That's vague. That's super vague. Can you specify?
They're lying about space. They're lying about the shape of the Earth. They're lying about our ancestors. They're lying about all kinds of things. I mean, you name it. They got a story about it.
But you can clearly hear me focus on the surface of the Earth. So why would you immediately go expand the scope of the subject to just everything in the world? You can clearly hear me only talking about the surface of the Earth right now.
Okay, yeah, I know my answer was already, I'm not denying either one, or I'm not saying, well, I know that we're not on a spherical Earth or anything like that, and what's present to me, yeah, it's flat. But, beyond that, I don't have any other,
if you give us incoherent answers like this, it's over this medium. We can't see your face. We don't know you. So if you give flagrantly incoherent answers like this, it's going to raise red flags, and we're going to be suspicious.
Incoherent. I'm not making any sense to you.
So, are you denying that the surface of the Earth is curving?
There is no curve.
Okay. Do you affirm that the surface of the Earth is a plane, a level plane?
Yes, as far as I see it as of now, yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, very obvious that it is.
Have you come to know that it's a level plane?
I have.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I have, I never really believed in a lot of this stuff that was said anyhow, but yes, I came to a reality using the tools to, figure it out, of course, such as doing things like measuring, or not measuring, but going off the numbers that they use for, curvature and videos, hey, zoom in and all that kind of stuff. Putting a laser across the lake or something, or Stuff like that.
In addition with that, have you come to know that we live on the Earth, which is not moving?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
In addition with that, have you come to know that we don't live on an Earth that is flying around in the midst of a cosmic vacuum?
Yeah, well, of course. That's
okay.
That all kind of goes with the whole package there.
Well, that is the world. Not necessarily, they don't necessitate one another. Not really. You can have a sphere Earth or a level plane Earth in a vacuum or in whatever other environment, moving or not moving. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the indoctrination puts them all together, wouldn't it? Or
yeah, the doctrine is that.
Right.
Yeah, I was just saying that the three pieces of the doctrine, the three major pieces of this cosmological doctrine, they don't necessitate one another.
Right, but they do promote it, right?
Yeah, I just said that. Yes,
okay.
They do teach that.
We're on the same page.
What I would say also is just stick around in the server. You'll hear the culture here revolves around empiricism, so we don't go off on tangents too much when it concerns to like speculation. Unless we're just hanging around, talking about things that on a Sunday, just kind of like leads us to kind of that conversation. At times we may veer off a little bit, but the majority of the times when we're presenting information, it's always on an empirical standard. We don't need to go into that.
I assume you mean just empirical verification, not empiricism, philosophical category, right? Miggy.
Yeah, you have to forgive me. I'm on the move right now, so kind of focusing on driving. But yeah, I agreed with your last statement. Yep.
Because empiricism is self-defeating, so we don't want to do that. Well, y'all have a good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. I'll talk to y'all later.
Stay blessed, man. Have a good one.
See you, Greg.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Send in the clowns.
The scientific method is a series of steps that a scientist follows to analyze and answer a question about a specific observation. Every step is important not only to validate results and conclusions, but to give others a method to verify or disprove a conclusion. One must acquire measurements that produce knowledge in order for any kind of scientificus modulus to exist in the first place. There cannot be a scientificus modulus without measurements that produce knowledge. The mind virus is real, which explains why so many people simply aren't.
Hey, what's up, guys? Anyone there?
What's up, Blake?
How's it going, man?
I was just watching some YouTube. I had one of those Lex Friedman podcasts pop up. That I'm not sure how much I trust him, like in his guess, but we got an astrophysicist here, David Kipling, alien civilizations and habitable worlds on the Lex Friedman podcast. And if you look at a clip from basically the 9-minute mark or just before it, there's something there that he says that I think would be a great sound bit. He says, talking about how, like with light extinction, basically, like if you assume a star to be the size of the sun, then when a planet or something goes across it, then it's like a firefly crossing our sun, and it's a very difficult thing. But if it's a red dwarf or a smaller sun, then he basically makes a flat Earth argument here. Let me. I'll listen to it and paraphrase it for you. It's amazing that he was. But I'm gonna give you guys a clip. I think it would be great for especially those anti-flat earthers. Like, look, this is a guy on your side backing us up with what we're saying. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the type of stuff. Yeah, let me just get the link so you guys can actually hear it. Are you getting wind noise? I got a fan blowing at me. Are you getting that?
I don't hear anything.
Okay, good.
Oh, dang. I was trying to get my headset to work. Oh. Hope all is well with you guys.
All right, so here's the link to the video I'm watching, and it's at just before the 9-minute mark that you should start watching. So it's early on in the video, but it's just literally it's like a few sentences, that he says that when he said it, it made me perk my ears. Like, I'm like, here's a guy who believes in the heliocentric model. He believes in, all the so-called science and everything else, but he literally is backing us up, saying, well, if it's smaller and closer, well, then it would, that little bit of a shadow essentially would take up more of our vision, right? Like, it's all about perspective. It really has to do with a lot of our argument. And they don't know. And he basically what it is that he's admitting that they don't really know the size or the distance of these objects. So I encourage you guys to check that clip out from the 9-minute mark, probably to the 10-minute mark. It's a minute long that I'm pointing out. But otherwise, how have things been going in here? What are people up to? What was the conversation?
Just chatting, passing time. I was trying to fill dead air since it got quiet for a minute. I gotta go check on something real quick though. I'll be right back.
I mean, my guess is people are not responding because they're actually listening to the video that I posted.
Yeah, just listened to it and.
Yeah. No, I meant earlier.
Isn't that a good
what
clip?
a bunch of mess.
It's a good clip. Like, he might be misguided. He believes in the narrative, but he still understands truthfully like what it means. Like, he can see our side of the argument.
What was the timestamp? Because I went to 9 minutes.
I would go a little bit before 9. Maybe, dude, get it in context, right? Like, go from like 8 minutes to like 11 minutes or something like that. Expand your view a little bit, But like, I'm just saying what his point that he makes there at about the 9-minute mark is one.
I'm gonna start at 7.
It's at about the 9-minute mark. It's our argument. He's talking about perspective, like if the sun or not the sun, but the star that you're looking at is small, and you cannot know whether or not it's large or small. But if it is small, then something occulting it will take up more of its view. It's all about perspective and perception. Maybe it's something that only I see. I don't know. That's why I wanted you guys to see it. Let me know.
What are we talking about?